Vice Mayor.
We've got some new tech up here, so I think all of us are going to take a minute to get used to it, but welcome everyone. We're going to start the meeting with the presentation and commendation for our K9 dog who is retiring, Ander. Come on up, Ander.
And for purposes of the record, this meeting started at 6:46. Test, test.
Thank you. Okay. You good? Good boy. City of Culver City commendation, K9 Ander. Whereas the City of Culver City is losing through retirement one of its experienced and loyal police service dogs, K9 Ander, and whereas K9 Ander was born in Slovakia in 2015 and trained in the U.S. in 2016, and whereas he was assigned to Officer William Cook, and together they completed a 6-week basic patrol and detention school at Gold Coast Canine, and whereas he diligently, faithfully, and selflessly served the people of Culver City for over 8 years, putting himself in harm's way in order to keep the officers and the people of Culver City safe, and whereas during his career, K9 Ander had over 250 deployments, during which he had 4 suspect apprehensions, recovered over 5,000 pounds of illegal drugs, and over $6 million of illegal drug money. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the City of Culver City, California, hereby commends K9 Ander, a faithful and loyal police service dog who has demonstrated dedication in his service to the citizens of Culver City. Further, the council wishes K9 Ander a healthy and happy retirement as he lives out the rest of his life with Officer Cook. Dated this 24th day of February, 2025, signed by myself, the Vice Mayor, Councilmember Fish, and Councilmember Vera. Congratulations, Ander. Does he have anything to say? Would you like to say anything? Okay. No one's going to say anything. Yeah, let's bring everyone in. Can I have scouts from Pack 461? Oh, 7 o'clock? Oh, okay, yeah, we got to wait a few minutes. Got to wait till 7 o'clock.
And then we also have to call the meeting to order.
Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, I hope if they don't show up. Let me ask
I didn't sign up online. I thought maybe you guys would have paper sheets. Okay.
your mic is on.
It's not on.
It's on.
You need the mic still here? Can I give the mic back? Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
And you've wrong it.
It's just informed.
When it's red, you lock.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Welcome to the February 24th regular meeting of the City Council, successor agency to the Culver City Redevelopment Agency Board, Culver City Parking Authority Board, Redevelopment Financing Authority Board, and the Culver City Housing Authority Board. The time is 7:03, and I will do a roll call now. Okay. Councilmember Vera?
Present?
Councilmember McMorrin said she's running late, so she's currently absent. Councilmember Fish,
Present.
Vice Mayor Puza,
Present.
and Mayor O'Brien.
Present.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Now, may we have scouts from PAC 461 stand up, introduce yourselves, and
Hello, I'm Ace Noriega from PAC 461.
And I'm Nami Noriega from Troop 15.
Audience, please rise. Those in uniform, please salute. Those not, please place your right hand over your heart. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Audience, you may be seated.
Thank you for joining us.
thank you. You don't have to stay for the meeting. Okay, I'm going to read our land acknowledgement. This is the oral statement of land acknowledgement for the City of Culver City. The City of Culver City formally acknowledges that the land we inhabit today is the ancestral land of indigenous peoples who have lived here for millennia. The City of Culver City honors the Gabrielino people, past, present, and future, and recognizes their enduring connection to this land as its original caretakers. We are committed to supporting and uplifting the Gabrielino people and to fostering a deeper understanding of the histories and identities of all indigenous peoples in this region. We encourage all residents and visitors to join us in respecting and caring for this land. The city affirms its support for the rights of these indigenous communities and for the preservation of their cultural legacies. Okay, do we have anything from our staff?
We do.
J.R. Wright, Chief Information Officer. Good evening, honorable council members. It's a pleasure to be here tonight to share the completion of the Mike Hoffman Council Chambers audio-visual upgrade. Before diving into the details of the exciting development, I want to take a moment to recognize the key individuals and the teams who contributed to this project. First, a sincere thank you to the PCRS department for their flexibility in allowing us to use the senior center for commissions and council meetings during this transition. Next, I want to acknowledge Jeremy and the city clerk staff. Their commitment and attention to detail were indispensable, ensuring the process ran smoothly from start to finish. Now, while many of our IT staff members contributed, I would be remiss if I didn't specifically express my deepest appreciation to Aiden Now, Justin Nunez, Vance Ebert, and Valerie Perez. Their work in configuring, testing, and documenting the new system has been invaluable. And finally, I want to extend my gratitude to you, council members, as well as the boards and commissions for your patience and understanding throughout this construction and the implementation of the new system. Now I'd like to briefly walk you through the highlights of the new system. This upgrade is designed to specifically enhance the accessibility and experience of our public meetings. Through careful planning and the integration of modern technology, it offers a much-needed stability and reliability to these meetings. Now, the key features include improved audio clarity, high-definition visuals, and seamless remote setup for remote participation. Now, these upgrades will help create a more efficient, interactive, and engaging environment for council and commissions. Now, some of the standout elements in this room include the digital name signs, the improved microphones for enhanced clarity, the Dice computers with the 24-inch touchscreens, so you can easily see the presentations and the computers, the updated touch panels for easier operations of the meeting, the 4K capable cameras, so hopefully all look good on these cameras here, and enhanced listening devices for people with audio. We have ones that we prepare, or you can actually use your own phone now. And of course, the massive 135-inch zero bezel TV. Now, additionally, as part of this upgrade, we are transitioning from WebEx to Zoom for remote participation in meetings held in the council chambers. And Zoom is a widely recognized leader in the web conferencing. This will streamline remote participation and it is much more familiar to the public. And this milestone reflects our ongoing commitment to equipping the City Council with the best possible tools to serve the public with transparency, efficiency, and innovation. Thank you for your time. I'm available if you have any questions.
Does anyone have any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone from our commissions, boards, or committees to report? Okay.
No, but I do want to make note that if anyone does need an assistive listening device, to come to my desk, because I have them.
All right. Next on the agenda.
Do any of the council members have any updates?
I'm sorry. I just want to get through this thing. Councilmember Fish, do you have anything to share?
There we go. Hey everyone, still figuring out all the new gizmos up here, but it's really nice. Thank you for all the effort that went into all the upgrades in this room. So it's great to be back in council chambers. Just want to give a shout out to city staff for all the work that went into the homeless count, particularly the Housing and Homelessness Department, Director Barnes, Christina, Aramis, all of our service providers from Urban Alchemy, fire, police, all of the folks that participated. I got to participate alongside Mayor O'Brien and Councilmember McMorrin. And, the count helps us track how we're progressing in terms of addressing our homelessness crisis and our housing crisis. And it's also an opportunity to reflect on the policies that have led to this huge spike in homelessness that we're experiencing across the region. So really grateful for that opportunity to be out there with y'all. Also want to say congratulations to the MLK and Juneteenth organizers on a fantastic Martin Luther King Jr. Day celebration. It was really meaningful and much appreciated, I know, to so many folks here. And the Culver City Book Festival was also a success. Saw Vice Mayor Puza there. So congrats to the Culver City Arts Foundation. And a couple of upcoming events. I plan to attend tomorrow for the How the Middle East Crisis Affects Me event put on by the Equity Human Relations Advisory Committee. I would encourage anyone, no matter where you are on these issues, to come, meet face to face with folks who might agree with you, might disagree with you, might have different feelings than you, and just have a conversation and talk to people. I feel like that's certainly a way to get a different perspective and to learn something. And so I really appreciate all the effort that's gone into that event. And the Walk More, Bike More Festival put on by Walk and Rollers is coming up on March 1st, and the Screenland 5K on March 2nd on Oscar Sunday. And I'll be there for both, and would love to see you there. That's it, Mayor. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Rivera.
Nothing for me, Mayor. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Puza.
Thank you, Mayor. This morning, you and I actually attended the Strengthening Community Resilience Through Collaboration. The event brought together Southern California Hospital, the Police Department, and Fire Department to discuss coordinating emergency drill events to better prepare our community for crisis situations. Hopefully they don't ever happen, but in the event that they do happen, we'll be better prepared through communication. So special thanks to Marie Habde for organizing the event. Last week, I hosted my first feedback session. The first group was with faith-based leaders, and I invited members of the Baha'i, Buddhist, Christian, Jewish, Muslim, and non-denominational faith communities to contribute their thoughts about various issues, including community needs and challenges, collaboration, civic engagement, communication, and equity and inclusion. Just a reminder that this was not a city-sponsored event, nor was it directed by council. And last, on February 17th, the Pan-African Film Festival concluded with awards festival. The mayor and Councilmember Fish were also in attendance. There were a ton of celebrities and artists that came to Culver City. Trammell Tillman from Severance won the Rising Star Award. And actor and producer Yvette Nicole Brown gave him the award, and the event was presented by Apple Plus TV. Unfortunately, there was an incident at the theater at one point where someone from the public threatened to shoot people because he thought that there were too many black people in the theater. That was not the only incident that the organizers informed me about. So just want to make sure that people know that Culver City stands against hate and in solidarity with the Black and African American communities. We have so much work to do to not only increase the diversity, but how to be more inclusive of the diversity and of other cultures and groups that are not our own. And that concludes my report. Thanks, Mayor.
Okay. Thank you. Welcome,
And let the
Council.
record reflect that Councilmember McMorrin arrived at 7:15.
Would you like to share anything? Okay. I am going to just share much of what I was going to talk about has already been covered by Councilmember Fish and Vice Mayor Puza. So I just want to uplift all the things that they mentioned, as well as this past weekend, Councilmember Vera and I attended the Independent Cities Association conference in Santa Barbara. These are great opportunities for us as council members to learn from our other cities. We talked about, or we were presented issues on economic development, strategies to address homelessness, emerging police technology, emergency prevention and response, and ordinances to deal with short-term rentals. So those were some of the highlights, as well as how to prepare for the Olympics again. So another exciting topic. And just to underscore, this Sunday is the Screenland 5K. You can register all the way up to the day of. So I hope the community comes out for that. You can dress up. You're encouraged to dress up as your favorite movie or TV character. Have fun with it or race it. You can be serious, or you can just be there to enjoy our community. And again, to uplift what Councilmember Fish said, leading up to that on Saturday at the Ivy Station is we'll be celebrating the 13th anniversary of Walk and Rollers, beginning at 2 o'clock, and there's going to be activities for the public from 2 till 6 at the Ivy Station on Saturday, leading up to the 5K on Sunday. One other thing I want to uplift coming up in March is Women's History Month. So keep that in the forefront of your brain as you think about the contributions that women have made to our great nation. And that's all I have. So, City Clerk. On to information, Keller?
Oh, I'm sorry. Mayor, did Councilmember McMorrin have any updates? None? Okay, great. So then we're going to move on to agenda item I-1, the information update on the homelessness emergency.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Vice Mayor and members of the City Council. I am Tevis Barnes, Housing and Human Services Director. I am here to provide the council and our community with an update of activities currently being undertaken to address homelessness in our community and how we as a city can help to serve our unhoused residents. Have a fairly extensive presentation this evening. We're going to start with an introduction of our new outreach team. Then we're going to have a presentation from Healthcare in Action, who provides street-based medicine for our unhoused community. We are also going to give a slight debrief of our 2025 homeless count. We will also highlight our severe weather protocol and how we assist our unhoused during severe weather events. We will also be introducing a new homeless outreach portal, which has been created by our IT department. We will provide you with a snapshot of the current number of folks we are assisting. And then we will conclude with information about our upcoming wellness fair. The photo that you're looking at currently is from the Westside Urban Forum. Our project Home Key was awarded a merit award in the affordable housing category. So we want to thank our design team, our econ dev development team, and of course our staff from Housing and Human Services and our city council who made it possible for us to receive that award from the Westside Urban Forum for our project Home Key. Next, we're going to have a video prepared by our public information officer in conjunction with Urban Alchemy to introduce the council and our community to our new outreach team. Ready? We actually provide homeless services from 3 p.m. to 11 p.m. at night, 7 days a week. So they supplement the work of our mobile crisis team. So during the afternoon, they debrief, and then the love team will take over for the afternoon and the evening hours.
We have the love team who've come on board, and it gives us another arrow in our quiver, as it were, that we're able to provide more services. And we can collaborate and coordinate with the different teams so that we can provide the best services for our clients.
The city really admires the work of Urban Alchemy. 95% of their staff has either been homeless or been involved in the criminal justice system. So they really are familiar with the needs and the vulnerabilities of our unhoused community.
Helping the homeless is a passion. Before I even came here, this is something that I took interest in. And now that I'm here and working with a team, I'm extremely motivated and excited about it. My angle is to try and get everybody that is a BH in Culver City at least on the database so that help can be provided for them, at least provide them services as far as food and shower, water and clothing and things like that.
After serving almost 21 years, I'm so grateful that I get to give back to the community. And that's what everything is for, you know. I'm trying to give back and help and to serve, to go out to reach them out the street when they think that they're lost, but there's no other way out. Yes, there is. Because if we can do it, you can do it too.
Now, next slide. Now we will take a moment to introduce you to our new homeless outreach team.
Good evening, council members, Mayor O'Brien. My name is Tim Cornegay, and I am the interim chief of Community of Government Affairs. And I want to start off by saying thank you, Mayor O'Brien, and thank you, council members, for your investment and trust in Urban Alchemy, for your belief in the success of a partnership with Urban Alchemy, And we also, on behalf of Urban Alchemy, want to thank you for the opportunity to be part of your solution to address people experiencing homelessness in Culver City. To talk a little bit about our team, love is an acronym, but it's also a value that our care coordinators engage, that our practitioners engage. It's something that the team leads with in the Wellness Village and also leads with in the outreach that they do. Our team members are able, with a degree of emotional intelligence and lived experience, to look past what may be the perception of what homelessness is and address those folks that really need to be handed a degree of value back and belief that someone can see them for the humanity that lives in them and not look at them as an other, as folks often do, because we want the folks that we encounter to feel valued. We want folks that we encounter to feel like they are being seen and they are going to get the resources that they need in order to move themselves up the level of houselessness or homelessness to some kind of interim housing and onto permanent housing. That's what our team does. And once again, I want to thank you for this opportunity. And now I would like to begin the introduction of our team. First, I want to bring up Felipe Sanchez. He is one of our Love Team members. And Felipe and Faith were at the core of Felipe's early life. However, as a teenager, he became involved in gangs and substance use, which had led to struggles with alcohol and incarceration. While in prison, Felipe's son was born, which inspired him to prevent others from following the same path. Felipe joined Urban Alchemy in 2021, where his supervisors often recognize him for his strong work ethic, and Felipe is passionate about cancer research and sobriety programs, having lost his mother to cancer and his brother to addiction. Next, I would like to introduce Carlos Pineda. Working with Urban Alchemy has allowed Carlos to find purpose in helping others through experiences that mirror his own. He's always treats unhoused neighbors with respect, patience, and humility. Carlos joined Urban Alchemy after being released for good behavior after serving 16 years of a life sentence. He's also a proud grandfather who enjoys spending time supporting his grandchildren's extracurricular activities. Our next member is Tyra Oliphant. Tyra joined Urban Alchemy as a practitioner in 2023. Raised in Baldwin Hills, she served time in county jail when she was young. Afterwards, she became pregnant, which was a turning point for her. She promised never to get in trouble again while working as a home-based hairstylist. She raised 2 children, taught them the importance of giving back to unhoused neighbors in her area. Her favorite part of working at Urban Alchemy has been outreach to encampments, making her a natural fit for our love team. And next, we have the second Carlos, Carlos Molina. Born in Jalisco, Mexico, Carlos came to the United States at 9 months. Setting in Orange County at age 20, he was sentenced to 2 life terms, ultimately serving 26 years in prison. During his incarceration, he faced significant challenges, including a struggle with addiction. After his release, Carlos stayed at a transitional home at the Culver City Wellness Village. He found a closer-knit community and the opportunity to form meaningful connections with our guests. And lastly, though not on the slide, is Carrie Bell, who is the program director for the Wellness Village and the Love Team. So this is a moment that has been anticipated and we have been looking forward to since our December 9th soft launch. So thank you for this opportunity, and here I present the Culver City Love Team.
Do any of my council members have anything to say?
Any questions?
Mayor, but before the Love Team takes off, I'd like to get a group picture with them all. I don't know what their schedule is for today.
Yeah, we can do it real quick right now.
Yeah.
Okay. Group picture.
All right, we'll take a couple here. Ready? 3, 2, 1. And then this way, too. 3.
We are very excited of being able to work with the Love Team. Next, we're going to have a presentation from Healthcare in Action. So we could advance to that slide. Healthcare in Action provides street-based medicine, and they do work closely with our Love Team as well. Especially the Love Team will notify them if there's someone they believe needs some medical attention, and they both work with Aramis White Sharon during our Tuesday Care and Service Day. So I'm going to turn it over now to Healthcare in Action. Can we pull up their slide?
Again, we were here a year ago in time. I blinked and here we are again. And so once again, thank you so much for the opportunity. My name is Melody Porter, and I am the Regional Director of Operations for Los Angeles County with Healthcare in Action.
Hello, my name is Ariel Banks, and I'm a nurse practitioner with the Healthcare in Action team in Culver City.
And so we are very excited to show you a brief snippet of the work that we've been able to do over the past year. I first want to take a moment and also just give many thanks to Tevis and her team, as well as Dr. Dan. I mean, honestly, in the most sincere way, they have been the absolute best thought partners as we serve the unhoused population within Culver City. So I just want to say thank you so much. So just a quick overview of our service. As Tevis introduced us, we are a mobile street medicine team. So we provide medical services and medical case management services to people experiencing homelessness throughout California, but specifically with this contract with Culver City. So I'll hand it over to Ariel just to give us a quick overview of the medical services that we've provided to Culver City residents.
So we provide medical services to people experiencing homelessness, mainly chronic care conditions, mental health conditions, as well as acute care conditions.
So we can go to the next slide. And so just to give an overview, a little bit more of the medical services that we provide. So while we're supporting patients both in the interim housing sites and in encampments, we provide wound care, medication management. We support a host of mental health concerns that patients may be having, such as anxiety, depression, as well as substance use disorder. We can go to the next slide. So this is the team. You see Ariel standing next to me. We also have our medical case managers, Richard and Joseph and Natalie, who are supporting, as well as our medical assistant, Heidi. And so I wanted to give a bit of a picture of the team that has been out serving our unhoused residents. Next slide. And this is the fun slide. So in the last year, we have had the pleasure of partnering with Culver City, and we have had the honor of serving over 152 patients in this past year. And the statistic that I'm most proud of on this slide is that 68%, almost 70% of patients we have engaged in 5 or more visits. So that means a vast majority of the patients that we're serving, they trust us, they know us, they have seen us over and over, and we have seen them or have had a touch point with them over 5 times in the past year. And I think that is a great accomplishment. On top of that, our medical case managers, 91% of our patients are engaged with our medical case managers. 77% of them have received medical care from Ariel and her team. 38% of our patients have received mental health treatment. 29% of our patients that we serve together have received substance use treatment. And we're really excited at the prospect of increasing those mental health treatments and substance use treatment numbers. So we can go to the next slide. And so in 2025, we are asking to add an additional member to our team, and that is a behavioral health specialist. We recognize that Dr. Dan and now the Love team do an incredible job intervening with the mobile crisis team, intervening and supporting patients with psychiatric needs. But we want to take it a step further and collaborate with Dr. Dan and his team and bring consistent, ongoing behavioral health support to patients.
So thinking back to the last slide, only 38% of our patients received mental health treatment. We want to increase that number for this year. Almost all, if not all, of our patients experience mental health in some way, whether it be a serious mental health condition such as schizophrenia or depression that is more common, or trauma. Living on the streets and living day to day produces a lot of trauma response. So bringing in, can we go back to the last slide, please? Thank you. Bringing in a behavioral health specialist, we are able to provide that longitudinal care for these patients. Even though I'm knowledgeable on mental health conditions, having a mental health specialist allows us to be more specific with treatment plans, and they will come out with our team in order to address these issues on a long-term basis. These are typical issues that prevent patients from being housed or even being housed in transitional care because they're dealing with these mental health issues that aren't being addressed.
We're also excited for this behavioral health specialist to support with training our team. As we understand, it's extremely important for our team to be culturally competent as we're serving people experiencing homelessness. So along with not only training the HIA team, this person would be available to train the Culver City team and any of the subsidiaries of that contract of Culver City as well. So we're excited to introduce trauma-informed care training on a routine basis, recognizing unconscious biases as we're going out and we're serving and becoming a leader in educating and helping the community and our staff to better serve and approach and address the homelessness crisis. Next slide, please. And so as Ariel did mention, with the addition of the behavioral health specialist, we're excited to continue serving patients in Culver City. But not only that, but we do want to significantly increase, if not double, the amount of patients that we're serving and supporting who are struggling with substance use and mental health concerns. And that is, a patient, yes. This is always my favorite part.
So this is a personal story for me because this is one of my first patients that I interacted with in Culver City. And she's a special lady. She's been through countless years of being unhoused along with her children, and has been suffering from numerous chronic care conditions that have only gotten worse with her being out on the streets. So we were able to get her housed at Project Home Key along with the Culver City staff and our wonderful team. And her chronic care conditions are stabilized now. She's able to take her medications on a regular basis and go to her specialty appointments and just have an overall improved mental health as well. So this is, what we strive for all of our patients. However, this was just a special case that we wanted to highlight.
Excellent. Okay, and that concludes our presentation, and we open the floor to questions.
Thank you. Any of the council members have any questions or comments? Yeah, question.
Just a quick question on your the behavioral health specialist. If you guys do acquire one, would they be able to write holds also, or do you still have to contact like Dr. Dan or the police department to write mental health holds on somebody?
They would be licensed in order to provide those.
Oh, cool.
Yes.
All right, well, thank you so much.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
Mayor.
I just have a quick question, similar vein. We do have a number of service-resistant people experiencing homelessness in Culver City, people that many of our residents who are housed are very familiar with. How's that going in terms of those, 5+ touches with them? Some have been here for years in Culver City. Obviously, the goal is to hopefully get them inside.
So it has improved. What we pride ourselves on with Healthcare in Action is building that rapport. So sometimes that does take 5, 10, 15 plus visits in order to gain their trust, because they've had plenty of touch points from multiple organizations saying, hey, we're going to help you. We're going to do this. We're going to do this. However, nothing comes to fruition. So it does take a little bit of time to build that rapport over the year. As you've seen through our presentation, we've made headway with that. However, with continued touch points, and especially with the addition of a behavioral health specialist, we plan to improve upon that.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Later in the agenda, the council will take up deliberations on the renewal of the Healthcare in Action contract and whether or not the council would like to expand their scope to include the behavioral component. Next slide, please. So Councilmember Fish must have had a flashback last Thursday, because as a member of the Committee on Homelessness, he had participated in our homeless count, but this last Thursday he was in a different capacity, but still as an enumerator, but seeing it from a different perspective. So we're really good to see you again. So just last Thursday, we participated in the Greater Los Angeles homeless count. It was postponed due to the wildfires. It was originally supposed to take place on January 23rd. So for the SPA 5, or Service Planning Area 5, which is the west side, it took place last Thursday. May I have the next slide, please? So first, we'd like to share some photos with y'all of the folks who participated. A big thank you to our mobile crisis team, our police department, our fire department, our advisory committee on housing and homelessness, and our council members who all served as enumerators. Annually, we conduct a census of our unhoused population. Now, every, I forget how many years we do it for the U.S. population. We know how difficult it is for folks to be counted under the regular census, but it can present some challenges for our unhoused population. Next slide, please. So as Councilmember Fish did highlight for us, it's important for us to know the size and characteristics of our homeless population, because it helps us to inform our programming, and the programming that we have in place, it helps us to evaluate whether or not that programming is meeting the needs of that population. So we did go ahead and conduct our homeless count. We have our raw data. We will be discussing that with the Los Angeles Homeless Services Authority. They are the entity that oversees the homeless counts for the region. So we follow a lot of their methodology in terms of how the count is conducted. So again, we're going to go to the next slide. We want to share some photos with you of that event. These are some dates that it occurred. We do an internal count, meaning we use city staff, our advisory committee, our mobile crisis team, and our city council. We do that for consistency of our data collection, so that we use the same folks, and we use folks who have a strong familiarity of Culver City. Culver City, it's a very small city, but there's a lot of intersection with Los Angeles, so we want to make sure that folks accurately count, and working with police, fire, our outreach teams, they know where our unhoused folks tend to congregate, especially in the evening hours. So next slide. We just want to share some photos with you from the evening. So thank you to our public information officer who was there to capture these moments. Next slide. And so that concludes our discussion with you with regards to our homeless count. And now we're going to go into our severe weather protocol. Councilmember McMorrin did ask, how do we assist our unhoused neighbors during severe weather events? And it's not just the rain. Our severe weather events can be activated for rain, wind, and even extreme heat. We will discuss this later, but the Los Angeles Homeless Services Authority, or LAHSA, does provide a winter shelter program. For the last 4 years, they have been unable to site a winter shelter program on the west side. So many of our folks on the west side would have to travel a pretty good distance to participate in a LAHSA winter shelter. So Councilmember McMorrin wanted to know, how are we addressing that locally? Because many of our folks don't have the ability to travel that far, or don't want to travel that far. So what do we do locally? So what we do, we monitor the weather, and when we know there's going to be a severe weather event, we activate our severe weather protocol. Our partners include our police department and our fire department, and if they notice someone in distress due to a severe weather event, they will offer them shelter either at one of our motels or the wellness village. We normally keep a few of our motel rooms vacant throughout the cold weather. So some people might say, well, why are those vacant? We keep them vacant for a purpose, for a reason, so that when we have a severe weather event, we have a space for someone to go. So police and fire are notified. They say, if you find someone in distress, we inform the hotel or wellness village, and they take them there. And then the next morning, the mobile crisis team will do an intake, or the LOVE team will do an intake, and we also provide them with food and clothing. Next slide. Just this couple of weeks ago, we did activate the severe weather protocol. There was a rain event. One of the first things that we do is we post the creek. We let folks know, hey, you need to come out of the creek. The LOVE team or the mobile crisis team will go down and provide warning, offer shelter, or ask folks to get to higher ground, because we anticipate there may be some levels of flooding. So one of the first things we do is we warn the folks in the creek. And then after that, police and fire, mobile crisis team, and our LOVE team proactively outreach, letting folks know that if they need shelter to come out of the severe weather, we can make that space available for you. Next slide. For the purpose of the public, I am providing information with regards to the Los Angeles Homeless Services Authority, their winter program, which will conclude March 31st. It does offer an overnight shelter, their meals, their showers, and their case management services. So if you are aware of your person experiencing homelessness, LAHSA also offers a winter shelter program. Next slide, please. Here's some information on how you can access the LAHSA winter shelter program. Don't worry if you can't get all this down. You can always contact staff. Also, too, you can contact 211. They will offer transport to the shelter as well. Next slide, please. These are the things if you want to access a LATSA winter shelter bed, you must be 18. You must be experiencing homelessness. The shelters are safe. They have case managers. They have security. They will accept pets. They will also accept couples, so they're not going to separate folks. And they will provide you with food. Next slide. And this is a list of the shelters that are available. I believe this is on our city website as well. But again, if you're not able to capture this information tonight, you can always contact city staff and we can provide you with the LASA winter shelter information and what shelters are available. And you can also contact 211 and they can tell you what shelters have beds available that evening. So that concludes our information with regards to our severe weather protocol and also with regards to the LASA winter shelter program. I'm going to turn it over now to Christina Stofers, and she's going to introduce our new homeless outreach portal with our IT department.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Currently, Culver City receives and tracks homeless outreach requests through phone calls and emails. In an effort to improve the efficiency of this process and enhance data tracking, the Housing and Human Services Department has partnered with the city's IT and GIS team to develop Culver City's first ever homeless outreach request portal. This new digital tool, which will be available on the city's website, will allow the public to submit outreach requests while automatically marking the location of each request and organizing the data. By providing detailed spatial data, this portal will help us identify trends and pinpoint areas of high need, ensuring that resources are directed where they are most effective. This initiative has been in the works for some time, and we are thrilled to have our IT and GIS team here tonight to demonstrate the features of this new portal. At this point, I will turn it over to Maggie and Johnny for the presentation.
Hi, I'm Johnny, IT department, and we have Maggie Newman, our GIS technician. It's hard not to get really excited anytime Tevis and her great team reaches out to collaborate. We met several times and wanted to get an understanding for what the needs were. We presented some mock-ups and some options, and they really, I think, went to town with a good solution that Maggie's going to now talk about. I think you can talk into this.
Hello, thank you. I'm Maggie Newman. I'm a GIS technician here at the city. I work for the IT department, and we worked in collaboration with the Housing and Human Services team to create this new homeless outreach request portal. It's really two parts. There's a new intake form that the public can access both on the homeless services page of the city website as well as the Culver City GoGov app. It will take you to this form that we can see here. It collects detailed information from a member of the public who has raised a concern. The only required fields are the name, date of request, and location of the individual in need. But there is a lot more information that is prompted to be collected, and it's up to the discretion of the user whether they know the information or not. We did leverage Esri software to create these resources, but there is no specialized equipment or software needed to submit a request. Yes, perfect. So this is the location part of the form. It's the reason why we collaborated, the GIS team and Housing and Human Services, to collect spatial information regarding these requests. Super easy to use. You can either click on the location that you're trying to highlight, or you can use the location services of your device to automatically put that pin down. And this provides our mobile crisis unit and our LOVE team with great information to go hone in on this need and collect even more information. So when a member of the public submits one of these forms, it automatically populates in our internal dashboard. All right, I believe that's on the next slide. Yes, so this is a view of what our internal dashboard looks like. This is available to city staff in the Housing and Human Services Department. Every ticket that comes in is automatically a pin on this map, and it's also a ticket listed on the left-hand side there. They automatically come in with an open status, and city staff can interact with the point to look at information or change the status to pending or closed, depending on the situation. This will allow us to store historical information and take note if we're interacting with a person in need multiple times. And it'll also allow greater connectivity between our teams in the field and our team in the office so that everyone can be looking at up-to-the-minute updates on this information, and our team in the field can have all of that data right at their fingertips. So we are very grateful to have worked together with the Housing and Human Services team to create this. I think the greatest advantage is that we're gathering a much richer base of data, and I think that can be utilized in the future for our Housing and Human Services team to analyze and better hone our crisis response plan. Thanks so much.
Does anyone have any questions?
Oh, yes, any questions?
I actually have a couple.
Yeah, go ahead.
This is the back end that we're looking at right now here, right?
Yes,
This is where
is-
staff, okay.
Yeah.
And what if someone reports a person experiencing homelessness who's not in the Culver City jurisdiction?
That's a good question. So the form automatically shows a red outline of the city, and there's a piece of text that reminds the user that they should be placing a point inside that Culver City boundary. If they do select an area outside of Culver City, there is a LASA link, I believe, that they are directed to so that they go to the right service.
Great, thank you. Yes. That's it? Okay.
I have a quick question, Mayor.
Oh, go ahead.
When the housing department gets, a request from a neighbor who put, who said these folks need services in this area, what is the protocol at that point? How are they engaged? We get a lot of different, complaints from folks about people experiencing homelessness, and obviously that's just because we receive a complaint doesn't mean that that the situation, is something that we need to remove that person. It's not always that way. So what is the first sort of touch point with that person, and what happens at that point when is that more of a
Yeah, I believe that
Director
goes to
Barnes
Tevis.
question? Does this change anything about that, or is the protocol remain the same?
The protocol remains the same. Again, we never remove anyone unless they want to join us in one of our inter-housing resources. So we then take that information and it goes to a staff member who then will launch that to either the mobile crisis team or the LOVE team. That team will then go to that location and they'll make contact and they will try to build that relationship with that person. That usually starts off with just an introduction if they're wanting to engage. One of the first things that they always do, of course, is to bring supplies, water, socks, just basic needs, food. Just say, hey, this is what we're here for. This is what we're here to offer you. Know that we're here for you. And then they will continue to make that type of contact to that person to when they're ready and to open up. If we notice a medical condition, we will also inform Healthcare in Action to swing by and also visit with them to help address a medical condition, like if we see an open wound or something of that nature, or if they express that. Because one thing that folks will open up to is if they're experiencing a medical condition and they want help, they will open up more if you begin to help them with their medical condition and build that trust. So that process is still the same. We work to build that trust first, and then hopefully over time they're willing to accept services.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
All right.
All right,
great.
thank you so
Oh, wait,
much.
One more.
Oh.
Sorry.
Okay, there we go. Thanks. Is it working?
Red is
Yes.
hot.
All right, wonderful. Sorry, this is new and I was a little tardy. Thank you for your grace. Thank you for the presentation. As it pertains to the person who creates the ticket, do they get an alert when it is closed out? Is there a, since I assume the public will not have access to this screen, so will they, obviously there's probably going to be an automated thank you so much, our team is following up. But is there something after the follow-up occurs? Obviously, we know that we can't give out personal information. I'm not suggesting that, but just the person was, made contact with, or this ticket is closed because follow-up occurred, or just so that person, understands that there was a follow-up there.
Other than just the message that you mentioned about our response time, there really isn't any protocol in place for letting them know, usually just because it is sensitive information and it can be kind of a long-term interaction. So it's something that we could look to implement down the line, but there isn't any part of this workflow right now that follows up.
And plus, providing the user's information is completely optional. It's not required.
Yeah, some of these, you are allowed to just type in anonymous as your name. That's an option, so sometimes you wouldn't be able to reach out.
And I think in terms of our meetings internally, we wanted to have a means of ticketing and from beginning to end of how we take care of the folks that are in need.
A lot of our outreach requests are anonymous, so there's really no one that we can follow up with.
But once the submission is complete, there will be a notice for them to.
Yes, on the web browser screen, upon completing the form, they get a confirmation that it has been successfully received.
Right. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
I do want to give a big thank you to our IT and GIS folks. They really sat down, because we're in a whole nother world than they are, and they really sat down and they built this from the very bottom to what you're seeing now, just by us giving input. So we worked, I guess, close to a year to develop this, and so we're very appreciative of our IT staff and GIS staff working with us to create this so that we could do better outreach and data collection as part of our outreach. Next slide, please. We are coming to the close of our presentation, but we did want to provide council and the public with information of who we are currently housing. Do keep in mind this data is going to look different than the data you see on the dashboard. The data on the dashboard looks at last quarter. This data looks at everything till January 31st to give council and the public the most current information of who's participating in our programs. So currently for our permanent supportive housing, we are at 100% capacity and we have 37 residents. We also like to share if we have couples and emotional support animals as well. For our interim housing, for our project Home Key, we currently have 33 residents. There are no couples, and we have 6 emotional support animals. So we are at 99% capacity for our interim side. Wellness Village, there are currently 20 guests with 1 couple and 4 emotional support. We're also at 99% capacity at this moment as well. Just to give the public some information, since Wellness Village opened, 87 folks guests have participated in the program, and 45 of those folks have transitioned either to Project Home Key or to other housing resources. Next slide, please. For our motel master leasing program, we currently have 33 guests. With that, there are 4 couples and 9 emotional support animals. Since July of '23, We've had a total of 94 folks participate in our motel program, and of that, 45 have transitioned to Project Home Key and other housing resources. The question is also often asked, how long do you keep folks? We keep them as long as they want to stay or until we can help them transition to housing that meets their needs. Now, folks do get exited. They exit themselves or because of a program violation, but most folks, they stay until we can help them transition to their next situation. So no one has said, oh, your time's up, you gotta go. No, we keep them until we can transition them to housing that meets their needs. And we also have the number of meals that have been served. All participants get 3 meals a day, and all the rooms have the capacity of a small refrigerator and a microwave for them to warm the food. I'm going to turn it over now to Dr. Dan, who's going to talk about the statistics for the mobile crisis team.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and honorable council members. My name is Dr. Dan Richardson. I am the Human Services and Crisis Intervention Manager for the Housing and Human Services Department. I just want to highlight some of the statistics from the mobile crisis team. As you can see, we've launched in March of last year. We're coming up on our anniversary, actually, and I'll mention that a little bit later. But yeah, we launched on the 4th of March, and since that time, we have been successful in placing 60 of our unhoused neighbors into either the motel lease program or wellness village, or wellness village, and also Project Home Key as well, both the interim and the permanent side. The number of crisis hotline calls, we have 2,024, but that's not just calls to our hotline. I want to be specific that these are also calls that we may get emails from the public, we may get referrals from city staff who notice people experiencing homelessness out on the street, and they want us to respond to it. So calls can come from a variety of different areas. We also receive calls from the police department and the fire department when they feel that a co-response is appropriate. And as you can see, we have the numbers for our co-responses with the police department and the fire department. And then the final number there is our mental health assessments. Not everybody requires a thorough, in-depth mental health assessment, but many of the folks that we interact with do, so that we can provide or get an accurate diagnosis and help guide their treatment and point them in the right direction in terms of providers and psychiatrists, psychologists, that type of thing. And that concludes my section. Oh, actually, I'm going to go on about the Mental Health Wellness Fair. You may remember last year, as part of our mobile crisis team launch, we had our first annual Mental Health Wellness Fair that was held in the courtyard area. Now, last year we did it in March, and we got kind of lucky with the weather. This year, we've delayed it a little bit to April, and it's also going to be a springboard into May, which is Mental Health Month. So I'd like to remind everybody and ask everybody to please save the date for April 23rd. It's going to be in the courtyard here at City Hall, and it will be from 11 o'clock till 3 p.m. in the afternoon. So we hope to have over 30 providers this year, service providers who will be able to share their knowledge and share the services that they can provide. And these types of things, I think you'll remember last year we had sound bathing, we had art, we had meditation, mindfulness. And so we have a number of different practices that can assist people in improving their mental health and their overall quality of life. So yeah, I just want to encourage, this is the save the date card, and then invitations will be coming out in the next couple of weeks. But we already have a number of providers lined up, and there's quite a lot of excitement. I think last year was quite a good success. So looking forward to this year. Thank you.
Yeah, that was a great event. Does anyone have any questions for Dr. Dan? Okay, great job. Thank you.
Thank you.
We are going to conclude with this last slide. This is a photo from the Southern California Association of Nonprofit Housing, or SCAMP, awards. Our project Home Key was also awarded a SCAMP award for affordable housing. So we wanted to share that photo with the council and our community. That concludes our presentation. I know there was a lot in there, and so we hope we were able to give the council and the public a comprehensive look at what we're doing to address homelessness in our community. And we're here for questions if there are any.
Okay, any questions for Director Barnes? Okay, Councilmember, I'll get you.
There you go. Not really a question, but just a comment. Tevis, I want to thank you and your entire team, plus Johnny and Maggie, and all the hard work and effort that's gone into the successes that we've seen. Arami, I see her back there also, but thank you and your entire staff for the love, hard work, and dedication that you've given to our city, and really more importantly to address this dire emergency that we're facing with homelessness. So thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah. Councilmember McMorrin?
Thank you, Director Barnes, and all the teams that presented this evening. Really excited about the Love team, grateful for the portal, and just really happy to see that everyone is working together really well to address homelessness and bringing folks indoors, so very grateful for that. I am very happy to see the sort of build out, I guess, of our internal continuum of care. And there was a lot of data around mental health evaluations, both from our healthcare and action team, our mobile crisis team, and there was also a little bit, I think there was another touch point regarding mental health. So I'm curious how we're measuring the overlap, if any, in terms of our neighbors who are being supported by maybe multiple teams or maybe not. The only reason I'm lifting that up is because some of the, if we add all the numbers up, it should be bigger than our population of folks who are in need. So just wondering how we're evaluating potential overlap, or we're evaluating the fact that if that is not the case and folks are new folks and they're, having, if we're measuring the flow into homelessness, if we're seeing that in terms of the data at all, since we've been tracking.
I got to get used to the reverse of the green and red.
Yeah, me too.
So I think it's important to understand the roles of each of the entities.
For sure.
So the Love team doesn't do mental health evaluation. They do outreach, and if there's something that they notice, they will reach out to the mobile crisis team or healthcare in action. The mobile crisis team deals with a person in crisis at that moment. So they come, they get that person stable. And Dr. Dan, help me if I get this wrong. They get that person stable and they deal with that crisis. And then there's some level of aftercare to see if they need service. But for ongoing care, to meet with that person on a consistent basis, we bring in healthcare in action who have the staff who are trained to do that. So if you want to look at a scenario, the Love team would meet the person in the field and notice there is something. And if they're in crisis, they would bring in the mobile crisis team. The mobile crisis team would stabilize that person. We're not sure if there needs to be a hold or anything at that time, and deal with them. And that crisis in that moment and maybe follow up and do some aftercare. But then after that, that person would then go over to Healthcare in Action for that continual help with them in terms of helping them to connect with any doctors they need to see, any medication that they need to take, help them secure that medication, and to follow up to make sure they're taking that medication, and also make sure they're going to those appointments. So they were providing the longer-term aftercare for that individual. So hopefully that helps. But there was another part of your question with regards to, and I might need some clarity, folks slipping into homelessness. So if I'm understanding you correctly, are you looking at folks who are currently housed, who are vulnerable and at risk for homelessness?
So real quick before we go there, thank you so much for spelling out the flow of how sort of and how the systems that we have set up folks would move through. I know that our Love team is new just as of this past December. So it was kind of just looking at the volume of numbers and trying to understand, were these the same folks? Was there double counting? Or how are our teams working together to ensure that things are flowing? So I'm glad that the Love team is here. Then we have, so all of this, again, I think it's helpful to lift up Housing and Human Services Department was created in 2022. So, what is it? Still Black History Month. It's February of 2025 to see all of these relationships and systems and new portals and dashboards be built out. It is really significant. But just trying to understand the data that's being shared. Is it the same folks, or like just making sure that we are internally tracking Jane Doe as she moves from crisis, hopefully through to permanent housing, just making sure that we're not double counting, and or if we are seeing reflected in our data any trends around folks who are, I noticed in the point in time count last week, there was a lot more folks in their cars than I had recalled in previous years. Granted, this is my first time with my region or my area of Culver City. I didn't have that area before, but I digress. If there was any trends that we were seeing from the data that we've been collecting so far. And it's okay if that's not the case, but it's really useful to see these numbers. I'm glad that there's a flow. I look forward to next year at this time, maybe we can learn more about the trends and how the teams are working together, hopefully successfully. So I'm really encouraged by where we are right now. And in terms of, it's kind of the second piece was thinking about the data and seeing how folks were falling in, but I addressed that with my long little speech just then. And last piece, you mentioned that there was a severe alert and it was posted on the creek, and you work with fire and PD to get the word out when folks are in distress. Do we have a number on how many folks were either contacted or folks who came inside as a result of that? I know we got some rain. It was pretty heavy. I think that was on Thursday. It was real heavy. I didn't know what I was doing outside. But so did we get folks to come inside in that event, or how did it go?
In that event, no. Okay. Usually if it goes several days, we will get folks. And how we track the data on that, police or fire, the mobile crisis team, or the Love team will notify me to say, okay, we just dropped the person off. They give me general information about the person, and we follow up with them the next day to try to do an intake on that individual. But because it was just one day and that rain really kind of intensified just for a couple hours and then it kind of let up, no one was noticed to be in distress or outreached. But if it goes for several days, we will usually see folks who come in, and we keep track because police and fire and they all notify. And then, of course, our motel or wellness folks will let us know who was transported.
Okay. Thank you so much for clarifying those questions and putting together all of this. Thank you for your leadership.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Puzo.
Great, thank you for the presentation. There's always a need just to get information as quickly as possible, but it's just so great to see this manifest, and this is such important information and data, so really appreciate it, and building it all out. Just curious about, I was looking at on the dashboard that's currently up, so not referring to the information tonight, but just thinking about trends. There were, in the homeless outreach, there's like bumps in from December to April, and then in the summer for interim housing, and then from December to March for permanent housing. I can make assumptions of why that would be, but do you have any information about why people were, receptive during those months?
Staff would have to look at that further, but some of it is always weather-driven. And so I would need, I know it's going to sound really odd, but I would need to know what was the weather during at that time. We will notice that if weather gets severe, we have folks who normally would never come inside, will come inside. The issue sometimes with those folks, though, is to keep them. They may want to stay a couple of days just to get to a safe harbor and to get some food and get dry, and then they don't want to engage anymore. And but we continue, to work with them, of course. But some of it may be weather-driven. And staff could definitely look at those and see what was happening around those times to see why it was trending in those areas. And kind of a sidebar, Healthcare in Action is asking for additional funds because what they are noticing is the level of trauma that a lot of our folks are dealing with, which prevent them from not only securing housing, but just basic things of getting a driver's license or getting their birth certificate and all of those things, which, you need a place to get a place. I don't know if you've ever heard that before. And so that was one trend that we were seeing with the mobile crisis team and Healthcare in Action, that this is an area that we probably need to put a little bit more effort in so that we could help folks to secure not just housing, but all the other services and their paperwork so that they can begin to rebuild.
Great, thank you. Appreciate all that. As people are flowing through our services, if they don't go to Project Home Key for permanent housing, where do they go?
It depends on their need. One thing that Urban Alchemy is really good and Carrie's really good at, some folks might need to go into a treatment program. Some folks who might be older or have some disability might need to go to a place with that provides them with a higher level of care. What we're working on right now is the council may recall we received some funds from the county through the PLHA program for short-term rental assistance. And that's only for 3 years. So we're working to identify those folks who we believe are ready to move on to living independently in an apartment type of setting. So we're identifying those folks and starting to work with those folks to move them to that next level, to an apartment on their own.
Excellent. That was my other question, is do they still receive services? And then if they do move on, is that outside of the city? And then who funds that at that point?
We do our best to keep them within the city. Outside of the city, we do maintain contact for a year. But part of that relationship is to work and connect them with other county services that are outside of our jurisdiction.
Thank you. Oh, and just, I know this is a common question, but when do the homeless count results usually come out? On average, I know it fluctuates.
So for the public to know, LAHSA applies an adjustment factor to our raw data. To this day, we still don't understand it. We've tried. It changes every year, the adjustment factor, because the adjustment factor is based upon surveys that they do, and the adjustment factors are different per spa. So we had people look at it, and we were trying to like, what's the algorithm here? And that's why it's so variable. So there wasn't. So LASA is saying they may release their adjusted numbers within a couple of months. We are discussing internally how we want to handle our raw data and when we want to share our raw data with the council and the public. But there will be a variation between the raw data and once LASA adjusts that data. So it does confuse people.
Yep. Thank you. And I know it's a common question that I received, so that's helpful to know in a couple months. And last question is just about the mobile crisis team. I know the dispatcher is regional, and I think it's important to have the number that we do have. But is there any movement on, or is there any potential and possibility to, if people felt comfortable calling 911, to have a dispatch that way?
This is the goal, is a 911 dispatch diversion program. We currently work with South Bay Communications Center as our dispatch center, and they do not have a protocol at this time for 911 diversion. They are working on it, and it is in progress. I know there are other programs up and running, such as in Los Angeles, the 911 diversions, and we're pushing them because we would like that as well. And I think, in general, the dispatch system is pretty much going that way. It's not just going to be police and fire department who can respond. As you know, in Los Angeles, 988, they can send out mental health teams instead of a police officer. So the answer is, currently with our dispatch center, we are not quite there yet, but I know that they are working on it.
Great. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thanks again for all of your work. Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, thank you. Couple things after feedback from council member questions. I happen to have taken a run down the creek 5 days before the weather event, and for the first time in a long time, I didn't see a single person experiencing homelessness on the creek during that time. So that may have been part of that reason as well. And then I recall, regarding the adjusted data, I recall having a representative from LASA call in and tell us that for city our size, that the adjustment, we should report our raw numbers. Because, right? Am I remembering correctly?
It changes every year with them. And you also have to be cautious with the adjustment factor. They don't adjust individuals. They only adjust cars, vans, RVs, tents, and makeshift shelters, because the thought is that, but we don't see this in reality, that there's a car, it might be more than one person in a car.
Sure.
Rarely do we see more than one person in a car. I don't know why LASA is considering that, but so they don't adjust individuals, and you're right, they apply them to our city differently because we're smaller, but each year it changes.
Right, okay. You know, my wife and I took a ride with the mobile crisis team for the point in time count last Thursday, and as always, that was my first time riding with your team, Dr. Dan, but all of our first responders and our service providers know our unhoused population incredibly well. They know where they, lay down at night. They have name. I mean, they might not use their given name. It might be, a moniker, but it's really incredible. A city our size, because of the city of our size, and the fact that nobody does it like Culver City to the level, and I'm talking high level of quality care and outreach. I know this from, I went to the Independent Cities Association seminar. I hear what other cities are doing, and they're so proud when they stand up, 10 rooms for shelter, or they contract an outside agency to house folks experiencing homelessness. What we're doing is incredible, and I applaud all of you for the work that you do. It's really making a difference, and we're seeing it, so thank you. Unless anyone else has anything to say.
One quick question.
Yeah.
So a couple of the services you mentioned were like at 99% or like almost 100% capacity, or not capacity, occupancy. I think you mentioned the PSH rooms and the permanent supportive housing rooms, the interim beds, and I think you mentioned that the Wellness Village is at 20, which is at the 100%. So my question is, what happens when you encounter folks in the field who do want services now? Is there anything that, I mean, we have our motels that we lease. Can you maybe let us know when you do reach a point where there truly is no, I think that would be helpful for the council to know, like, we've been encountering people and council, we don't have any more capacity. Just knowing that we would hear that from you, I think, I mean, it sounds kind of obvious, so maybe it is obvious, but I think that would be helpful for us. And has that happened yet, is my question.
We have not reached 100% capacity at all our different programs. We purposely try to keep some beds available for folks in crisis and an emergency. So we do try to keep, like Wellness Village, there's a spot available right now. And so we try to keep a couple open. And because we're in our cold weather months, we try to keep some spaces available at the motel for folks who may be dealing with a severe weather event, so that we can get people out of distress during a severe weather event. But if we ever get to capacity of all our programs, yes, of course we would let council know, because part of the emergency update, I believe we have to come every 60 days to let y'all know what's going on. But we do try to leave a couple of rooms available or a spot available in Wellness Village, just to deal with someone who might be in crisis, or there's a real emergency situation where we need to get someone inside.
And when you say that, do you mean that there is someone that might want that service or that bed, but we're saying, like, go take this other situation instead, this other service? When you say you're keeping the bed available, is there demand for that bed that we are essentially not using that bed at that time?
If a person is willing to go,
yeah,
and we got space at the motel, we will place them in the motel.
Councilmember, I don't think we've had a situation where we haven't had a bed.
No.
So that hasn't happened yet?
That has not happened yet.
Well, thank you. And yeah, when that does happen, and across any of our services, if you could let us know, that's just important information for us. So I really appreciate just echoing my colleagues, just really appreciate all the work that's gone in the continuum of care, and the plethora of services we're offering is really impressive. So hats off to y'all. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Mayor, real quick, if I may, I have asked in the past, and regrettably, I apologize for not including this in my initial set of questions, but I wanted to ask how we were doing on soliciting or being accountable to our residents' feedback in our various programs, and what the process was for. I know you've spoken, Director Barnes, to the feedback. I think if that's at Project Home Key, I think at both sites in terms of what that process and protocol is. But now that we're over a year in, and as the programs are being stood up, what is the process from hearing from our residents and neighbors who are participating in these programs, be it our healthcare services, interactions with the new Love team, and or folks that are at these various sites? Thanks, if you could speak to that.
So at our Project Home Key and at our Wellness Village, they do have regular meetings with the guests to get their feedback. And our guests are vocal, and when something's not working for them, they let us know. And we take that in consideration. But I think what you're asking is, did you want us to start implementing some type of survey type of system? with the guests to get their feedback, because we can definitely work with our service providers to develop an instrument. We could look at what other agencies are doing and to begin administering those to see how we could best get feedback from everyone.
Yeah, it would be great to look to see some best practices. I would love for all of it not to require the folks to be identified. I don't know, just so folks feel comfortable sharing. Low priority, but it is important, I think, for us to be accountable and hearing and having that loop. I'm happy to hear that the meetings and check-ins are still going well at the site. So I just wanted to flag that as just an oversight of something that I mentioned in the past, but not in this forum. So again, thank you for exploring that procedure, and thanks for all the work.
Thank you.
Thank you. How many people do we have?
We currently have 18 speakers signed up.
Okay, so 90 seconds?
90 seconds.
90 seconds?
Yeah.
Great, and as we are gathering the information, I will read our statement regarding hate speech. Members of the public have a right to speak on matters that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the City Council. However, this council strongly denounces hate speech and does not tolerate disruptive behavior in our meetings. Culver City prides itself on its diverse community and inclusion of all persons. We are committed to creating a safe space in the city and in these chambers where members of our community feel included and respected.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and call our first 10 speakers so everyone can get prepared. We have Ron Ostrin, Dr. Luther Henderson, Al Vizianis, Laurent Miller, Kelly Hawkins, Joanna Gullick, Carlos Valverde, Mary Duvall, Samia Banyo, and Janine Wisnowski-Stalin. Our first speaker is Ron Ostrin. Not seeing them in the chamber or on Zoom. Ron Ostrin, if you're online, please reach out to the clerk. Our next speaker is Dr. Luther Henderson.
Good evening. I last spoke to the council on January 8th of 2024. I wanted to call wanted the council to rescind the entire Culver City Sanctuary City resolution of 2017 that impedes the expeditious deportation of illegal aliens from our city. The resolution imposes unwarranted financial burden on our city taxpayers. I respectfully request that you put the matter on your next meeting agenda. I wanted to request the council basically join me in requesting our legislators to rescind the California State Senate Bill 54, Chapter 17.25, known as the California Values Act. It is my opinion that the California is in a violation of the Sedition Act of 1798 to unlawfully conspire to oppose any measures of the government of the United States. I respectfully request that you move to rescind the Culver City Sanctuary Resolution to avoid the need for Thomas Holman to address the council on this issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Al the Zionist. Not seeing them online or in the council chamber. Our next speaker is Laurent Meller. Give it 1 second while they unmute.
Okay. Hello.
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, great. Oh, hi. Everyone, thank you for taking your time and to the City Council of Culver City. So, my name is Laurent Miller. I'm a producer of Miller Productions and the social platform Lumiere Runway Fashion Show. So, I used to live in Culver City and we based in Hong Kong and LA. And today I am requesting to have an off-cycle sponsorship for Los Angeles Fashion Week on March 22nd at the One Culver here. I am aware that I'm not looking for financial support but for marketing benefits. So the concept of our fashion show is to bridge to local and overseas labor to the community. So we are allowing brands to reach a new market and to facilitate opportunities between Asia and California market. So previously we organized Los Angeles Fashion Week at Sony Pictures Studios and at One Culver. So we had maximum capacity. We had influencer promoted the event, and we generated last year more than $60,000 from all hospitality business in Culver City. With a pre-event party, after party, designers book hotel rooms, and on top of that, we want to bring, on top of bringing businesses to Culver City, we want to enhance art and culture by discovering upcoming and established designers who have different backgrounds. And on top of that, we live in
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you for taking your time. Thank you.
Mr. Miller, can you please also email council? I didn't quite catch everything that you were saying. I'd like to actually take in what you want to share with us. Please email us. Thank you.
Thank you. And we're going to circle back to Ron Ostrin, who's now online.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. Welcome. It might be the first time I've addressed you since the recent election. You have some very serious responsibilities ahead. Culver City's done a fabulous job with the homeless. We need help from outside sources. I don't think our city can sustain the cost that we've been incurring. And I'm not sure that we are really able to rely upon anything based on all the upheaval that's going on with the federal government. So please be very sober in your assessments financially when you incur those responsibilities. I wish you all the best of luck. You have enormous responsibilities, keeping the city safe, and appreciate all of you for what you're doing, your service. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kelly Hawkins, followed by Joanna Gullick.
Good evening. My name is Kelly Hawkins, and I'm here on behalf of my client, Nike. We are here to request an off-cycle sponsorship for the upcoming Nike After Dark Run Tour. This will be a half marathon race that will occur on June 7th in the evening. The route will go through LA County with a small portion of it actually within the city of Culver City. We are requesting that this run be agendized for your next council meeting for consideration of city sponsorship. While we are not looking for financial support, rather, we are looking for co-marketing opportunities to come with this sponsorship. So looking forward to having the Women's Half Marathon back in LA, back in the US. There will be 5 other cities. LA, though, LA County will be the only US destination. So a great opportunity for tourism to come to our various cities that the race will go through. Appreciate your consideration.
What's the date again?
June 7th, 2025. And it is an evening run.
Can I get 3 9 heads to put that on the agenda? Okay, I got it.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And let the record reflect that that is 3 nodding heads from Vice Mayor, Mayor, and Councilmember Fish.
Thank you. Our next.
My head's nodding too, Jeremy.
Oh, thank you.
Our next speaker is Joanna Gullick, followed by Carlos Valverde. Not seeing them in chamber or on Zoom. Joanna, if you're online, please reach out to the clerk. And just a friendly reminder to folks online, if you can please make your display name the name you signed up to speak, it would be very helpful. Our next speaker is Carlos Valverde.
Good evening, council members, mayor, and vice mayor. My name is Carlos Valverde. While you may know me as a member of the Culver City Equity and Human Relations Advisory Council for 4 years, tonight I come to you only as an individual, in my individual capacity and as a life resident of Culver City. I'm someone who believes in the continuous development of who we are as a community and a city. We participate in community events that celebrate food, books, businesses, art, cars. And as a city, we've done an excellent job thus far in acknowledging the cultural significance of Juneteenth, Martin Luther King Jr. Day, and I'm here to ask the council to consider adding Latino Heritage Month to its yearly observances and celebrations. For past several years, cities around Los Angeles have adopted days of commemorating this event for live music, food, festivities. As you know, the Latino population in Culver City is 18%. In fact, it's 37% of students in Culver City schools. The acknowledgement of Latino Heritage Month in Culver City gives us the opportunity to reflect on the history of the Latino presence in the lands that we now call Culver City. As we recall, these lands were once known as Rancho La Bayona, Rancho Higuera, Rancho Rincón de los Bueyes. And in fact, Washington Boulevard was once called Camino de las Carretas, and Overland was once called El Camino de San Pedro. Then such event would bring our community together in a spirit of unity and celebration of our diversity of our city. Visitors from all over Los Angeles would come to honor the event and see the beauty of our city and the array of businesses welcoming such exposure. For 3 years, the Culver City Equity and Human Relations Advisory Committee has honored Latino Heritage Month through small demonstrations and guest speakers. However, it's time now that Culver City take the next step and join other cities in marking this significant occasion. I'm hoping that the council agendizes a consideration creating this yearly event.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Can I, Mr. Valverde, are you looking to a recognition? Okay, and that would be, I just looked it up, September, October?
September 15th to October 15th.
Okay. Can I get 3 nodding heads? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think we have 5.
From Mayor?
Everyone.
Oh, that's unanimous.
Our next speaker is Mary Duvall. Our next speaker is Mary Duvall, followed by Samia Banyo.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. I hope y'all got a chance to join the thousands of people who enjoyed Ciclovia yesterday. You can hear about it, you can read about it, but until you actually experience it, you're really missing something extraordinary. Ciclovia is a way for everyone in the region to come together and show you, our policymakers, that we want and need safe streets. We want and need to come together in community. The Bike Culver City feeder ride left from Equator Coffee at the Ivy Station early on a Sunday morning with 50 people. And of course, we had many more join us along the route. Who could resist this joy? There are people of every age demographic, from babies and carriers to people even older than me, believe it or not. There are people of every ethnicity. There are people on every type of active transportation option, all kinds and sizes of bikes, scooters, skateboards, skates, people walking, and people taking advantage of the nearby E-line to shorten or hasten their trip. So many smiles. This beautiful event started in Bogota, Colombia. In December of 24, just this past December, Bogota celebrated 50 years of Ciclovia. The Bogotanos began 50 years ago by shutting down only 5 kilometers of public streets to car traffic and are now shutting down 100 kilometers or 62 miles of streets in the city to car traffic every Sunday and every public holiday. Bogota is a city of 9 million people.
Thank you.
And every Ciclovia has approximately 2 million people participate. Thank you for the time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Samia Banyo, followed by Janine Wisnowski-Stalen.
Hello, Council members. I'm a member of Iraq Ad Hoc Subcommittee that's been planning tomorrow's community conversation, Spark Healing Through Conversation, How the Middle East Crisis Affects Me, happening 6 p.m. tomorrow at the Senior Center. And tonight I'm only speaking on behalf of our subcommittee member, Rebecca Rona, whose sentiments I also share. Member Rona says, 2 weeks ago, only hours after I addressed you, I learned that my husband Rick had a heart attack in Jerusalem. I flew to Israel as soon as I possibly could and am in Jerusalem at this moment. I have a strong Jewish identity. I have thought a great deal about some, not all, Jewish Culver City residents who have been strongly opposed to a ceasefire and strongly opposed to a community discussion about participants' experiences and feelings. Perhaps there are other residents who also are opposed to the community conversation. The polarization in Culver City mirrors the polarization in Israel and Gaza. Can't we do better than this? Can't we sit down together and talk? Can't we residents mirror the respect and goodwill that we would like to see in the Middle East? How painful it is to hear Muslims and others who favor a ceasefire being referred to as anti-Semitic. Some are and some are not. A reminder to all, many U.S. rabbis have stated they favor a ceasefire. Some Jews in Israel have favored a ceasefire. Are they anti-Semitic too? How painful to hear pro-ceasefire residents refer to Israelis as occupiers.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Janine Wisnowski-Stalen, followed by John Matthews.
Hello, good evening. Councilmember Puza, I noticed that you have a beverage. And the reason I'm bringing this up, it's not what I was planning on talking about. But if you go outside and you come in, security stops you from bringing in water. And people here in the audience are sometimes here till 2 a.m., and we're not allowed to even have water, and there's no water outside in this building anywhere. So I just took a couple minutes of my seconds of my time, but I'm asking for some kind of solution to this because we would like to, I'm very thirsty. So the reason I came here tonight was to talk about transparency and accountability and in our city government. And I know that it's something that all 5 of you really feel strongly about. So I'm asking when the lobbyist registry and lobby policy will be brought on the agenda for discussion. This is at least the 3rd time I've come here to ask for this, and I believe the last time I was here, there were 3 nodding heads. It was a prior city council. The reason I really think that a lobby registry is important is because it's about making sure that residents know who's influencing decisions and how money is spent and who is advocating behind the scenes. Other cities all around our region have this, and Culver City should too. So what is it? It's a policy that requires lobbyists to register with the city disclose their clients, the issues they advocate for, and money spent on influence, and ensure that employees of entities seeking city benefits disclose their affiliations at meetings. So
Your time
please
has
bring this up.
expired.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I think we do have that discussion coming up on an upcoming agenda.
Thank you. Our next speaker is John Matthews, followed by Michael Copey.
Hello there, Mr. Mayor, City Council, and local community. My name is John Matthews, and I'm a 25-year-old mental health advocate that moved to Culver City last year. I'm a transgender and gay man who has been directly impacted by the Trump administration's hate towards transgender individuals. I want to share some information today that may help paint a clear picture of our country. Despite a 2024 study that showed that nearly 1 in 10 American adults identify as LGBTQ+, the 2024 Trevor Project study found that 90% of LGBT youth have shared that current politics have negatively impacted our mental health. The same study also found that 46% of transgender and non-binary youth have considered attempting suicide, with rates being higher in people of color. With the administration taking objectively unconstitutional actions, I urge you to be on the right side of history by fighting for our basic human rights. Let me be clear in that transgender rights are human rights and will positively impact cisgender, heterosexual people as well. Transgender people have always existed, and we will continue to exist and thrive, despite what some politicians may say. I urge you to enshrine transgender and same-sex rights into Culver City law and save our community from worsening mental health. The LGBT community is looking towards local leaders for action to be the light in a stormy sky. You can be the superhero we need. Thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to make, John, Mr. Matthews, I just want to make sure you knew that we do have an update coming on our statement on hate, and we are addressing those issues. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Michael Copey,
Howdy,
followed
y'all.
by Melissa Sanders.
You know, it was in 2 days, it'll be exactly a year since you put into the subcommittee, the policy subcommittee, to look at the community outreach program. And the specific precipitating event was all the people over there at Sawtell and Culver who were cheated by the developer of getting notified of the required community meeting. And I think the reason maybe that the subcommittee never met, part of it was because planning tried to obfuscate it and ignore it. But I think also it's because y'all are part-time people. It's a subcommittee that had one issue on its agenda, which is basically this one matter. And it's hard for y'all to get together to do that. And what I'd like to suggest, and I have no idea how to make it happen, but I'm trying to be helpful, the same two people, which is Mr. Fish and Mr. Vera, who are on this year's City Council Policy Subcommittee, are also on the Police Policies Subcommittee, and also the two people on the Baldwin Hills Community Standards Advisory Panel. Maybe amalgamate them, set a half an hour for the Policy Subcommittee. We can come in there. I don't want to bring in 30 people. It's just a dog and pony show. You've got the signed statements from all those people who want your help. But it's a suggestion, and I will address this further by email. Y'all have a nice evening.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Melissa Sanders.
Hello?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
This is so exciting. New Zoom and everything. Hi, everyone. It's been a few meetings since I've come to speak. And I'm still questioning what's going on with the sidewalks. I have been assured multiple times that they were being taken care of, and especially the ones close to school. And yet, I have a massive tripping hazard around my corner. So I would love to get an update on that, and where things lay with that whole thing, and get that pushed forward, hopefully, since that is a citywide problem. And then I don't know if did I miss R1 and Anders' retirement? Because goodbye, great dog, we'll miss him. But I'll speak on some other things later. Thank you.
Ms. Sanders, I just got a nodding head from our Public Works Director that they'll address it. It's okay. You want to say something? Okay.
Yeah. Good evening, Mayor. Okay. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. I'm Dimitri, Director of Public Works. Hello, Ms. Sanders. I apologize for the inconvenience, but I just want to make it clear we have only one concrete crew in our city, and they are working as hard as they possibly can. We have multiple sidewalk locations in need of repair throughout the city, and we will get
Your time has expired.
Thank you. And we will get to your street as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Marcy Bond, followed by Robert Zergillis.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I am just calling to express my concern about the money we're spending. I think that what we're doing with our homeless outreach is really important, and I would like to see us somehow possibly get some funding through the Measure HHH if there is still funding left. We certainly deserve it. We have done a lot for our community, and the amount of money that we are currently spending and considering spending is going to soon become untenable and make it so that we won't be able to do what is needed to be done. So I really think that we need to focus on how we can get grants or find ways to collaborate with surrounding communities in outreach programs and use programs that are already available and not constantly be remaking the wheel. But as I said, I think that the work that is being done is important, and I hope that we can find some way to make this continue to be viable so that people can get the help they need while we can stay financially solvent. Thank you.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Robert Zergillis, followed by Ryan Factora.
Yeah, Robert Zergillis, Culver City Kennedy Democrats. On February 22nd, 2022, 3 years ago today, dictator, genocidal war criminal Putin invaded Ukraine. And I'm asking the City Council to pass a resolution condemning the atrocities that have been happening in Ukraine. I was trying to bring some posters in to show some of the atrocities, and I was told I had to cut them in half. I would like to present this poster here, because I was in Ukraine in July of 2022, and I was witnessing all the atrocities committed by Putin. I have here, I want you to see what shrapnel looks like and what shrapnel does to people. Can I get this past this so that they can see?
You can just hold it.
Let me just show this.
Provide it to me.
Okay. What is there is actual shrapnel that was used to maim and kill people in Ukraine. I witnessed, I interviewed hundreds of people, and there's a documentary going on about what was happening in Ukraine, and I'm asking you guys to pass a resolution condemning the 3 years of what was happening.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ryan Factora, followed by Michael Jung.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Culver City Council members. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Ryan Factora, and I work at the Institute for Public Strategies. We are a public health nonprofit based here in Culver City that is dedicated to advancing health equity through the implementation of community-centered substance prevention strategies. We are here today to ask if the city would be willing to sponsor our upcoming Fentanyl Awareness and Action Community Forum, which will be held on April 8th from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. at the Culver City Parks and Rec Center. To clarify, we're asking for an off-cycle sponsorship purely for the sake of marketing, outreach purposes, not for any monetary assistance, and for a discussion item to be added to your next agenda to vote on this sponsorship. This event will bring together community members, service providers, and decision makers to discuss the impact of the fentanyl crisis in West Los Angeles. At the event, we will encourage organizations and community members to share their thoughts regarding the accessibility of harm reduction resources in open spaces. We will be utilizing input from the event to outline a comprehensive action plan to help address this growing public health challenge. Additionally, at this event, we will be holding a naloxone training and will be distributing free naloxone kits for community members to take home. We are aiming to engage at least 80 community members and hope to make the event public for all to join. I'll pass it on to the next public comment, my colleague Michael, so he can further describe our ask from the City Council. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Michael Jung, followed by Jack Galenti.
Hello, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and the wonderful City Council. As my colleague mentioned, my name is Michael Young, and I work at Institute for Public Strategies. Our ask is for the City Council to provide an off-cycle sponsorship to agendize our fentanyl awareness and community action forum. To clarify, we recognize that the funds from the fiscal year of 2024 to 2025 has already been allocated and dispersed. So we're not asking for any monetary funds, as my colleague mentioned, but we just want to ask the City Council to agendize our community forum so that we can make our event public and open to the community members. So currently, our nonprofit insurance does not meet the city's 3-6 insurance requirement for a public event, and unfortunately, we are unable to afford such an upgraded policy. So in order to make this event public, we would greatly appreciate if the City Council could agendize our community forum and sponsor our event. So we believe that this event will provide vital education for our community members, as well as much needed direction for our service providers, as well as schools and other partners as well in combating this fentanyl crisis in our area. So thank you very much for listening. Appreciate you.
Thank you. I'd like to ask for nodding heads, but the biggest problem is our timeline, and we've got a pretty full agenda. So pending time, not a guarantee. I'd like to get 3 nodding heads to try to agendize this. We'll look at it behind the scenes. And can you leave your information with the city clerk? Thank you.
I see nodding heads from all council members.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jack Galenti.
Good evening, Council. I had a horrible experience with a bus operator, and I wanted to bring that to your attention, just so policies can be enacted or changed or updated. So when I'm not using my 3-wheel bike, I'm in a wheelchair. I was sitting at the Washington Boulevard, La Cienega bus stop at around 7:30. The main bus, the big bus, was not on the route that I was trying to get to, so I used the 1C1 bus. So I said, I'll wait for the next one. So I wait for the next one, and the 1C bus arrives. The female bus operator says the ramp is not working, so to wait for the next one, which ended up being more than an hour since it was 7:30. I end up waiting for the large bus that was going to come eventually. The large bus operator then told me that that was incorrect and that the bus operator of the 1C1 leaves the depot with all functions working. So I just want to let you guys know that, and I hope that never happens again, because I was very cold that night and I was sitting out in like my jacket. So I hope that training and operations can be upgraded so that never happens again, because that was really bad. Thank you.
Jack, I'm really sorry to hear that. Have you reported this to Transportation Department?
Not yet. It was on a Saturday, so I was like trying, yeah, and then President's Day weekend, so.
Okay, well, city manager hears you. I'm sure he'll follow up.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you. That was our final speaker for items not on the agenda.
Thank you. Okay. On to the consent calendar.
Mayor, can we do the receipt and filing?
I'm sorry, receipt and filing, yes.
Of
May I
the
have a motion to
correspondence.
receive and file?
Please hold. Okay, try it now.
I don't have that option on my screen. Mine says
Okay.
request to speak,
Okay.
no motion. See how
Did
yours
you
has
try to
it?
make the motion?
No, I don't have it on my
We
screen.
don't have an option.
I see Councilmember Fish has it, but I
Right.
don't.
I will come up and I will fix that for you.
Okay.
Who made the motion? Okay. We'll have to fix yours as well.
Okay, I support it.
We have a motion by Councilmember Vera, a second by Councilmember Fish to receive and file. There it is. The correspondence that was received regarding these meeting items. Please try and vote. I see. I understand.
Yeah, it's not coming up, but I.
Thank you. All members have voted. That motion passes unanimously, and it is because I didn't do the roll call again to get you
Oh, okay.
seated. So right
Okay.
now, I am adding you to the roll call so you have the ability to vote.
Awesome. I see it now. Thank you.
Uh-huh. So next, we have the order of the agenda.
We have an
We
announcement
have-
regarding,
I'm sorry?
do we have an announcement regarding,
Yes. So consent item C4 is not able to be a consent item because there has to be a discussion as to which option the council would like to select. So we're going to pull C4 from the consent calendar, and we will handle it after the rest of the consent calendar, and then we'll have it go right before item A1, so that they can do that. And then we also have C5. We have an update and a correction for that item.
Hello again, I'm Dimitri, Director of Public Works. Just for the record, I wanted to correct the address of the subject property. The subject property is a corner lot, and therefore it fronts two streets. In the staff report, we used Drakewood, one of the two streets, instead of the actual correct address, and the correct address is 10701 Ranch Road. So that's the correct address. Thank you.
thank you. Okay.
And if I could just add to that, the
Yes.
resolution that the council will be adopting when they vote on this matter has been corrected to reflect that address. And so the resolution that the mayor signs will be accurate, and that will be what's used for providing all the public notice for the public hearing.
Thank you. Are there any consent items my colleagues would like to pull?
Not for me.
Okay, any comments from the public?
We have 3 speakers, but 2 of them are for C4, so we'll move that down. So we just have the 1 speaker for C6, and that is Marcy Bond.
Hello? Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, so I'm once again going to be talking a little bit about expenditures, because I'm concerned about expenditures. And I'm just wondering why exactly the city needs this traffic study. I realize it's part 2, but it's another $154,000. We are looking at a structural, when we are looking at a structural budget shortfall. And that is more than concerning. We should be cutting back on any unnecessary spending until we have our finances in order. And before any says that $154,000 is not that much compared to the overall budget, then I suggest, I wonder how you would feel about taking that out of your own pocket and tell me how little it is, because you can bleed out from either 1,000 little cuts or a punctured artery. One may not be as noticeable as the other, but it doesn't stop it from happening if you do nothing about it. So I really am concerned about our budget, and when I see these expenses and I'm not even sure what they're for and why we're doing it, it would be nice to have more information, but is this really a necessity? Thank you. I yield my time.
Can Public Works Director speak to that?
Thank you for this question that was brought forth by Mrs. Bond. The City Council directed staff to conduct the traffic management program in this neighborhood a while back. It was in 2019, and it's happening in several phases. Phase 1 was already completed, and the goal right now is to assess the results and the impact of all the improvements that happened as part of Phase 1, and then move us gradually into the implementation of Phase 2 by holding several outreach meetings with the neighbors in the area, the residents in the area, and present various pedestrian and bicycle safety enhancements to the residents and get their opinion on how they feel about it and what the best options are. So that's the purpose of this traffic management study. But once again, this is something that was requested by a majority of the residents in the area, and it was authorized by the City Council a while back.
Thank you. And I know that neighbors from the Rancho Higuera neighborhood have really been impacted by cut-through traffic during peak hours, and I was actually struck in that area as well. So I understand the need for the study.
That is exactly correct.
Thank you. Anyone else have any comments? Okay, thank you. Okay. City Clerk, are we good? I think we can.
Ready to entertain a motion for consent items C1 to C3 and C5 to C10, all but C4. And we have a motion from Councilmember Vera, a second by Councilmember McMorrin. Let's do this. Okay. Please vote. All members have voted. That motion passes unanimously.
Okay.
So next we have what was item C4, which is now an action item.
You ready?
Good evening, Council. For the sake of the public, I am Tevis Barnes, Housing and Human Services Director. Tonight before the Council is a recommendation to take one of two actions. First, to approve an amendment to an existing professional services agreement with Healthcare in Action for street-based medical services for our unhoused residents in the amount not to exceed $400,000 for the time of performance from February 1st, 25 through January 31st, 2026, or to approve an amendment to the existing professional services agreement with Healthcare in Action for street-based medical services for unhoused residents in an amount not to exceed $574,665 for the time of performance from February 1st through January 31, 26, to include the integration of a behavioral health services component. I believe during the presentation from Healthcare in Action, they were able to profile for the council the work that they were able to accomplish over the first year of their contract. And they also highlighted the necessity of why they were requesting to expand their contract to include a behavioral health services component. I did mention to council at the time that we utilize the LOVE team to identify folks who may be in crisis. The mobile crisis team will respond and help deal with the crisis, stabilize the person, and provide some level of aftercare. But for ongoing care, we utilize Healthcare in Action to meet with the individual on a regular basis to help the individual secure any medication that may be required, and also to help connect them with more professional care to help them deal with any behavioral health issues. We're noting that a lot of our unhoused neighbors are dealing with a great deal of trauma, and we believe this component will help those individuals, and that enables them to function better so that they can secure the paperwork they need for services, and also to secure housing. So we believe council has enough information for your deliberations of how you want to approach the renewal of this contract. Healthcare in Action is still here if there are any additional questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from council?
Thank you, Mayor. Can you just reiterate or clarify what is what the current protocol is with regard to behavioral health issues when you encounter them? I think I'm unclear about exactly how this change would be different. And then my second question, just to give you all of them at once, would be, is there an urgency to the ask, and beyond obviously our homelessness crisis, which is an emergency in and of itself, beyond that, is there an urgency, or is this something that we could wrap into our budget conversations that we're about to have? Thank you.
So I'm going to address the first part of your question. So when we conduct mainly our proactive outreach to our unhoused, meaning that it's not when we receive a call, it's just we literally rove the city looking for folks who appear to be unhoused, and we offer services to them. If it is noted by our LOVE team that a person appears to be dealing with some behavioral health issues, they will take note of that based upon their interaction. If the individual appears to be in crisis, they will ask the mobile crisis team to come and work with that individual to help deal with that crisis. The mobile crisis team will then provide some level of aftercare to follow up with that individual, but they do not provide ongoing care. We would then bring in Healthcare in Action to begin establishing that relationship and to take that person on as a client if they are willing, so that they could do a more thorough investigation, an analysis of their condition, help connect them with other services in psychiatric or behavioral care, and if there's a medication component, help them with securing their medication, help them making sure they're taking it on a regular basis, and also if they need to do any renewals. So that function is more long-term with the individual. With regards to the level of urgency, there is no level of urgency. We could look at it during the budget, but we would have to, depending on your actions tonight, because their contract is due to expire, so we would need to renew their contract at one of the options. What would happen if, depending on the option that council selects, we would have to come back a second time to amend the amendment. And so there really isn't any urgency, but we would, depending on the direction the council takes tonight, we could possibly have to come back to do an amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, that's helpful. Appreciate that, Director Barnes. And then finally, are there county resources like the Department of Mental Health that the city already plugs into or can plug into with those ongoing behavioral health challenges? Like, are there resources there, or is this filling a need that really isn't provided in any other part of our local government? Thank you.
You know, I'm going to be frank, largely a lot of what we do internally is because we cannot find it outside of our city or at the level that our city would like to provide that service. The county does offer similar service, but a person could find themselves waiting for months. And if you're in crisis or you need mental health care, it's not good that you wait for months.
Thank you, that's all for me. Thanks.
Councilmember McMorrin? Nothing? Okay. Councilmember Rivera?
Yes, please. Tevis, thank you so much. Just for clarification, what is the second amount, the correct amount in the staff report on the printed portion? It has 594,738, and you have 574,665. Which one would be the correct amount?
My apologies. It is 574,665.
So then the one in the printed is misprint.
Yes, that is a typo. My apologies.
Okay. All right. No problem. I just want clarification. All right. Thank you so much. That's it, Mayor.
Vice Mayor.
I don't know if this is an easy, straightforward answer, but what percentage do we get reimbursed from Medi-Cal?
You know, that question did come up. First, not everyone's eligible for Medi-Cal, and many of our unhoused folks are not. Also, too, we may, in Healthcare in Action, if you need to jump in, you can. We can, in certain situations, especially if folks are going into treatment, we can apply for an emergency medical account, but that can take months. I'm going to turn it over to Melanie.
Thank you so much again, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. So to answer your question, Medi-Cal does pay a portion of the services that we cover, so that's not hidden at all. And then there's a certain portion which the city contracts support as well. And so, as you know, we have our staffing, we have our mobile medical van, and we also offer a plethora of services to patients such as specialty access. Right now we're looking to bring on behavioral health. We supply, if patients don't have the funding to pay for their medications or food, or we have transportation services for patients as well. So there's a host of services that we offer to be able to support the patient and get back on their feet and fully functioning. And so there is a portion of our services that is paid for through Medi-Cal, and that's probably about 45 to 50%. It's a very, very low reimbursement rate compared to your traditional brick and mortar office clinic, as more health plans are starting to recognize street medicine as a service line. But it is nowhere near compared to our brick and mortar, how we go into the doctor's office. Nothing compared to that. It's significantly lower than that. And so of our operational costs, that covers probably about 45, almost 50% of our operational costs.
Is this estimate not to exceed 574? Is that 45% assumed in the estimate, or?
I would say the cost of the entire team is somewhere around 1.3 to 1.4 million. And that is, again, inclusive of our medical van that goes out and our team and all costs associated with that, labor as well. And so we're able to build our health plan for a little bit of that, and then the additional money comes from such contracts as Culver City. And so would it be inclusive? Yes, I would say it's inclusive. Sorry to not answer your question directly.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Look, what I'm seeing on the street in Culver City, we've done an incredible job bringing in folks who are able to help themselves, in the sense, accept services, and even some who are service resistant through our persistence and our compassionate outreach. We've been able to pull in a few more, but there's some folks that, you know, they need even more, and that's this behavioral health element to continue that rapport. So I know that we're trying to be budget conscious, but at the same time, as a city, without these services that we're providing, then we're gonna, you know, cease our improvements that we've been witnessing in regard to homelessness. So I'm looking to move forward with option 2, if someone would like to.
I'm sorry, Mayor, we have some speakers.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just keep pressing ahead.
I know. We have 2
Everyone here's-
speakers for this.
You got my opinion.
First, we have Jean Black.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. This was a really great staff report. I really appreciated reading it. It has details about the services provided, the model for services, the staffing. It shows utilization for a specified number of people. And frankly, it's a lot better than the data that we've received from our other contracted service providers. Healthcare in Action provides the best value added because it's staffed by clinicians who have a greater scope of practice than our other teams, in addition to having peer navigators. And also, as been mentioned, they are a Medi-Cal contractor, so at least a portion of their expenses are paid by the state, and so we're only supplementing that instead of paying the full cost. Being able to provide trauma-informed care seems really important, and I think that getting the continuity of care and transportation from the county isn't a realistic expectation, and this could be much more effective. I'm a little confused because the staff report mentioned a physician and a behavioral health specialist as being part of the current staff, and this would be adding a behavioral health specialist. But generally, even if that was not quite accurate, I think adding a behavioral health specialist would enable them to provide holistic case management, and Urban Alchemy and Exodus are supposed to be providing case management also, and so I hope that maybe we could look at trimming those contracts if we approve these, because this appears to be a more effective model. Thank you.
And next, we have Melissa Sanders.
Hi again. I would like to know if Health in Action is a federally qualified health center. Can someone answer that real quick? Yes? No?
No, we are not a federally qualified health center.
Great. So this is why part of the problem is amazing work that they're doing, and it's important that we keep wraparound services. They're not getting the full reimbursement as it would be owed for our unhoused population, including behavioral health and other things. If you work with a federally qualified health center, something like Venice Family Clinic, who is the pioneer for street medicine, we would not be paying as much out of pocket. Bottom line. And as much as they've been doing a great job, I suggest that you look at some other options. So again, if you want to keep this amazing program running in Culver City, which I agree is amazing, but it is bleeding us dry. We have a budget in free fall, and I would hate to see something this great go away, but we need to get money back. So you guys need to look at the options. Federal health qualified health centers is one of them. We need to look at every table. We need to look at other things. You guys are spending way too much money on things that you could be spending virtually nothing on. Please postpone.
Thank you, Melissa. We'll take that into consideration.
Do you, what is it that takes to be federally qualified?
Yeah, so it's a pretty extensive process, which we started, and unfortunately we were not recommended to move forward just because of our structure, in the way that, just because of how our structure is set up with our physicians and how our physicians and our clinicians are set up in our system. So we're looking at it as another option, but unfortunately we were not recommended this past year to move forward.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. That was our final speaker.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, I'll second your motion to approve 2, 3, and 4 of the agenda items.
2, 3, and 4. What are 3 and 4?
It's just 2 is we approve the amendment to existing professional service agreement with Healthcare in Action for a street-based medical service for unhoused residents, the amount not to exceed $574,665 for the time of performance from 2/1/25 through 1/31/26, to include the integration of behavioral health services, authorize the city attorney to review, prepare necessary documents, and then 4 is authorize city manager to execute such documents on behalf of the city.
So that's my motion, seconded by Councilmember Rivera.
Okay. Please vote. All members have voted, and the motion passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you. Before we get into the rest of the action items, I was alerted that tomorrow our County Board of Supervisors is going to discuss and make decisions on the topic of a pause on rent increases and eviction moratorium. I think it'd be good for us to get that resolution, whatever that may be, as information before we discuss it here, so we have everything before us. So I would like to have consent from my colleagues to move it to the very next meeting on the calendar.
I'd like to still have the conversation if we're able, as the county is instructive, but we have in previous instances led in areas that have supported and been a beacon for the county and the city of Los Angeles. So I'm very, the reason why I agendize this is to be sensitive to folks who are struggling due to the recent wildfires. And while 2 weeks might not seem like a lot for us sitting up here with housing security, I think for folks who might be struggling, I think if possible, I would enjoy having the conversation. So I don't know if we're going to take a vote.
Okay, thank you. My request is, because the supervisors will hopefully enact measures tomorrow that we would be a part of as a partner city in the county, and which includes rental assistance, I have heard. So once we have all that information, we'd be able to make a more informed decision on if we want to do more or just accept what the county is putting forward. That's the reason I'm asking to wait until the very next meeting to hear this.
Want to just vote on it, Mayor?
I'm sorry?
You want to just vote on it? I agree with it. I think it's best to have all the information in front of us, but I don't know, there's 3 nodding heads to move forward with it, or you want to vote on moving forward or not?
If council is amenable to having a special meeting as it pertains to this, I'd be open to that. If you're, I don't know, folks' schedule for this week, since we're looking to the county, although we are an independent jurisdiction and their jurisdiction is over the unincorporated areas, while it is instructive for what happens, in the county. But I would like to move quickly on this. This is something I agendized, feels like a while ago now. We only meet every other week. And again, just to emphasize the urgency of this item. Thanks.
I'm open to a special meeting or waiting to the next meeting, but I would like to see what the county does, because it will affect how my decision-making process. But a special meeting is fine.
Yeah, I mean, if that's what it takes, but I mean, we've got the community conversation tomorrow night, we've got budget Monday and Tuesday next week, so we're,
Are folks available on Wednesday?
Wednesday night. I'm checking my
I
calendar.
believe I am.
I'm checking my calendar.
We have a meeting next Monday.
Yes.
Can we incorporate it in that meeting?
Yeah. Yeah. Let's put it at the front of that meeting.
Okay.
Does that work?
Is that okay?
Are folks not available on the 5th, or is that not enough time to look at what the county is doing?
There is a
If the-
planning commission meeting here on Wednesday,
At what time?
7 o'clock.
Could we do it at 5?
I'm not available on Wednesday.
Oh, you're not available. Could folks do Friday?
Yes.
Negative on my part. I'll be out of town up north, so, I mean, Friday or Monday, I don't know what the huge difference is. I'm willing to do Monday prior to 3 o'clock meeting. You can come in an hour earlier on Monday, stay an hour later.
The regularly scheduled budget meeting does start at 3, so we could start at 3, and then we
Yeah.
could just notice it.
Can I get 3 nodding heads for Monday at 3? Okay.
I'm sorry. Can we get nodding heads?
I'd like to talk tonight, but if we don't have consensus for that, we don't have it. So,
No nodding heads? Yes? Okay, we will add it to
Thank you.
the March 3rd agenda. So that is item A5. Will not be heard. We will see you on Monday.
so what time would the budget meeting be then?
It begins at 3 p.m. And so we'll do that prior to.
So it would just be agendized with the budget meeting?
Correct.
Okay,
Yeah, because it's a regular meeting anyway.
gotcha, thanks.
Next up, we have action item A1, which is the appointment of a planning commissioner to fill vacant seat number 4 for an unexpired full term through June 30th, 2028. And I'll give you a brief background. On January 27th, I brought a staff report regarding this vacancy and asked council how they would like to direct staff to move forward, either through looking at a targeted pool, a broad pool, waiting until the next regular annual recruitment period, or there's another way. Anyway, so you guys directed me to consider the targeted pool of the people who applied in 2024 for appointment in June of 2024. There were 10 people who had applied in June. One person was appointed. The person who was appointed is the person who had to resign because he moved out of town. That left that was 9 people. We asked all of the applicants who had not been appointed to another body already, and I believe 2 of them had. And so there were not that many. There were only 6. And then we received from several of our applicants that they did not want to be considered again, and that left 4. And this morning, the 4th applicant, Dennis Park, withdrew. So there is a choice of 3 applicants: Andrew Flores, Alexander Van Galen, and Edward Sim, who are, and Edward Sim was someone who had applied because our commission, board, and committee application is available all year round. He had applied prior to January 27th, and council directed us to include him in the mix. So we actually have Mr. Flores, Mr. Van Galen, and Mr. Sim, I believe, as speaker requests that we can call if you want any more information. And I request that the City Council appoint someone to the Planning Commission to fill vacant seat number 4 for an unexpired term through June 30th, 2028. And there are 5 speakers, 3 of whom are the applicants.
Mayor, can I ask a quick question? And I know the importance of filling the seat, and I don't know if it came from Planning Commission itself or staff members, but what strikes me is that there's really no gender diversity here. We have 3 male applicants, and I don't know, I think it would better serve the city, I mean, after thinking about it, opening up to a broader pool, and I don't know the urgency of appointing another commissioner at this point. I just think opening it up to get some gender diversity would be something I think might be beneficial. That's it, Mayor.
Any comment? Okay, so you looking for nodding heads?
Yes, please.
Okay.
So I'd just like to lift up here, since we're not hearing from the public, I think the irony is really in the room, as the prior planning commission, whom this seat was vacated by, was a woman of color who was not reappointed by the previous council for a male applicant. So I think it's very ironic in February of 2025 that now there is a huge push for gender diversity when the gender diversity was present and ready and willing to serve last June, but the value was not present at that time. So I'm just...
No irony on my part, council
Okay.
member.
So I'd like to hear the applicants today, if that's possible.
I'll second that.
It's just whether or not there's, all right.
Are we ready to hear from the speakers?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Can we hear from the
the non-candidates first. Is that okay?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Our first speaker is Ron Ostrin with 1 minute seated by Leslie Ostrin. Not currently seeing Ron Ostrin online. Ron, if you're online, please reach out to the clerk. Our next speaker is Janine Wisnowski-Stalen.
Hi there. I was really interested in this because, as you know, I spoke earlier, if you were paying attention, about transparency and accountability. And the reason why I'm up here now is because here we have a potential person who could be in this position until 2028, which is a long time. I was commissioner for 8 full years. It's a long time. This position has been vacant for 4 months already. So I'm confused about why we're suddenly in a hurry to fill this position now when we have June coming up in our regular cycle. So I think it'd be more appropriate for council to wait until the regular June commission appointment time to make this assignment. And in other words, since there were no rush in the last 4 months, why is there urgency now? And I'm also troubled by the limited outreach in this process. We all want transparency and outreach. We want more people to be involved in city government. Yes, more women. Yes, more people of color. Yes, yes, yes. And by only reaching out to the prior applicants, the council, the city has probably accidentally created an unfair and extremely opaque process. So this is the opposite of transparency and accountability and inclusivity in our local government, which we should prioritize. So let's wait. Thank you.
Expired. Thank you.
That was all of the non-applicants, so now we have the applicants.
Our first speaker is Alexander Van Galen, followed by Andrew Flores.
Hello. Thank you for your consideration. My name is Alexander Van Galen. I'm an attorney, an architect, and a city planner with an office here in Culver City. Most of my work involves representing architects and homeowners before city bodies such as city planning commissions and other jurisdictions beyond Culver City to help get their visions out and to make the city and the built environment a better place for all. I don't have any work in Culver City or any clients in Culver City, so there's no conflict of interests there or potentially there. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have, and I see the balance of my time. Thank you.
Mr. Van Galen, good question. Just to you talked a little bit about your expertise. What is your expertise in the field and some of your duties right now?
Right now, I have my own office. I'm representing clients before the Department of City Planning in Los Angeles and the City Planning Department in Beverly Hills, mostly dealing with single-family residential. Personally, I would like to see more multifamily if we can get it and zoned appropriately for those places to help with the housing crisis. Yeah, I see the role of the Planning Commission to be one of interpretation of the city plan and to make sure that projects and developments are done in accordance to that plan.
And I would make the assumption that you have extensive knowledge then, and you say it's a land use consultant in land use and the do's and don'ts and sort of, I know it's a complex sort of animal.
Yes, I do. That is my expertise. That and building codes. So I deal with this every day, and I do nothing else.
Okay. All right, sir. And if you were to be chosen, you'd have the amount of time to focus and to be able to do this position?
Yes, I do.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Apologies, Mayor. May I just ask a quick question?
Yeah.
And I'm going to ask this to your other fellow candidates, but thanks to my colleague, Councilmember McMorrin's suggestion, we adjourned our last council meeting in honor of UCLA professor and researcher Donald Shoup, who spent his life researching the impacts of parking policy. That's a subject you'll be asked to opine on a lot on the Planning Commission. His work led to cities across the country, including ours, abolishing parking minimums in 2022. How do you view parking policy? Can you speak about the relationship to housing affordability, climate change, accessibility, safe streets, all the things that it affects? How do you view it through your lens? Thank you.
Well, I see parking minimum requirements as most likely detrimental to the environment and city life. Of course, in a perfect world, we'd all be walking everywhere, but that's not the case. We've developed a car-dependent society for ourselves, and that's the reality. And a lot of businesses require the parking to operate, unfortunately, in the city. In terms of being a planning commissioner, it's not to the planning commission to determine what the policy should be necessarily. It's to interpret the existing policies given to them. And I could see a future where there are less parking requirements and even parking maximums. If that would be the case, you would have no objection from me.
Thank you for the time.
Thank you.
One more.
Yep. How would you ensure that voices of residents are included in the planning process?
Outreach. I would make sure that the notifications are going out appropriately, and if they're not, that hearings be delayed accordingly. I deal with that on my professional projects currently, where sometimes notices don't get out in time, and the best course of action then is to delay, get the memo out to all interested parties, and work with them towards the best resolution for all.
Thank you. Planning, zoning can sometimes be complicated and jargon can be really complex. What kind of strategies would you use to, talk to the public in layman terms and make it really accessible?
First thing I would do is get rid of acronyms, if at all possible. They tend to obfuscate, and not to use words like obfuscate if you can avoid it. It doesn't help anybody. Yeah, plain language.
Great. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Andrew Flores, followed by Edward Sim.
Ready?
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, staff, neighbors, and friends. My name's Andrew Flores. I'm honored and humbled to be here as an applicant for Planning Commission. I stand before you today, a dedicated planning practitioner with nearly 2 decades of experience, an engaged community member, and a proud resident of Culver City for over 10 years. My dedication to the planning profession is recognized by my earned membership in the American Institute of Certified Planners, election by peers from across the country to serve as treasurer of the American Planning Association Latinos in Planning Division, which will be celebrating their 20th anniversary at the upcoming National Planning Conference in Denver, and also by appointment by the American Planning Association Board of Directors to serve as a member of the Planning Officials Committee. My involvement in Culver City has been hands-on, as is detailed in my application, from attending and participating in General Plan 2045 discussions, zoning code update meetings, and Planning Commission hearings, to completing Leadership Culver City, joining Culver City Sister City Committee, and being a very active parent volunteer at El Rincon Elementary. And I cede the rest of my time.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from my colleagues?
Thank you, Mr. Flores. Same question to you about parking policy. How do you view it through your lens and impacts on housing affordability, climate change, accessibility, anything else that you see that parking impacts, and how you would use your role as planning commissioner in that regard? Thanks.
As you mentioned, the recent passing of Professor Shoup, I've never had the honor of meeting him or taking a class by him, but his impact in the profession has been pretty profound. There are a number of a career and lifelong work of writings, one of which is a zoning practice written in 2020. And it talks about the current state we are in with cars and parking. There were decisions that were made very early on in planning, early 20th century, and there are decisions that we can make now to change that course. And so when it comes to parking reforms, I'm in support of parking reforms that reduce the cost of building, particularly for housing, that reduce energy consumption, air pollution, and carbon emissions, and I'm in support of parking reforms that reduce congestion and improve the quality of life in our community.
Any other questions?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Flores. In what you just said about the parking, how do you think that can be achieved in reducing the congestion, reducing cost by limiting parking, or?
There are a number of ways. It is definitely I'm a land use planner, and there's a transportation expertise. And so I have been studying on the topic. I've been meeting with an informal group known as the Parking Reform Network. And one of the things that they have accessible for planning commissioners and for council members alike is called Green Trip Connect. And so it is a up and running website where you can plug in a proposed building, and there are options there. You put in the number of units for housing, for residential, as well as the number of parking spaces that are required by ordinance. And then they've developed a type of certification that you can implement policies or have the developer look at that reduces their cost to build, but also improves the transportation options of that development.
Okay, and you in reading here, in terms of time-wise, you're able to commit the time necessary if you do get?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Flores.
Councilman, you have anything? Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you for your application, Mr. Flores, and for your involvement in the community. Are there any particular planning challenges or opportunities in our community that you think the commission should prioritize?
I definitely agree when it comes to community engagement outreach as well as plain language, that is definitely a value. That's something that I kind of practice professionally, and it was something that I would bring to the position of planning commissioner.
Great. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Edward Sim. Not seeing them in the chamber or online.
Okay. I think then I would like to request a name, and then we've only got 3 candidates, 2 present, and we can see how many of us agree. No one?
I can I can start us off. I really appreciate both you, Mr. Flores, and Mr. Van Galen, and Mr. Sims for applying. Thank you for all the time it takes to, put yourself out there. And this is a really important role for the city, help shape our communities, help shape how we get around, how we live, how many people get to experience the resources that our city gets to provide. I was particularly impressed by how thorough Mr. Flores' application was, and the fact that he's a certified planner, works for the county, so I feel like has a really good understanding of many different levels of government, and is really, really, really involved in local government here, or in the city, both in city life and in the various commissions and boards, and has been to several meetings regarding the general plan and a bunch of the other things. So I was impressed with his application.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman McMorrin?
Thanks. Appreciate everyone for reconsidering applying for this committee, for folks who made it, the 3 who made it through to this evening, for the folks who are willing to engage in questions and provide comments this evening. I, too, appreciate Mr. Flores' commitment to Culver City and willingness to serve. And I'm very impressed by Mr. I'll just say Mr. Alex, I don't want to butcher your last name. Mr. Alex's vision for, very clear vision for what the city could be doing, and seems to be comprehensive understanding of vision of moving forward. So while I don't think that there are any wrong choices here, I was just for City Clerk, I was just kicked out of the meeting, but I think I'm back. Okay, I'm back. That's weird. But I don't think there are any wrong choices with what's before us due to folks' background and professional affiliations and just skills. So I don't think we have any poor choices here. But if I had to just, in the moment, sort of lean one way or another, I'd be more inclined to support Mr. Alex's application this evening. But again, I don't think we would be in poor hands with Mr. Flores either. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch which one that you're more inclined with? Van Galen? Okay, thank you. Councilmember Vera.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for all the applicants. Mr. Flores, your package is extensive, as well as Mr. Van Galen. I think Mr. Van Galen, for me, would bring a balanced approach, which I think is always good across the board. So I would be voting for or choosing Mr. Van Galen. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple quick questions for the city clerk. Is the process that we're going through right now, is it unusual?
No, not
Okay.
at all. Every council during interim appointments, recruitments, gets to choose how they want to approach the recruitment. And there have been many cases where it was from a targeted pool, many cases where they asked for a broader pool of the previous annual applicants who weren't yet seated, because you can only sit on one body at a time. And there have been other instances where they pushed it to the next year's annual recruitment, and also there were several times when they just said, go out and redo it. And that usually was with a very large number of vacancies across multiple commissions, boards, and commission bodies.
Thank you. And then what is the gender parity on the commission as of right now, minus the?
It's all male, right? 3 male, 1 female.
Thank you. I do want to plus one for Councilwoman McMorrin's comment about the former commissioner, or woman of color, who was replaced not by another female woman of color, and there wasn't much of a reaction or concern for replacing her with another woman of color. Given this, the choices before us tonight, although the process isn't perfect, and I know that we'll have more opportunities down the road in June for other commissions and committees, but appreciate both of the candidates who showed up and for all the candidates who applied. Do appreciate Mr. Alex's experience and background, as well as Mr. Flores's. I know that he has applied a couple times and is very active in the community. So I would be leaning towards Mr. Flores on this one. Thank you, Mayor.
And Vice Mayor, just so everyone is aware that the person in seat number 2, Andrew Reilman, actually, his second term expires this June 30th. So there's going to be another vacancy for which recruitment will occur on a global scale.
Great. So that will be in the June.
Right. We'll start April.
Thanks for that clarification. Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you to all the candidates, as always. You know, you put yourself out there, and it's really important for our community members to know that there's a way to get involved, and this is a great way to do it. And always encourage those that don't get selected to try again or try another body if they have the interest. Obviously, Mr. Flores, Mr. Van Galen have great resumes in kind of the planning and building, background. And one thing that really caught my ear when Mr. Van Galen was asked about the parking minimum, it was his quick response in understanding that his job is to uphold the policies of the city. I believe we have no parking minimums, so that's not a problem. It's whether or not a project is buildable, financeable with whatever parking numbers they have. So I appreciate that perspective and the fluency with how he responded to many questions. So I'm going to put my vote behind Mr. Van Galen.
Would someone like to entertain a motion to make the appointment? We have a motion by Councilmember Vera, and that is to appoint Alexander Van Galen. I'm sorry, I can't understand you.
Yeah, no, nothing. I said the wrong name. Is Alexander. I said Andrew instead.
Oh, so Alexander Van Galen. Okay. We have a motion. Do I have a second?
I can second.
We have a second by Mayor O'Brien. Please vote. All members have voted. That motion passes unanimously. Congratulations to Mr. Van Galen, and we will be in touch.
CFO Soger, if you can get to this in just 2 minutes, please. Kidding.
Would that I could. But I think this item deserves a detailed discussion. I'm not going to read all 600 pages of the budget book, so don't worry about that. But we do have quite a
Next
few
week.
slides to go over. So, good evening, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. I'm Lisa Soger, the Chief Financial Officer, and I'm here to present both the unaudited year-end general fund numbers for fiscal year 2023-2024 and the mid-year budget for fiscal year 2024-2025. Before I begin, I'd like to thank Elizabeth Shavelson, our Assistant CFO, and Michael Towler, our Finance Manager, who are here with me tonight, and the rest of the finance staff for helping put all of these reports together. And it's a lot of moving pieces and numbers and trying to get everything into a cohesive package that we can present to you. The first part of the presentation examines the general fund at the end of the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2024. The auditors are still working on finalizing the numbers and are anticipated to be complete with their work at the end of March. Next slide, please. The general fund revenue for fiscal year 23-24 was $178.4 million, almost $20 million more than the previous fiscal year. This pie chart provides an overview of general fund revenue, showing how much each revenue category contributes to the total. The largest contributor to Culver City's general fund revenue was sales tax at 23%. Business license tax came in second at 18%. Utility users tax and property tax both make up 9%. Real property transfer tax dropped to 4% in 23-24 due to declines in property sales. Next slide, please. So I'll go quickly, but I do want to touch on several of the revenue categories in more detail, looking at a 10-year history. So sales tax includes Bradley Burns Uniform Local Sales Tax, Measure C, Measure CC, and Public Safety Sales Tax revenues. In fiscal year 2014-2015, sales tax receipts were approximately $27 million. Measure CC, formerly Measure Y, a half-cent tax, was approved by voters in November 2012 and took effect in April 2013. Voters extended its sunset date to 2033. Culver City voters approved Measure C, an additional quarter-cent sales tax, in November 2019. The graph shows an additional increase in revenue in the following years. In fiscal year 23-24, sales tax receipts were $41.2 million, which represents a roughly $1.2 million decrease from the prior year due to continued cooling in several sectors, including auto sales, service stations, business and industry, and general consumer goods. Next slide, please. Business license tax ended the year at $31.3 million, which exceeded the prior year by $12.6 million. The increase is tied to the new business tax rates that were adopted by voters in November 2022 and the significant efforts of the city's consultant, HDL, on business license compliance. Next slide, please. Transient occupancy tax receipts continue to recover from the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. In fiscal year 2020-2021, TOT dropped to $3.1 million. Fiscal year 21-22 revenue came in at $8.8 million, which was higher than pre-pandemic numbers. And TOT for the prior fiscal year was $12.5 million. So things have significantly recovered, and we're seeing that continue. Next slide, please. The chart for real property transfer tax shows the mercurial nature of this revenue source. The spike in fiscal year 21-22 reflects significant commercial sales, including March of that fiscal year, where we had the receipts for that month were $17.5 million because there was one large commercial property that sold. So revenues in this category dropped to $7.4 million due to slow property sales, reflecting rising interest rates and other economic stressors. Next slide, please. This chart shows a comparison of the actual revenue for fiscal year 23-24 with the revised budget for the fiscal year. Even though several categories did not meet projections, including real property transfer tax, sales tax, and charges for services, overall revenues exceeded the revised budget. The higher than predicted strength of business license tax more than made up for the shortfalls, and revenues ended more than $16 million higher than predicted. Next slide, please. General fund expenditures for fiscal year 23-24 were $180.4 million, which were almost $30 million more than the previous year. This chart compares actual general fund expenditures for fiscal year 23-24 in the third column of numbers, compared with both the adopted budget and the revised budget for the fiscal year. Many expenditures approved in the adopted budget and by other council actions included in the revised budget were not completed by the end of the fiscal year, and the budget associated with them has been carried over to the current year. These include the homeless services programs at Project Home Key, Wellness Village, and motel leasing that did not ramp up until midway through the year. The increase in non-departmental actual expenditures includes a $6 million transfer to the self-insurance fund to maintain sufficient reserves per our policies. Next slide, please. This pie chart shows actual general fund expenditures by category. At 66%, personnel costs are clearly the largest piece. The capital expenses here do not reflect general fund amounts transferred to CIP projects. Those are reflected, seen in the transfers piece of the pie, but rather these are smaller projects that are handled within department operating accounts. Next slide, please. The city started fiscal year 23-24 with almost $153.4 million in fund balance. This number was based on the city's audited annual financial report for fiscal year 22-23. Based on revenues and expenditures for the fiscal year, the unaudited financials predict an ending fund balance of $151.4 million. Expenditures exceeded revenues by approximately $2 million. During the budget process for the current fiscal year, staff predicted that the deficit would be approximately $18 million. Instead, as I mentioned before, several programs and projects were delayed, so $13.9 million of what was budgeted has been carried forward into the current year, and that's reflected in our encumbered contracts and carryovers of those council-approved funding projects. Next slide, please. Based on the unaudited numbers, the city started the current fiscal year with approximately $15.9 million in unassigned general fund balance. The council appropriated $18.3 million in the adopted budget for fiscal year 23-24 to cover the projected budget shortfall, to fund one-time budget enhancements, and to transfer to CIP projects. Of that, $13.3 million came from this unassigned general fund balance. We'll go over the general fund reserves in more detail at the end of the mid-year presentation. Next slide, please. Now we're going to move on to the mid-year report for fiscal year 24-25. We will examine the current fiscal year budget through December 31st, 2024, which is the halfway point, and to review the proposed mid-year budget adjustments. Again, we will focus mainly on the general fund, but we'll talk briefly about our internal service funds and our enterprise funds. Next slide, please. This first table, which is very small on the screen, and I apologize, I've tried to put in as many graphs as possible, but sometimes we need the numbers. Oh, thank you. This first chart shows general fund revenues through the end of December as compared with the prior fiscal year. Some taxes have been consolidated into one line item for this chart, but they are detailed in the written report. I will go through some of the individual revenue streams in a moment. It's important to note that many tax revenue categories are received in arrears, so that the percentages at the end of December are not at 50%, and that is normal. Sales tax revenue, as an example, flows through the state and is received after the close of a quarter. Most property taxes are received from LA County in January and May, after the payment due dates in December and April. Most business license tax payments are made at the end of February, so they would not be captured in the first 6 months of the year. As of December 31st, 2024, the city had received $5.4 million less in revenue than during the same period in the previous fiscal year. Some revenue categories are projected to increase and others to be reduced. We are projecting overall revenues to decrease by approximately $2.6 million compared to the adopted budget by year end. Next slide, please. Okay, so I'm going to do a little bit of detail on some of the revenue sources where we're expecting some difference. And we'll start with property taxes. Secured property taxes make up part of this category, and they are on track to meet projections. The pass-through increment that the city receives after the enforceable obligations of the successor agency to the Culver City Redevelopment Agency are paid down has been increasing in recent years as the debt service on the bonds is diminishing. Based on this and the numbers from last year, staff is projecting an increase of $1 million in this category. Next slide, please. I think we saw this at one of the last meetings when we were looking at our revenue reports on Measure C, Measure CC, and Measure RE. And the chart for real property transfer tax shows the decreasing numbers that we've been seeing in this revenue source. That, again, you can see that spike in 21-22 where the receipts were over $32 million, which reflected a large amount of real estate transactions, including commercial properties that we are not seeing now. During the past 2 years, sales of property in the city have slowed substantially, due mostly to high interest rates and inflation, which are dampening the real estate market. Revenue in this category did not meet budget projections in the prior fiscal year, just coming in slightly under $8 million. And based on revenue receipts of only $1.2 million for the first half of the fiscal year, staff is now revising this revenue estimate to $4 million instead of $8 million. So that's a $4 million decrease. Next slide, please. In the charts in the staff report, cannabis business tax is grouped together with business license tax, so it's kind of buried because it's small. The timing, as I mentioned, of business license renewals happens predominantly in January and February, so we don't have enough information at this point in the fiscal year to evaluate the the second year of the business tax rates that were approved in Measure BL. So we're not projecting changes to business license tax revenue currently, and we'll have more information as we get further along in the budget process. Cannabis tax, however, has been on a decline in the past 2 years. Revenues in fiscal year 22-23 were $1.26 million, which is down $640,000 from the prior year. They decreased another $800,000 in fiscal year 23-24. Based on this trend, low receipts in the first part of the current year, and the reduction of the distribution tax to 0%, staff is recommending further decreasing the estimated revenue for cannabis tax by another $350,000. Next slide, please. So this, as I mentioned before, sales tax includes Bradley Burns Uniform Local Sales Tax, Measure C, Measure CC, and Public Safety Sales Tax. And in this bar graph, we've broken out the three large components of that. The public safety sales tax is roughly around $500,000 every year. And we can see the effects. We're coming right out of the pandemic. Sales tax rebounded. Again, due to inflation and other economic stressors, that quick growth slowed significantly over the last few fiscal years. And receipts continue to be down in the current fiscal year. They've just been soft all along. And based on the information we're seeing from our city sales tax consultants at HDL, and again, a review of the actual receipts, this revenue is again projected to decrease by $1.2 million from the adopted budget. Next slide, please. Utility users tax on electricity continues to perform strongly due to a combination of increased power rates and a change in SCE's collection practice. It more than offsets projected declines in gas, telecommunications, and cable UUT. Staff is recommending increasing this estimate by $1 million based on last year's fiscal year's receipts and the numbers provided by the city's UUT consultant, Avenue. Next slide, please. Fines, forfeitures, and penalties is primarily comprised of red light camera violations, moving violations, and parking violations. The reductions are mostly due to staffing levels. The police department is currently filling existing vacancies, but based on the analysis of current activity and the timing to get staff on board, Finance recommends decreasing this projection for the current fiscal year by almost $1.3 million. Next slide, please. This table is a summary of the recommended mid-year revenue adjustments in more detail. It's worth noting that almost 70% of the general fund revenue sources are reliant upon business activity within the city, and so they are vulnerable to economic downturns. The combined revisions bring the general fund revenue projections for fiscal year 24-25 to a $2.6 million decrease. Next slide, please. At this point in fiscal year 24-25, departments have reviewed their expenditures and staffing levels and have made small requests to amend them. These requests are detailed in attachment 5 of the staff report. In the general fund, 3 positions are requested to be reclassified, and funding for some consultant services are recommended. These expenditures can be offset with savings in other line items and require no additional appropriations. Additionally, there are some pressing CIP projects related to city facilities that staff has requested projects for totaling $1.75 million. These CIPs can be funded specifically from the Facilities Planning Reserve and the Recreational Facilities Reserve. Next slide, please. So those CIPs in detail include $1.58 million recommended from the Facilities Planning Reserve, and they are further renovations for the City Council chamber, HVAC replacement in city facilities, Public Works building elevator repairs, office configurations in City Hall, and sewer pump replacements in city buildings. It's important to note that the city has a number of facilities throughout the city. They are all older and in need of repair and maintenance to extend their useful life. In 2019, the city commissioned a facility condition assessment, and that report, again, this is like 6 years ago, identified $20.4 million in immediate capital needs for city facilities. That number in the report says it would grow to $37.9 million in 10 years. Of course, some small things have been done, but certainly we haven't begun to address all of the needs that were identified. And I'm sure at this point, 6 years later, there are others. Next slide, please. A single project is proposed to be funded from the Recreational Facilities Reserve to restore the hillside at Culver City Park, and that's in the amount of $170,000. This project addresses safety, again, at another city property. Next slide, please. Internal service funds request include an increase to the equipment replacement fund in the amount of totaling $937,000, which includes 2 fire department advanced life support rescue vehicles. And the reason this is being asked for early is that there's a long lead time nationwide in getting fire department vehicles. And so to get in line, you often have to put money up front. Also included in this is 1 Public Works transfer station front loader and 1 PRCS lawnmower replacement. The other item here is for our equipment maintenance fund, which is an increase of $175,000, and it reflects higher prices for parts and repairs for the city's rolling stock. This cost is shared among various city departments, both in the general fund and in other funds that have vehicles in the fleet. Next slide, please. Enterprise funds requests include approximately $1 million to fund funding to capture the increased cost of trucking for trash disposal and waste processing costs related to a new agreement with outside hauling agencies. These costs should be entirely offset by revenue related to the new hauling agreement, which Council approved in a prior meeting. The municipal's bus line request of $180,100 primarily reflects funds for on-vehicle video equipment. And the reduction of almost $500,000 in the sewer enterprise fund reflects the closing out of 2 CIP projects that were completed years ago. So those funds can be unencumbered and made available for other uses. Next slide, please. As part of the mid-year budget, finance staff reviewed the city's existing CIPs, and we're doing this now. We've done this annually during the budget cycle, but we're now doing it in mid-year as well. At this time, 18 projects are recommended for closing because they were completed on time and under budget. All remaining funds totaling about $2.5 million in those projects will be unencumbered, including almost $1 million that can be returned to the general fund for use for other projects. And that is already reflected in the revenue chart in the mid-year report under interfund transfers in. And I will note that they're not on this slide, but there were 2 $2.5 million grants that were proposed in the budget for CIPs that are also being unencumbered because the city did not receive them. And within that, almost $1 million in Fund 420 were the matching funds that were related to those capital grants. Next slide, please. So since fiscal year 2016, revenues have been at or more than expenditures, and that changed last fiscal year, with expenditures outpacing revenues by $2 million. Expenditures are projected to be far greater than revenues in the current fiscal year. This $35 million delta is made up of council-approved expenditures in the current fiscal year, encumbrances and carryovers of approved expenditures from the prior year, and decreased revenue projections based on our analysis of the first 6 months. Next slide, please. Included in the staff report are several versions of the 10-year financial forecast. The base assumptions in the first scenario include current projected revenues and expenditures with modest inflators based on economic factors and history, full funding for the current homeless services, an assumed annual CIP expenditure of $5 million, again, to address some of those long-term city condition assessment needs, and a measured drawdown from the Pension Reserve Trust Fund to soften the city's unfunded accrued liability payments based on what the actuarial data we get from CalPERS about what our payments are going to be over the next 20 years. And the half-cent sales tax currently imposed by Measure CC sunsetting in 2033. The city will be required to continue to draw upon its reserves to fund the ongoing structural deficit. So in the first one, you can see sort of that's our baseline mid-year, and at the end of 10 years, the general fund reserves are projected to be at $10.4 million. So it's a lot of red for those 10 years in the first scenario. The second scenario has the same inputs as the first, with the removal of the expenditures attributed to Wellness Village in fiscal year 2027-2028 in anticipation of an affordable housing project on the site. In this scenario, the city will still need to draw upon reserves to fund the deficit, but to a lesser extent. General fund reserves are projected to be reduced to $46.2 million by the end of the 10 years in 34-35. And finally, the third scenario has the same assumptions as the second, but shows the impact of a potential quarter-cent sales tax measure taking effect in fiscal year 25-26. The new sales tax would eliminate the structural deficit in 2028, and that would be maintained until the sunset of Measure CC in 2033. So in this scenario, the city's general fund reserves are projected to be $109.4 million in fiscal year 34-35. Next slide, please. Finally, we look at the general fund balances. The city started the fiscal year with approximately $151.4 million in fund balance. That pot is made up of non-spendable, restricted, assigned, and committed reserves. The unassigned fund balance at the end of fiscal 23-24 was $15.9 million. Council made appropriations during the adopted budget to fund the structural budget shortfall, CIP projects, and one-time enhancements that used over $13 million of that balance, leaving a balance of $2.8 million. Total general fund reserves are projected to be $116 million at the end of the fiscal year. During budget preparation for the current fiscal year, the city projected the ending the prior year with an $18 million deficit. Delayed implementation of council-approved projects and programs meant that $13.9 million in contracts and carryovers were brought into the current fiscal year. This, combined with the approved budget for fiscal year 24-25, with its reliance upon reserves, yields a proposed net reduction of $35.3 million to fund balance. Next slide, please. General fund reserves are in several designated buckets as set by City Council policy. So let me just describe them a little bit for you. Non-spendable is not in cash. or it's contractually required to remain intact. So it's money that we're expecting, but we have not received yet, so we can't spend it. Restricted can only be used for specific purposes and represents, in this case, the city's Section 115 trust, which can only be used for pensions. Committed is made up of the 30% contingency reserved, which is to be used for emergencies, the facilities planning reserve for city facilities, and the recreation facilities reserve for parks, and the public safety equipment reserve. Assigned is where we show the encumbered contracts and carryovers from the prior fiscal year. And unassigned is what is available for easy appropriation by council. So the approved budget for the current fiscal year leaves only, as I mentioned, $2.8 million in unassigned fund balance. The recommended mid-year general fund appropriations, in addition, so this chart shows what was approved in the budget and what also would be approved in mid-year. And so there would be a further reduction to the facilities planning reserve of $1.58 million. That would leave $11.8 million in that reserve. And they would reduce the recreation facilities reserve by $170,000, leaving $1.6 million in that reserve. I do want to point out that during the budget adoption, staff estimated having $118.3 million in total fund balance at the end of the fiscal year. In this mid-year report, we are estimating a reduction in revenue of $2.5 million, which is reflected in the revised fund balance of $116 million here. Next slide, please. So that's the end of the numbers. And I do just want to point out that this is really now, as we do mid-year, we're launching right into budget. So I want to highlight some important milestones for the process for fiscal year 25-26. Finance will be sending budget documents to departments this week. Departments will present their work plans to City Council on March 3rd and 4th, so that's next Monday and Tuesday. The Finance Department will present the proposed budget to the Council in early May, and the departments and Finance will give a more detailed presentation of budgets on May 19th and 20th. The final budget public hearing and adoption is scheduled for the regular Council meeting on June 9th, and the public is invited to participate and share input at all these meetings. Next slide. And in addition to that, I want to make sure everybody is aware, and we will also be pushing this information out on other channels. I will be holding 2 community budget workshops, one on Tuesday, March 11th in the Rotunda Room at Veterans Memorial Building, and one on Wednesday, March 19th in Council Chambers. And I encourage anyone who wants to have a better understanding of municipal budgeting to join us. The more the merrier. Please come out.
What time are those?
7 o'clock, both.
Thank you.
So that concludes the formal presentation, and I'm happy to answer questions, but I want to point out that the actions that we're asking tonight are that you approve the amended blanket purchase orders in attachment number 3, the amended personnel position allocations in attachment number 4, and the budget amendments detailed in attachment 5. So
Thank you.
I am finished.
How many public comments do we have?
9.
Really? Okay. Okay. Questions, comments from council members?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the presentation, CFO Soger. Appreciate all the hard work that goes into those, and appreciate you answering some of my questions earlier today. So if I'm understanding your presentation correctly, basically this fiscal year we'll have a $35 million deficit, and am I seeing it correctly that essentially our uncommitted reserves are projected to be gone after this fiscal year, or in this or the next fiscal year?
The unassigned fund balance is projected to end the current fiscal year at $2.8 million. So based on what the trends we're seeing, if we're spending at the same rate that we're spending and we don't see changes in revenues, we would anticipate that those would be gone, and we would have to look at our other reserves to fund things.
Thank you. Yeah, I saw in the 10-year projection you provided, the 3 scenarios, they were both, I think, in the following fiscal year, they were eliminated. So that's helpful for us in terms of how we're planning services and things. But in terms of I appreciate seeing the scenario of a sales tax measure. I also just wanted to uplift that, I think we need to be thinking creatively when it comes to our expenditures and our revenues. We have obviously a $180 or $190 million general fund. We need an evaluation, in my view, of the programs and that we are currently, I know this is part of the budget process, right? But I really feel like when we're heading into the budget process, we need a robust evaluation of the programs that we are currently running and what is working, what is not. We need to really be data-driven and focused in that process, because there's a lot we could do just by looking at what isn't serving the folks in our city and bringing more voices into the process. But I also wanted to just ask, or I wanted to just share that Vice Mayor Puza and I are on the mobility subcommittee, and Measure K was a measure in Santa Monica that increased a parking facility tax. So something like that is expected to generate $6.7 million annually, and it was adopted by voters 75% to 25%. So just again about kind of thinking potentially outside the box, obviously, and that's by the way, that's parking facilities that are privately owned. So just want to encourage us to explore those things too. I think it's going to come back to the mobility subcommittee. I think I see Alicia there, so that's going to come back soon. But that's another thing I would love for the city to explore in terms of, can that put us in a better financial position?
So I mean, we'd have to study it more, absolutely. And I do, my previous job was in the city of Malibu, where we did have a parking occupancy tax. The city received revenue from the beach lots, and it was about $500,000 a year. If we were looking, there aren't that many private lots in Culver City, but just as a sort of a rough estimate of numbers, if we based a 10%, and Santa Monica is unique and they just raised theirs to 18%, I believe, but it was 10%, as is Malibu's. And if we looked at the revenue that we generate in our city facilities annually, we take in probably in those parking structures about $3 million. So you're talking about $300,000.
Well, this would be for private only, and I was thinking
Yeah.
about it in terms of the massive companies we have here, the really big campuses that we have.
Councilmember, do you know if the tax is on, I think she's thinking the tax is only on parking that's already paid parking. Is this tax on all?
It's all private parking facilities. I'll send the information.
We'll find
and we can
it. We'll dig
offline it.
into
Yeah.
it, but I thought you might know, so.
Yeah,
That's going to be important to know.
It excludes all public facilities, or all publicly owned facilities. But I also just appreciate the budget workshops that you're going to be holding, because, I mean, just speaking for myself, getting this amount of information 5 days before, it's really a lot to digest. And that's me, who is a council member. Imagine the public trying to digest, all this info in 5 days and provide meaningful input is hard to kind of imagine. So thank you for putting those on, and I think that's going to be really helpful. Lastly, I think that's all I have for now. I might come back, but that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember McMorrin.
I'll reserve to after public comment. Thanks.
Councilmember Burr.
Thank you, Mayor. Lisa, thank you so much for your presentation. We had spoke earlier with the city manager as well. Is it, out of this money, I know the money's not going anywhere, but we spoke under the $500,000, I believe, taken from Fox Hills. Is it possible to take it out of that one pot and put it back with council's approval as a holding, a placeholder, and then when we get into the budget session, determine through Public Works if that money is adequate enough to do anything up in that area, but just to make sure that that money is secured for Fox Hills street improvements?
So certainly it is council's prerogative how to spend that money. Basically, that money right now is proposed in these mid-year amendments to move out. So $250,000 was for the Fox Hills, $250,000 was for Overland. They would go back there, they become part of that $2.8 million unassigned. Council can certainly assign it however they want, put a placeholder on it, and that's up to you.
Right, yeah, I would like to see if council has the desire to do so. I know that's one of my promises I made to Fox Hills area, and I'd like to do my best to at least keep my end of the deal, so to speak, with Fox Hills.
Yeah, I would agree, and I would potentially, consider, within the Public Works budget, moving, maybe future paving projects into this pool.
Mayor, if I may add to that,
Yeah.
is there a way we could hear from Public Works about whether reallocating that money back to them, what they would be able to accomplish when it comes to the Fox Hills safer Fox Hills Better Overland project? What they would be able to do with that, because it's not the full
Right,
grant, obviously.
I think during the budget session is when we could hear from Public Works to determine what can, if anything, be done with that money. But I just want to make sure that we secure that money for that. City Manager?
Hold on.
I think it's 5.5
Is
million.
it 200? She said the match was 250 for
250,
Fox
two
Hill.
separate, yeah, 250 for the Overland, 250 for the Fox Hills.
Correct.
If we could secure the $500,000, if not, then the 250 at least, that was.
We could do whatever the council wants. So we're looking for direction from you.
I would support, next Monday, given that direction, Monday or Tuesday, whenever we have Public Works.
So it's best to bring it up then, Monday's conversation?
Well, I don't know if it's Monday. Monday's work plans.
Yeah, certainly, so what you could do is just, that's an item where we're asking you to close those two. You could leave them placeholdered where they are, we just wouldn't move them.
Okay.
So as part of the motion, when you go, whoever makes the motion, you could leave those two items as a placeholder where they are, and then we could determine, they could be closed later if something else, or combined, but that way they're not pulled back into the unassigned fund balance. You will have to be careful as a council of what you approve out of that balance moving forward, but.
This means that unassigned fund balance of 2.8 will be reduced to 2.3.
Correct.
So.
All right, thank you.
For now, yeah.
And so just to clarify, I'm sorry, do you mind?
Mike.
Oh, my. Testing. Okay. So just to clarify, the 5 million, the 2.5 million and 2.5 million, that was the actual grant we were seeking, and the 250 was the match.
Correct.
Okay.
And we didn't get the grant, so we have to
So-
take that money out.
Yeah, I don't know if it sounds like it does need to
Set aside until we.
We'll
You
put a
said it's heavy?
placeholder on it and make sure that it's there, and then when we get to the discussion, at least the money's there, and then we can assign it or unassign it at that point.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm in favor of that.
And I think it would be best, not to make these decisions with Public Works at the work plan meetings. I think it would be better addressed when we're actually going through the budget presentation. That's when you'll be looking at all of the financial. Monday and Tuesday are just presentation on the work plan, so it'll be, you won't really be making final decisions regarding this until May, is that what it was?
Yeah, May 9th, 20th, 19th, 20th is when we will be actually going into the details of the budget.
Great.
Okay. That was it for me, Mayor.
Thank you. Vice Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation and for both of the reports. The budget is obviously one of the most important documents that a city has. Thank you so much for the community budgeting workshops, Budget 101. I think, last year, did we only have one? And we're doing 2 this year?
Yes, so
Excellent.
to give people more opportunity. One's a Tuesday, one's a Wednesday. Hopefully, we get people in.
I see what you're doing, and I really appreciate that. On one of the increases, it was for $360,000 and $360,571 for housing and human services, increase related to analysis of prior years' collections and receipts to date. Can you elaborate on what that's for, please?
Certainly. So that budget line item in revenue is for the rental registry, which requires landlords to register and pay fees on to cover the city's cost of maintaining the registry and the legal services related to that. So housing staff has been doing a really good job of outreach and education and making sure that the landlords are actually registering. So that budget increase, when they submitted their budget projection to us at budget time, it was low, and they have already received I think over $1 million. I think they budgeted 800. So we're recommending the increase to match what we're seeing in actual receipts.
Great, thank you for that. And then does all of this include, we just approved the user fee update revenue, does all this include that?
It does. I will say we were hoping it would have taken effect earlier, but because of delays, it didn't. And we approved, and you approved in in January. So that meant that it's not until March that the bulk of the development fees go into effect. So there's fewer months for us to capture it. So there's a limited amount in this fiscal year, but it is included in the forecast documents. There's an increase around those license and permits and charges for services, those categories that reflects those increased fees.
Excellent, great, thank you. Just given the situation we are in the world with potential tariffs coming, how do you recommend the city prepare for potential increased costs, decreased revenues?
As we're preparing our budget documents going out to staff, we're going to be asking them to really look at some belt tightening. I think it's hard to know what's happening on the federal level. Certainly money's drying up. The federal budget affects the state. I was at a presentation a couple months ago where somebody from the state fiscal office was presenting and said that a third of the state's money comes from the federal government in the form of, that's a lot of Medicare and other funding that flows through that. So, the state gets pinched, everybody gets pinched. We hope they don't come looking for revenue like they did back in the recession, for local, come after local revenues. I think we just have to buckle down and look at how do we provide our core services and be streamlined about it. You know,
I've been through a number of financial crises in my career. First thing you do is you shut down capital spending. Just stop all capital spending. You freeze positions. You stop hiring. You just start shutting down processes if it gets bad enough. I hope it doesn't happen, but I mean, there are measures that can be taken if the bottom falls out.
Got it. So that does not happen. Thank you. Aside from the sales tax, the potential tax on parking lots, are there any other revenue generators that we might employ that y'all are considering?
I mean, there's, you know, this, Culver City has done a very good job. Its voters have really approved almost every tax measure that has gone into place. We're seeing, you know, TOT is on the high end at 14%. We're seeing some cities go to 15. So based on our receipts, that's $1 million. So it doesn't solve our problems, but it's not nothing. But again, it would have to go to the voters. We're going to be now, you know, now that we've taken our user fee study, I am coming back in April with an update to, I'm committed to doing a CPI increase every year. So we're going to make sure that those numbers stay on track. We talk about it all the time, but it is, you know, I don't know what else we can really go after. We've gone after most everything in this city and have been lucky enough that the voters have said yes.
There's really only one revenue strategy that's going to have a significant impact, and that's the quarter-cent sales tax.
And I would say about that, I don't know if John will say this, but if we don't do it, you can bet the county will go after it. And then
And that would bring us to the cap.
that would bring us to the cap, and we wouldn't be receiving the revenue.
May I ask a clarifying question on that? The TOT tax, are we, or TOT, I guess that's redundant to say TOT tax, are we collecting, I know we're not enforcing Airbnb, our Airbnb policy, are we collecting any of that in Airbnbs?
Yeah, we have an agreement with Airbnb, and they do collect and remit revenue to the city. But none of the other, at this point, we don't have agreements with other platforms.
Okay, thank you.
Just the last question, and I'm guessing the answer is we don't know yet. But can we expect any funding for Measure A, or how's that shaking down?
I think minimal. I think Assistant City Manager Mike Bruckner looked at that, and it's like $300,000 to $400,000 annually.
That's correct. We can't expect any more than that.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, thank you. Regarding the TOT with short-term rentals, I saw a great presentation during the ICA, and I recommend that we chat with the, you know, your people like you in Manhattan Beach, Hermosa Beach. They say that Airbnb they don't show us the numbers. They just show them the numbers. They just say this is what it is, but auditing is challenging. And once we get down that process on what our ordinance will be in the future, there was a really good presenter there that knew all the best practices across the country. It was really good information.
I will say that our ACFO, Liz Shavelson, and I worked, and predominantly Liz worked on the short-term rental ordinance when we were in Malibu. And we had a lot of compliance because we required registration and permits. So we had a very robust platform with a lot of data. So we know it's possible.
That's what, that's what it takes. Okay, thank you. What's the annual growth approximately from the, or to the facilities planning reserve? Do you have that off the top of your head? It's at 11.8 million right now.
So the facilities planning reserve is, there's a formula that's set in City Council Policy 5002 about how these things are funded, right? So if we have a surplus, we fund the contingency reserve. And then to the 30%, the full 30%, which is of 30% of our ongoing operating expenses in the general fund. Anything then, 2 years ago in the budget, the public safety reserve was created, and that takes 10% of the residual if there is and up to $1 million. And then 40% of that surplus over that goes to facilities planning reserve. And so if there's no surplus, no money's going to it.
Got it. Okay.
So it was in that 1 year in 21-22 when we had that really high year that was mostly led by the real property transfer tax. There was a huge surplus, so we funded contingency, public safety didn't even exist, there was that reserve, and so there was a lot of funding that went into the facilities planning reserve. And because it was up over 23 million, I think, and we've been using it to fund projects on, at vets, at City Hall, at, Public Works, at the police station, so things that we need to do.
So it's only funded with surplus? Right,
Yes.
Which will not be seen. Okay, so that will wind down if we keep tapping that. Okay. Good to know.
Correct.
I was going to ask the same question about the TOT increase. I think Beverly Hills is 15 or maybe higher.
They said they're 14. I just saw them at a conference last week. They're at 14.
Okay.
They get a lot of property tax.
Yeah. I was actually having that conversation with Mayor Friedman on, their revenues formula is much different than ours. 70% of revenues come from business activity. So that's really important to remember. Is there any, it's not measurable by any standard, but Amazon 5 days a week back to work, I think that will likely increase our sales tax revenue downtown. But there's no way to know what that impact is. That wasn't projected. Marginal. Yeah.
When the sales tax revenue from the downtown total is, the value of the downtown is not the sales tax. We get a lot of sales tax from other, I don't mean to say we don't receive monies, but the downtown restaurants don't generate, they're not the dominant portion of our sales tax.
Got it. Okay, thank you. And then parks, even though we have a parks facilities reserve, do we use just the facilities reserve monies to do improvements in parks facilities as well?
Yes, we do. And that reserve is sort of separately calculated. There's a separate policy that talks about how that's funded, and it's related to the revenues that are generated by the parks, and then a percentage of that is put in every year.
Right. And when the assessed need for facilities improve, the $20 million, were the parks facilities included in that needs assessment?
I have not studied it,
Okay.
but not, I don't think it really addressed like updating new parks facilities, but I think it talked about,
I mean, the significant update would be to Vets Memorial Building.
right, and let me see,
Maybe,
I can
maybe
tell you.
Senior Center, okay.
So the senior center's on there, Sid Cronenthal, the teen center, Veterans Memorial Auditorium. So that, yes, those buildings were part of that.
Part of that assessment,
Yeah,
okay.
so
okay.
it's not a major reconstruction, but it was probably
Sure, update.
updating, extending useful life.
Okay, good to know. Okay, that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
If I could ask one more. What is the city, and I've been there for the budget presentations in years past, but what is the city doing or what can we do to allow us to evaluate the programs that we currently have? And I'm not necessarily saying cutting it, reducing expenditures is the route here, because I know there's a lot of avenues we can take, but to see what, like a bottom-up budgeting approach, like what can the city do to, and what do we have planned to evaluate our existing programs and their efficacy?
When we go through the budget, I will tell you that almost every department head tells me they don't have enough resource. They don't have enough personnel. I hear nothing but complaints about their current resources. I mean, if you trust what they're telling you, which I do, I think you're going to be hard pressed to find places where it's going to be easy to reduce expenditures. That's just my perspective on it.
Always a painful conversation. Yeah, I can imagine. And I just wanted to ask one more quick one about I think in one of the expenditure drawdowns, one of them was a municipal bus line or a bus expense, but I didn't catch what the reduction was in that.
It was a reduction or the request to add $180,000 for a video surveillance program on the bus lines?
Oh, it was for the program to
add
ticket in the bus lane, that program?
I think, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's probably what it was.
So that was a budget request for an appropriation, yeah.
Thank you for that.
Okay, thank you. One further question from you?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Lisa, just one last thing. We were talking about TOT, and I had neglected to mention the first go-around. Considering we're going to be sort of the center of the world here in the next few years, I think it's really important that we, and I hate to put it like this, but we strike while the iron's hot, so to speak, and look at really aggressively targeting that and increasing some of our revenues going forward. I think now, if any time, once everybody starts coming, and I think we'll really see an increase, and it's really important that we capture that. That was it, Mayor. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so I think I'm looking for a motion, 1 through,
We haven't heard from the public.
I keep doing that. Actually, I asked if we had any comments at the beginning. Okay.
We said there were 9.
Oh, I thought you said none.
Oh.
That's my hearing. I heard none.
All right.
Yeah, that's why I said, wow, none. Okay, all right. Please, let's hear from the public.
I'll go ahead and call all the names so folks can prepare. So first up, we have Ron Ostrin with 1 minute seated by Leslie Ostrin, followed by Jean Black, Dorothy Sad, Melissa Sanders, Mary Duvall, Travis Morgan with 1 minute seated by Christopher Michelle, Jack Galante, David Metzler, and Stephen Jones. Our first speaker is Ron Ostrin with 1 minute seated.
Here we go. All right, I was muted there. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
Thank you. Good evening, council people, thank you for that really excellent presentation. It is a lot of information to try to process over such a short period of time. So I can only speak in generalities at this point. Just like John Nachbar, I've lived through a lot of economic upheavals in my lifetime, but rarely have I seen a time fraught with the possibility of maybe things working out, which is always a possibility, or the eggshell economy breaks and we could be headed into a multi-decade depression. So I asked the council to approach this wisely and without prejudgment, and that they not make decisions based on their ideology, but to attempt to preserve the core needs of Culver City. It might be, you might not like the police, but in these times, with the Olympics coming, with the recent fires, you do not want to chintz on public safety. And we have something very special here in Culver City, which is generally a safe city. And we should not let that go, especially in order to satisfy people's ideology. Okay? We're going to need it during the Olympics, and we may need it during the next catastrophe that comes in our region. So I'd beg you to do that. Now, you've already got me past my bedtime, so I'm just going to briefly say, in your discussions regarding a moratorium on rents, do not kill the most reasonable valued housing, which is the mom and pop landlords, okay? Look at all the uncertainty you're facing economically, and you're attempting to seek new revenue with new taxes, even though we've been very generous voting in taxes. And in the meantime, you want to handcuff landlords who have had gone through the pandemic.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
We have.
Our next speaker is Jean Black.
On the thoroughness of her reporting and for bringing additional transparency to the budget process each year. But I feel compelled to comment on the staff report, which on page 3 states that Wellness Village has expenditures of $4 million annually. I think actually about $1 million of that is for the Love Team and not the Wellness Village per se. The homeless dashboard that's available to the public shows that the occupancy rate was 55% in October, November, and December. That means 11 people were staying there. We heard tonight now that the number is 20, but even if the average has been 15 people, $3 million is still $200,000 per person. I respect the urban alchemy model, but I'm concerned that we have allowed their contract to be renewed without competitive bidding because we still have the declared homeless emergency. And so I hope this expenditure is addressed in the fiscal 26 budget and not waiting until 28. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Dorothy Saad. Not seeing them in chamber or online. Our next speaker is Melissa Sanders. Not seeing them online or in the chamber. Mary Duvall is our next speaker.
Good evening again. Thank you very much for that report. It was really interesting and so thorough. I wanted to talk about Fox Hills. I'm very glad that you've already decided, however, to put the placeholder in those, the $500,000. But since I stayed this late, I'm going to go ahead and make my comment, although perhaps it's better made at the next meeting. I'm not sure, but here I am. So, since the decades I have lived in Culver City, I think Fox Hills has always been regarded as the poor stepchild of Culver City. And I think this is a chance. I would hate to see that continue by removing this money. The staff has told us in public meetings several times, even without the grant, that with this amount, with this matching money, they could make a significant difference in Fox Hills. It seems to me that on the one hand, we've been telling Fox Hills, oh, we're going to build thousands of new housing units in your neighborhood. And with the other hand, we say, oh, but we're going to take away these safety options and mobility options that would really help to make your neighborhood livable given all this new density. And I just don't think that's fair. And that's kind of how we've been treating Fox Hills for a long time as a city. Full disclosure, I don't live in Fox Hills. I just don't like that kind of injustice.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
I'll save the rest for the next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Travis Morgan with 1 minute seated.
Thank you very much. In terms of for creative revenue generation, I think the city should look into our options in value capture, as we've now upzoned a number of areas in our city. And that is essentially, we're allowing developers to make many, many, many millions of dollars off of that, and there are value capture options to be able to recoup some of that to the city. I would especially encourage us to take a look at Hayden Tract. In terms of the Fox Hills funding, pushing it to next fiscal year simply is not good enough, and I want to make that very, very clear. We have a repaving project that's coming to Fox Hills in this calendar year. I believe it's going out to bid for construction in a matter of weeks. If we don't have this additional funding with it, we will lose our raised crosswalks. We will lose our protected bike lanes. There is not funding in the repaving to be able to do any of these safety projects. And so pushing it until next fiscal year will lose this opportunity to get these very valuable safety things in a paving project where we can save probably hundreds of thousands of dollars rather than having to go back and redesign it, because we were able to take the funds from the grant preparation for the grant where it's already designed, it's ready to go. We need the money now. We can't wait for this or the Overland project. We need the 500 now. Where can we find that money? The two largest, so when you are in a mid-cycle and we have a decrease in, an anticipated decrease in funding, it would be, I think, only emergencies where you would want to increase that funding. But we have new encumbrances that are being inserted into this mid-cycle. The very largest is the new HVAC system for the police station. I'm not sure why we have an HVAC emergency right now that would need $750,000 that needs to be budgeted mid-cycle. Perhaps that project could wait until 2025-26. We also have the finance department's improvements to their own offices for $355,000. I'm not sure why that's an emergency that needs to be a mid-cycle request. Couldn't that come in 25-26 so that we can put a raised sidewalk on the very intersection where I had to go to a memorial for the woman who died in my neighborhood? So these are the emergencies that I think we need to be funding this year. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker would be Jack Galenti. And not seeing them online or in the chamber. Our next speaker is David Metzler. We can hear you.
Okay. So I'm concerned that we may lose public safety improvements that have been promised to Culver City for years. I understand that we didn't receive the state grant for Fox Hills and Overland projects, but even without that grant, the community has been engaged and promised that Fox Hills would still be able to get major improvements this year for people that live and walk and cycle and visit the park and drive through Fox Hills, including at the intersection of Doverwood and Green Valley Circle, where Travis just mentioned a resident was killed more than 2.5 years ago. Improvements were also promised on Overland, even without the state grant. And without improvements, we are left with only deadly door zone cycle lanes on Overland. I think budget shortfalls should be spread across departments. So while Fox Hills and Overland are much needed public works projects, the large shortfalls are outside of the department. There's a $4 million reduction in property tax, $1.3 million shortfall on parking enforcement and ticketing revenue. There's a real danger to delaying these projects. Fox Hills has been promised these improvements since at least 2021. At the time, there was no funding, but now there is, and taking it away means it could languish for years. As an example, in 2022, the community was promised funding for Farragut improvements that would improve Duquesne to Overland so kids could get to school safely. When that project evaporated, years later, it still has not happened. And that's been many, many years since when the funding disappeared, and thank you.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Stephen Jones.
Thank you. I'm calling to support modifying the budget amendment tonight to delete the line items, removing money from State Fox Hills and Better Overland projects. Please leave the money in those buckets as placeholders, as you've already discussed. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you. That was our final speaker.
Thank you. Any other comments?
So I'd reserve my comments until after the public spoke, so Councilmember Fish, if it's okay. Thank you, Director Soger, or CFO Soger, for your presentation and all the work of your team to make the graphs and the booklets and all the things that you all do to ensure that we are informed. I'm really looking forward to the community workshops. I hope our Dustin can get that out to the community so folks are aware. I'm looking forward to being in attendance for those. Just, I have a couple of questions, but it all, I'm in my 5th year on this body, and I still deeply question why our budgeting processes, everyone gets what they get before, and they get to ask for a little bit more. And I hear and appreciate that we respect the work, and I certainly respect the work of our staff, our department heads who do a great job of advocating for their teams, and really appreciate all of the great work that all of our department leads do for our community. I am not here to question our dedicated staff's commitment to our city and the excellence of the work that they provide. But I am deeply concerned that this method of strategy, I don't know, while I'm, wonderful, a quarter-cent tax will allow us to not be in as much of a deficit, but what are we doing to seriously evaluate our current system of budgeting? It seems that in the presentation, the solution or the Band-Aid was the tax, which, okay, great. Are there any other options or solutions available in terms of how we step back and take a look at how we fund? I question again why when we have conversations about budget, which I always say are a statement of our values, our recent commitments that we saw earlier this evening have, are yielding dividends. They are continually lifted up for potential cuts. I don't know if that's because they're more recent or because, we don't always see the value in investing in the least of us, or the folks who need support. And I really, again, just lifting up the opportunity to evaluate our department's impacts to our city, our community members, stakeholders. Where is the opportunity to evaluate and factor in prior investments? So has one community been prioritized more than another? We heard that in public comments this evening. The perception that some communities do not get as much investment. Is that true? Do we have a mechanism to evaluate what communities are getting investment versus others from year to year? Is there a way that we can bring that into our process? Do we have an opportunity to evaluate the efficacy or efficiency of our departments? I don't often hear that as it's always wonderful. We see the great things that are lifted up, and that's great. I also would love to hear more about the lessons learned and mistakes, because we know that that's also a part of growth, and it happens in every institution, company, whatever. It's a part of being a human. We don't often hear about the learnings of mistakes that are inevitably made in the running of a city. And I would love to hear more about how these priorities are aligned with our city strategic goals that we recommitted to last year. So I know I threw a lot out, and last year I lifted up, what some of our peer cities are doing on the west side, but there are many ways to engage in this process. And I guess my concern is that frequently, and I tend to get pushback when I ask questions about how and why we proceed, or how and why we do certain things. And again, I am coming from a genuine place of trying to do my due diligence in this role that I've been elected to and duly elected to, as well as my colleagues on this dais, and we're all doing the best that we can to advocate for our community members. But it's concerning. It's concerning. We all care about the budget, but I would love to see more options. And we're all part-time. Many of us have day jobs. Some of us have other obligations outside of that. So we're not always able to do the deep dives into what peer cities are doing, or doing the research on all the taxes. If we're able to do that, or we have staff or support to help with that, that's wonderful. But I would really love to see more options of what we could do. What are some things, while I appreciate the quarter-cent sales tax, are there other opportunities for us to shift into how we're doing, to evaluate what is working well, and to potentially move us into a place where all of our community members, while we don't have districts, but all of our areas and neighborhoods in Culver City are feeling like they are a part. Because what we routinely hear from some neighborhoods is that they don't get the support. And that is reflected right now. That's reflected in these processes. That if we don't include the checks, if we don't measure where we're investing and where we aren't, it will just continue to perpetuate itself. So I know I threw a lot at you. I don't know, CFO Sogar, if you want to address any of that, if you want to table it to next week, but I really implore us, and I know we're all locking arms, and I know we care deeply and love the city, but I would really love to see and hear about how we might approach some of these topics differently. Thank you.
I don't know that I have the best answer for that, and I can think about it more, and we can discuss it next week. I do want to say that I think, as our city manager mentioned, our departments all work very hard. In the work plan meetings, they've listened to the council all year long. They've heard the desire for new initiatives. They feel compelled to take those on. In my 3 years here, I don't know that I've heard any department say, no, we can't handle that. But that comes at a cost. And as the city manager mentioned, they are constantly coming to us in budget time saying we need more. So I don't disagree that we need to look at what we're doing and prioritize, but it might be that many of the initiatives that this council wants to achieve, and I think our staff in the city has done a really good job of trying to make those a reality. But there is a cost, and you're seeing it in the budget. So whatever that is, this council can prioritize, but I don't know that we can really take it all on. So something has to give, and that's up to the council to tell us. I mean, I think we're at the point where there are choices that have to be made, right? We can't afford it all, and you could see that in the forecast. So we do have to think about what that is, and the community has, expects more and more. There are a lot of core services that the departments are working every day to provide. And at some point, when you see what we're facing and where our budgets have been, barring, a shift in the economy and a big change in our revenues, yeah, we will have to make tough choices.
Councilmember, I'd like to add just a little bit to that. If we don't solve this problem by increasing revenues, and we're going to solve the problem by reducing expenditures, I don't believe there's, people like to talk about fat in budgets, fat. I believe there's very little fat in this organization. We've gone through cost-cutting procedures a couple of times during my tenure here. And we've cautiously added back resources after some deep cuts we've had. If the council wants to address this through expenditure reductions, it will mean reductions in service. We won't be able to reduce expenditures without reducing services. And so it really comes down to, if you want to reduce services, this council needs to decide where we're going to reduce services. That's not the role of staff, that's a policy decision. So if that's the path you want to go down, then the council needs to have a process of prioritizing services. Because that's what you're really wanting. We'd have to cut services somewhere.
Thank you for that, CFO Soger and City Manager Nakbar. While I deeply appreciate both of your reflections and look forward to continuing the conversation as we continue on this process, I guess what I am requesting in this conversation is a better tool for us as council members to evaluate efficacy. Because while I can appreciate that every department head is raving about their team and everyone is doing wonderful work, and I wholeheartedly believe that, how, for example, do you, City Manager, evaluate that efficacy? Is that in number of roads paved? Is that in number of clients reached out to? What does that mean tangibly? And so that we can evaluate that. I don't know if that's clear enough, but everything is going well. Again, I'm not lifting this up with any intention of doing anything other than to really understand how we are choosing to prioritize how we spend the community's dollars. So that's all it is not very clear to me. And again, I lift up the regional investment, as it was brought up tonight by community members, as an opportunity for us to look at what is getting investment and what isn't, what regions are getting investment, what isn't. I don't know if our information is presented in that way, if we are seeing trends across departments in that way, if that is something that we even monitor, if that is helpful for department heads to look at. So I guess I'm looking for a little bit of a partnership in how we evaluate our budget process. And I know there are many ways to do city government processes from talking with fellow mayors last year. And again, I am not suggesting that we do everything similar to our peer cities, but I'm looking for opportunities to understand the efficacy of the work that we do, because there are best practices all around. There's always learnings. There's always opportunities. Councilmember Fish lifted up something from Santa Monica. CFO Soker lifted up something else from Malibu. There are opportunities, so that is all. I am looking to understand the efficacy of what we are doing and identify opportunities for resources. So I'm grateful for the quarter-cent tax, looking forward to that. If there is anything else that we have learned from other, whether they're regional partners, SoCal partners, state partners, we're already in a pretty tough time. So just understanding and evaluating how we are doing things, I think would be helpful, not only for council, but also for the community. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have just one quick thought. I was trying to find the data on that Mr. Bruckner pulled on comparative. We're talking about comparing cities, and the work he did to compare what we do for homelessness compared to other cities. And I am not suggesting in any way whatsoever that we reduce what we put into that. I think it's a valuable budget item that we spend our money on because we see a difference in our community and in the lives of these people. But no other city in the state is spending anywhere close to what we're spending on it. And if we were like every other city there, I don't think we'd have a deficit. I don't want that to happen. We need to keep spending that money. The county is shamelessly cheating us of money that we should be receiving because we are performing and are doing better than anyone else in this regard. And we have been, I know all of us have been working really hard along with our staff. I keep hearing community members, why don't you get more money? We're trying. I can't tell you how many times I see either a county, state, or federal elected or any of their staff members over the past 6 months. We're going to talk about Jubilo here coming up pretty quickly. They say, how you doing, Dan? I say, I'm great. We need money for our homeless programs. And they just kind of shrug their shoulders. We're doing the work for LA largely. They don't do anything to help us. All of our CD districts around us, they don't do anything, and we help them. So that's a major differential in our budget from all other cities. And all those cities that, I don't know who's in the black right now. I know a lot are struggling, but they're not spending anywhere close to what we're spending, especially for the size of our city. And I do not want to stop that. I'm not saying we should, but that's a difference. Is that the difference between black and red for us right now?
Yes.
Yeah. So that's a big, and we need to keep doing it. So the revenue discussion is a big one for me, and I just wanted to uplift that. So.
Made a motion, Mayor?
Yeah, so I think the motion is to, let me get back on the presentation. I'm looking at the A2. So motion to approve 1 through 5, and then it's a 4-6, with the placeholder for the $500,000 for Fox Hills and Overland.
Yes, we'll leave the Fox Hills and Overland CIPs in place, the matching funds in place.
For this budget cycle?
I'm sorry?
For this fiscal year?
Yeah.
Yes.
Great, thank you.
That could be my motion.
I seconded it already.
Please vote. All members have voted. And that motion passes unanimously.
If I may, Mayor, I have a very quick question to ask staff on this right before you leave and hopefully go to sleep. I resonated a lot with what Councilmember McMorrin was saying in terms of having a robust and consistent way to evaluate city programs and allowing that to influence the budget process, along with getting more voices in the room to do that. We have, this joint finance and we have our audit, financial planning, and budget subcommittee. I don't know if we have a committee hearing coming up, but is that an avenue where we can begin to have those discussions and think about ways we can improve the budget process for next year?
Yeah, we can certainly do that. We had not put one on the schedule, but we were anticipating holding one in advance of the budget or during budget preparation at some point. So we could add that as a topic.
I think that would be helpful.
Okay.
Thank you. And thanks, Mayor, but he's disappeared.
Vice Mayor, quick question before we get into the next item, if possible. So in getting into A3, I received the email that you guys sent about CCMS not wanting us to take action on this evening. Does that preclude us then from having a discussion, or I just want to know which direction I'm going with this? We're just going to hear the arguments and then come back at a later time to...
That's a request from CCSM, and so the council can proceed as it pleases.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Great, thank you. Can we move forward with action item 3 with the staff report?
Council members. Sorry, I'm getting used to this new microphone. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members, Assistant City Manager Jesse Mays. This item is a request by Community Corporation of Santa Monica for a $16 million residual receipts loan for the Jubilo Village Affordable Housing Project, which is 93 units of affordable housing proposed at the site of the Culver Palms United Methodist Church on Sepulveda Boulevard. The project's total expected cost is $78.64 million. Culver City has a long history of support for this project, including a commitment of a $4 million loan. The city has also partnered with Community Corp on several applications for grant funding. Subject to future approval by the Culver City Housing Authority Board, which are the members of the City Council, staff is also recommending the granting of 42 project-based vouchers to the project, which have a net present value of approximately $16 million and will eventually use the majority of the city's annual federal housing funding. Staff began budget-saving measures 2 years ago for the Housing Authority to have sufficient funding available to afford these project-based vouchers. If granted, the $16 million would increase the city's level of support from the current $20 million level to $36 million. Since becoming aware of the $16 million deficit in the project budget, Culver City's elected officials and staff have worked diligently to seek funding from other levels of government for this project, including outreach to elected and non-elected officials at the federal, state, county, and other local agencies. we have not been able to secure any additional funding commitments for this project. The written staff report contains a very detailed analysis of the project's financials. In summary, analysis by staff and by the city's outside financial consultant, which was not completed until after the staff report was issued, has found that the city's residual receipts loan would most likely not be repaid over the 55-year proposed term of the loan due to the finances of the project. In fact, the balance of Community Corps' loan principal would grow every year over that period to an approximately $45 million loan principal amount in year 55. For this reason, staff recommends the City Council consider this request to be the same as a grant and not anticipate repayment. Staff has evaluated various ideas for ways in which the city can recoup the $16 million. As presented in the staff report, staff finds it unlikely for the city to successfully recoup the $16 million. Staff does identify waiver of impact fees and/or use of the city's Affordable Housing Commercial Development Impact Fee Fund as two potential ways the city could provide Community Corps with additional assistance, although not at the level of $16 million. The staff report also puts the size of the Jubilo Village project in context. The 93 units at Jubilo Village represent 17% of the 538 affordable units currently in Culver City's development pipeline as of January. At least 2 other potential Culver City affordable housing projects have expressed interest in project-based vouchers from Culver City in the future, including the Entertainment Community Fund proposed project at the city's Virginia Avenue parking lot and a project contemplated by the California Community Foundation. Should the City Council decide to provide the $16 million to Community Corporation, there are currently insufficient funds in the city's unassigned general fund balance, which has approximately $2.8 million remaining. Council would have to use funds from one of the general fund committed reserves, such as contingency reserve, facilities planning reserve, or public safety equipment replacement reserve, which would require a budget amendment requiring 4/5 vote of the City Council. That concludes my staff report, and staff is available to answer any questions you may have.
Okay. Any quick questions from council members?
Thank you, Mayor. I saw in the staff report, thank you, by the way, for compiling the information for us. Obviously, this project is is very important to the council, and we've voted to pursue home key funding for it. It's also just personally a reason why I ran for city council was to hopefully help facilitate more affordable housing. I want to just ask if I saw in the staff report that that in the current funding structure, the city anticipates it would be the last party to be reimbursed. Can you elaborate on why that is, and is there a deal structure where that could at all change?
The residual receipts loan, in its nature, means that it's the residual receipts. So any remaining revenue after all the other stakeholders have been compensated would flow to the city. So that's why we're sort of the last in the line when it comes to repayment. It is unlikely that the project's conventional lender, which is going to be a major bank, Bank of America, Wells Fargo, something like that. It is unlikely that those for-profit, major banks would position themselves any less than first position in terms of being repaid.
So it's specific to the light tech investors that are.
No, this isn't the light tech investors. This is the project's conventional permanent loan.
Oh, the perma loan. Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And I'm gonna reserve the rest of my questions for later. Thank you.
Councilmember McMorrin? Nope. Okay. Councilmember Mike.
Oh, okay. How many affordable units did you say are sort of in the pipeline right now, outside of this one?
It's 538 affordable units, and that includes the 93 units, so 538 minus 93. Can't do that in my head.
Come on, do the math.
Okay, I got it. Okay. All right. Yeah, no other questions right now. Thank you. Thanks, Mayor.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know of that number, how many are very low income? Do we have that breakout by any chance? Or off the, I know we have the chart, but I forget.
So breaking it down further out of the 538, the units in Jubilo Village represent 69 of the 198 extremely low / very low income units currently in progress, and 24 of the 208 low income units currently in progress.
Thank you. Can you just explain real quick the, it went from 50, potentially up to 50 project-based vouchers, but then it went down to 42, the 42 could possibly be allocated. Can you explain that discrepancy?
So the city is approved by the Housing and Urban Development Department for up to 50 project-based vouchers. Looking at our budget and looking at how much money they currently give us and how much money goes out the door and how many people, leave our program over time, freeing up money to be, put into project-based vouchers. HUD estimated that, based on the average value of a voucher, we could issue up to 50. Vouchers, including project-based vouchers, don't have a single monetary amount. They all vary based on the unit they're being used for and the resident who's going into that unit, what income level they have. So some vouchers are worth more revenue and some vouchers are worth less revenue. If the person taking the unit at the project development has a lower income, they require a larger subsidy. So that voucher is worth more. So piecing together the proposed units at Jubilo Village had to do an analysis where they sort of look at what units they're proposing and what income levels will go into those units. And doing the math there, they arrived at 42 project-based vouchers, which is what they applied for.
Great, thanks. That's really helpful, that explanation. Thank you for that. We've heard of potential cuts to HUD. How can the city prepare for these cuts? And then would that affect any of the project-based vouchers? Maybe that first question might have been for Lisa, but.
If HUD cuts the funding, it could affect current voucher holders.
Yeah, you may recall 3 or 4 weeks ago, when the federal administration said they were cutting all grant funding. Every housing authority in the country went into a tailspin, and we literally had a nationwide call of what to do. HUD requires us to carry 3 months of reserves just in case there's some slowdown in appropriations so that we can continue to pay our rents. And we were very fearful that what would happen if we exhausted reserve because there would be no appropriations released. It is now proposed to cut 80% of HUD staff, mainly at the field level, to cut Brock Grant and a variety of other programs. Nothing has been said so far with regards to the Housing Choice Voucher Program, which is the tenant-based program where you can convert to project-based vouchers. So Housing Authority is being very conservative because we don't know day to day.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Quick question regarding the two potential, big echo, the two potential 100% affordable housing projects, the one in Virginia with Entertainment Community Fund and the one on, I believe, Overland. Do we know the number of units for each? I want to say Entertainment Community Fund was around 75-ish.
I think ECF is like 60 to 80, and I believe the California Community Foundation project is 40 to 60. They're both looking at different scenarios.
Okay. So 100 to 120-ish. Okay. That's all the questions I have. How many speakers do we have?
We have 21.
Okay. 90 seconds each, please.
Our first speaker is Ron Ostrin, but he is not online anymore. Our next speaker is Stephen Jones, followed by Simon Fraser.
Good evening. Thank you for letting me speak. In the last year and a half, I've been to meetings for 3 different 100% affordable housing developments that were proposed in my neighborhood. And I'm not convinced that any of them will actually be built. And that includes this project. I think we need to take a very hard look at why our city ends up being inhospitable to these kinds of developments. Why don't more affordable developers bring their projects here? And for those who are trying, why do their projects fall apart here when their projects actually get built in Santa Monica and LA? Now, in the housing element, we talked repeatedly about how we need to use every available tool to build affordable housing. But in practice, we're betting everything on affordable units being built in market rate developments. That's going to get us more affordable units than we've ever had before. But you look at the pipeline and it's clear it's not going to be enough to build the number of affordable units that we actually need. We can't afford to lose these 93 affordable units. And those are already high stakes. But I think the stakes are even higher. If the city council lets this project die, I don't see why an affordable housing developer would ever come to Culver City again. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Simon Fraser, followed by Joanna Gullick. Not seeing them online or in chamber. Our next speaker is Joanna Gullick with 1 minute seated.
Thank you. I hadn't been online before. I appreciate it. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council, thanks for the opportunity to speak tonight. As we know, the City of Culver City repeatedly misused affordable housing funds. And before you tonight is an opportunity for real affordable housing, which is 93 units of affordable homes for current and future Culver City residents. The Culver City Housing Authority provided a commitment letter in April 2024 for 93 Section 8 project-based vouchers for Jubilo. CCSM used that letter to apply for tax credits and tax-exempt bond financing. The Tax Credit Allocation Committee, or TCAC, another one of those acronyms, and California Debt Limit Allocation Committee, or CDLAC, both relied on that commitment letter in reviewing and allocating funding. Both TCAC and CDLAC are very sought after financing in California, and the majority of affordable housing developments rely on these sources for financing. The competition for both tax credits and bond financing is highly, highly competitive. You can see in your staff report that these sources account for approximately 3/4 of all the financing in the development. If, in fact, the city staff had not reneged on the April commitment of 93 project-based vouchers, the project would not have a gap of $16 million. I would also point out that the staff stated in December 2024 that it would honor that commitment, that it would not honor that commitment of 93 project-based, instead told the developer that they could have 50. Now they can have 42. I want to point out that when I was an affordable housing lender and investor at Union Bank, I saw many, many commitment letters, and the CCAH commitment letter really is an industry standard. It's valid and it's binding. Both TCAC and SIDLAC found that, and they see $1 trillion of business a year at least. Mistakes and errors happen to all of us. However, this mistake is a $16 million error, and CCSM, in good faith, applied for and accepted that allocation of $42 million in credits and bonds. As I mentioned above, Culver City has resisted building affordable housing in the years I've lived here. It is no wonder the city staff is confused about the process needed to secure affordable housing funding, with the exception of Tilden Terrace, of course. It is not surprising that the city staff does not have the experience or the training to be able to navigate both the process and the complexity of
Your
affordable
time has
housing
expired.
finance.
Thank you.
All cities know that they need to provide local finance support and form of.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mary Duvall, followed by Jamie Wallace. Not seeing them in chambers or online. Our next speaker is Jamie Wallace.
Hello, hello. Good morning. Am I muted or not?
You're on.
Thank you kindly. Good morning, everybody. Wow. That budget report, I read all the stuff and I didn't realize that was all in there anyway. There seems to be a huge issue about whether or not promises were made regarding the vouchers. My understanding is that this is a HUD thing and that these vouchers would be worth about $16 million over 20 years. And if HUD disappears, which it is likely to do, the HUD funding under our current regime, there's another 16,000 that the city would be responsible for helping these folks stay in the houses. I've never heard anything. Who is the affordable housing for? Is there any sort of by name list like we did before to advance Culver City residents? And sorry, folks, great project, great thoughts. This just is not the time. CCMS has not been able to secure the funding, and we really can't afford to help them, especially by March 5th, which is their deadline. Thank you.
This is such a difficult situation. We can't claim to have a continuum of care for unhoused people without permanent housing. The folks currently sheltered at Upward Bound, in interim home key housing, in the leased motel rooms at Wellness Village deserve permanent homes. I had hoped Jubilo Village would become that home. For at least 20 years, under many city councils, the Culver City Redevelopment Agency repeatedly issued bonds and defied the state law that required 25% to be used for affordable housing. We're still paying off those bonds. The housing crisis has come home to roost, and we don't have the funds to support a development like Jubilo Village. I think there's some unanswered questions about how the project is structured financially, and I hope the city, the church, and Community Corp will be able to find an outside housing finance expert to somehow help us figure out a way to move forward and get this development built. Thank you.
We're having a technical difficulty on Zoom right now, so we're going to go to our next in-person speaker, Janine Wisnowski-Stalen.
Hi, I'm still terribly thirsty, but I stayed. Clearly, with all the work that the city has done, all the work that the folks at the church have done, and all the work that has been done to try to get this project going, people really wanted it to happen. But sitting at that very intense finance budget presentation, it's clear that we do not have the money. We cannot afford it. There's so many things that we want, those of us who have kids who want something, and sometimes you just can't afford it. It's a $16 million grant, not a loan, as it was pointed out. HUD funding doesn't come through. The city's on the hook for $32 million. I'm looking at this budget. A2, $16 million would be 9% of the city's entire budget. We can't do that. So I urge you to vote, sadly, to vote no on this proposal and seek alternative solutions, help better align with our financial realities. And I also want to point out that I know this would be heartbreaking to all the people who really worked hard for this project, and it's really frustrating. But I do not think that being angry at our city and people who worked so hard to do it in our city is the correct place to put that frustration and anger. I think that we have many elected officials who are, who are bigger than us, who promise affordable housing but have not helped fund it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Solomon Namala.
Good evening, council members. I'm Solomon Namala. I'm a member of the Culver Palms United Methodist Church, and we've been working with the CCSM for the last 6 years or so for this project, Jubilee project. And what's unusual is it's 100% is for low income and extremely low income. And it has combination of 1 and 2 and 3 bedroom apartments to be built. And, at current market rates in Culver City, to get a 2-bedroom apartment, it's close to $3,000. And to afford that, you should be earning over $100,000. And 25%, I think, roughly, of the population in Culver City earn less than $45,000. And, this is a project for those who really need affordable housing. And we haven't done anything since 2013 in terms of permanent affordable housing. I know this is a lost cause after I watched the budget presentation prior to that. But I'm also a man of hope. And I see you here. You've done incredible things for homelessness. And I think you can do this. At the end of the day, there is over $100 million in reserves. And it's up to you how you want to use that reserve. This does not mean a structural deficit. So I'm also an economist by my profession.
Thank you. Your time is up.
And I urge you to do the right thing.
Thank you. Our next speaker is James Bodeker.
Okay, I'm ready. I'm a resident of Culver City and part of the local neighborhood impacted by the Jubilee Village construction project. Today, I want to bring attention to the extremely frustrating interactions my neighbors and I have had over the past few years with the Community Corporation of Santa Monica, the developers of this project. Community Corporation of Santa Monica, CCSM, has put in the bare minimum effort to listen and respond to the concerns and ideas of the local community. The voice of the neighborhood has not been heard. Worse, CCSM has repeatedly ignored reasonable requests from both neighbors and even city council members throughout the planning phase. They've also misled the residents of Culver City. At a meeting in November 2024, the head of CCMS, Tara Barakas, ensured that the funding for this project was 100% secured, yet today the council is faced with a vote to approve additional funding. We later learned that CCM was well aware of a pullback in funding from HUD prior to this meeting. I urge the council not to approve the additional funding for this project and to be wary of any further projects with this organization. My neighbors and I are extremely concerned about this project moving forward given the years of disingenuous behavior by the developer. We are aware that a lack of housing is a serious problem in Culver City, but this is not the right housing project and not the right development partner for Culver City. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Steve Siegel. Not seeing them in the chambers or online. Our next speaker is Melissa Sanders, who I do not believe is online either. Not online. Our next speaker is Ann Trevelyan.
Good morning. I don't know how much time I have. I'm going to try to get a lot in. Our project is the piece that Culver City doesn't have right now. They have really good programs for people who are in distress when they're living on the street. They have really good programs for rehabilitating those people. They have really good programs for temporarily housing them or even giving them a few months' worth of help to get them ready. And then there's nowhere for them to go because there is very little permanent affordable housing in Culver City. A lot of the things that are in your pipeline do not necessarily include very low or extremely low, and 70% of our project is for very low and extremely low income. That means it gives more opportunities. The other things about our project is that we have, as Solomon said, 2 and 3 bedrooms. So families that go to our school and attend our PTAs and things like that, but are living in their friends' houses or couch hopping or splitting up their kids, can move in. The other thing about our project, as opposed to the other projects that are being thought of right now, is that ours is ready to go. We've been planning this project for 6 years. We have designed it and planned it and engineered it and all these other things, and we are in plan check right now. That means we can break ground soon, whereas other projects have to start from where we were in 2019. And everything that everybody else has said about how little has been spent on housing in particular over a large period of time is absolutely correct. If they'd spent it then, we wouldn't need to spend it now, but we do. Thank you.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Nancy Barba, followed by Ken Palmer.
Thank you. I urge you to take action tonight and make sure that we're able to move this project forward. This project is shovel ready. This is a once in a lifetime opportunity to create permanent, affordable housing for working families in our city. And as many commenters have said, this is really a moral issue. For decades, the city did not create any affordable homes with the redevelopment agency funds. Jubilee Village represents 93 of the affordable homes in the pipeline. And without this city funding, it will die. We cannot afford to let this opportunity slip away. The congregation of Culver Palms United Methodist Church has stepped up and done their part, and it's up to us, the city, to do the same. This is the only viable way forward, and I beg you and urge you to please do the moral and just thing and invest in our community and invest in Jubilee Village. Thank you.
Hello?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Oh, good evening. Culver City, City Council. I'm a Culver City resident, and I know this affordable housing is probably still challenged to be affordable with cost of living, and I wonder if even though the church has employed this or contracted with this community corporation, I just wonder is that company or the best choice? I don't I haven't seen anything but budget increases and needs for more money before the project even starts, and that have there been other bids to build the same thing on a location similar, and what's a comparable apartment building with that many units cost, and is that a time and materials price, or well, where's the money going? Is it going into the land or the building?
Your
It's
time has
like, okay,
expired.
93
Thank you.
units, you got 93 sinks, 93 toilets.
Our next speaker is Marcy Bond. And we're going to circle back to Steve Siegel.
Can you hear me okay? Awesome, thank you. It's my understanding that it's against Culver City policy to go into the general fund to fund something like this. So, say the least, I would say that is certainly how we should handle this. There is simply no reason to take a big risk here. I'd love to know total percentage or budget that we're already very generous towards the unhoused and low-income persons. I'd like to know what that total percentage is. I think it's a significant percentage already. Our budget, we can't do everything with our budget. It would be very risky to start using funds in this way when we typically don't do it. So now would not be a good time to start doing that. And if we were to use general funds for something besides an emergency or something, then the question is, what would we use those funds for? Would this be the right thing to use those funds for? This does not add to the quality of life to current residents of Culver City. Again, we already do quite a bit for the unhoused and people of low income. So what would we use these funds for to increase the quality of life for current residents? This wouldn't really be it. Generally, taking a big risk is not a good idea. You have no idea where we can go. And I personally see issues coming up with the need for funds. And so we're going to need to keep our reserves. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tara Barakis with 1 minute seated by Disa Lindgren, followed by Margaret White.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Tara Barauskas. I'm the Executive Director of Community Corp. We're the developer of Jubilo Village in partnership with Color Palms UMC. Community Corp's been developing affordable housing for over 42 years. We have over 2,000 units of housing currently operating. As you're aware, this is the only 100% affordable housing project in your pipeline that's ready to start construction. We're at a crossroads right now. Our project has a serious funding gap due to a commitment letter for project-based vouchers that was not able to be realized. We've been working very closely with the city staff to create a roadmap of actions that the city and us can take to try to find the $16 million. However, we've already received all of our other funding, tens of millions of dollars of tax credits, which will disappear if the project does not move forward within the next month or so. The inaction of not repairing this will gravely harm Community Corp if the project doesn't move forward. We're carrying over $2 million already of project costs. If we have to return tax credits, we'll be penalized by the state of California and the project will die. We're asking for the city to make a loan commitment to fully fund the project so it can start construction. It would be a loan, not a grant. There would be some repayment, in particular if the interest rate was 0 or low %. And as of right now, we would only need portion of that now. We would need $4 million in 2025 and the balance of $12 million in 2027. So it would not fully impact your budget this year. We're working to submit funding applications. Currently, we've submitted a philanthropic request, and we're advocating to government funders to prioritize this project. We also believe that the city has a number of vehicles that they can take to generate more revenue for Jubilo as well as other affordable housing projects, something like ULA in the City of LA or GS in the City of Santa Monica. We understand there's other housing projects in the works. We know about the CCF project because we applied. That project's years away from getting anywhere because it's still just in RFP stages. So tonight we're asking you to support Jubilo Village and provide a loan commitment so we can move this project forward. We hope the council will show strong support and be a champion for affordable housing. We are available if you have any questions of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Margaret White, followed by Jack Galenti.
Hello, my name is Margaret White with Power to Workers. I am the Section 3 coordinator for Jubilo Village. Jubilo Village is subject to HUD's Section 3 policy, which requires that 25% of all work hours are worked by Section 3 workers, meaning those making at or below 80% of the annual median income, and that 5% of all work hours will be worked by targeted Section 3 workers, those that live within 1 mile of the project site or have graduated from the construction training program Youth Build. We'll work alongside JVS, West LA Worksource Center, who we do have a very good working relationship with already, also Youth Build training providers, to make sure that local residents have access to training and employment opportunities on the job site. We work closely with the contractors to monitor their participation in Section 3. We have an established workflow and referral process and a proven track record creating meaningful construction career opportunities for our participants. We look forward to making a positive impact at the Jubilo Village project for Culver City and its residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jack Galenti, but I'm not seeing him in the chamber or online. So our next speaker is Gary Zeiss, followed by Denise Neal.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Council, good morning. $839,000 a unit. That's one of the things about these projects that amazes me. No one ever does the math. If you put an $839,000 condo in the market, I doubt people would call that affordable. So that's problem one. Councilmember McMorrin said earlier that we need to look at things and see if they're done efficiently. My suggestion is to ask the developer to take that $16 million and lower the cost of the project. Lowering the cost of the project by $16 million makes each unit cost $667,000. That's still a large amount of money for a 1, 2, or 3 bedroom apartment construction. I don't know why they have to come to us and ask for more money when in fact what they should do is take the plans and make them affordable, for gosh sakes, instead of assuming that we are the ones who will foot the bill for that. It's bad enough that there's another $16 million contingency out there that we may be forced to pay, but why can't they make this thing less expensive? It seems like the only thing that's ready for shovels for is to shovel money down it, and we need to stop that. We don't have the money to do that. Thank you.
Next speaker is Denise Neal.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor,
council members and community at large. I'm wondering about this Jubilo Village project and how much of this can be handled by private funding. I'm not sure if the Culver Palms Church or CCSM have worked with Front Porch, Homes for Life, Caring Housing Ministries, or any other entities that actually have been able to access multiple sources of HUD funds to get rents down to even $20 in some cases, because the money's coming out of like 5 different HUD funds. Is this what you're doing? Do you have that in place? I advise that you speak to those agencies to see if you can get that money. If not, then I'd like to know if private funding can come in and help. I need to know exactly the timeline, what the absolute deadline is to get this money. I'm hearing $4 million this year, $12 million in 2027. I need hard, figures and timelines. Thank you.
Thank you. That was our final speaker for this item.
Okay, thank you to all the speakers. Excuse me. Anyone with follow-up questions or comments?
Thanks, Mayor. I'll save my comments, the bulk of them, for I know are we considering whether to continue this item yet, or should we discuss that? Because that might affect how much we want to talk about.
Well, I've considered that myself, and my thinking personally is that no matter what Community Corp has to share, we're still sitting at a $2 million above our 30% reserve threshold, and I don't know how, no matter what, we can. If council wants to delay it, I mean, we have a pretty full agenda already in 2 weeks. So I would lean not towards doing that, but if there's a strong will to do it and we want to pack the next agenda, we can do that.
I say let's move forward. I don't know what the rest of my colleagues want.
Move forward tonight?
I guess I could ask Community Corp this question, which is, does giving us more time, 2 weeks more time? I heard a suggestion for a financial consultant who really deeply understands affordable housing finances. I know there's a lot of folks who do and a lot of experts in the room, so I'm not trying to discount that. And I also understand that the city staff has been working very hard and appreciate that, but it's also a lot for, I know, them to take on. So I'm responding to that suggestion that I think Jean Black uplifted, which was, would the possibility, it's 2 weeks, so I don't know what that would be for you, but would Community Corp, would that be helpful to try to, because what I've heard is strong support for the project, and I've also heard that I don't know that the city has a coherent plan of where that's going to come from, so would that extra time be a benefit?
I think so, because we would have more time to work on that plan. I mean, we have created a roadmap, so we could fill that out a little bit more with some concrete numbers, perhaps. We also were not given information about the KMA analysis because it was, I guess, done after the staff report. So we hadn't even had a chance to provide any input on that. So I do think 2 weeks could give us more time so that everybody's on the same page and fully understands where we are.
Thank you for that. Mayor, I'll turn it back to you.
Can I ask a question while you're here, please?
Mm-hmm.
So my understanding is it's essentially 2 separate projects. You have the housing portion and the church portion of it, correct?
We're just speaking about the housing portion tonight. The church portion will be funded with their own resources that part of the project will be paying for, like a land price, basically.
My understanding is, though, that the church has the option to use the funding, the money for whatever they want to. So essentially, this money is going to building a new church, correct?
That's right. The land price, yes.
Yeah, I don't know that the city should get in the habit of building churches, so to speak. I understand the position, and I think waiting another 2 weeks to bring more information, but the facts are the facts as we move forward with it. Those are my thoughts. Thanks, Mayor.
Councilmember Bowen, do you want to weigh in?
Yes, I tend to like to allow the public to speak before I give comments, especially due to the hour. So thank you for giving me that opportunity to speak. And Ms. Tar, I don't have any questions for you,
okay.
but thank you so much for being here. Thank you to staff for the brief presentation. And thanks to everyone in the community who came out to provide comments this evening. It is no secret. I am very, as a single mom myself, as someone who has experienced housing insecurity myself, as someone who is still, having to figure out how to balance all of the things as a working person. I care deeply about this systemic issue of lack of affordable and/or just housing in general in Culver City, and I do feel as policymakers we have a obligation with the responsibility of sitting in these seats to ensure that we are doing our part to welcome more neighbors, to further fair housing, and ensure that we are doing everything that we can to support capital A affordable housing. So I am willing to do, I talk a lot about the fact that there are costs to things, there are costs to not doing things, and I think our lack of investment that is documented through the data in terms of our unwillingness as a city to welcome more neighbors and how housing has been incredibly flat in our city. And you can look that up and see how little housing has been produced over the past 10, 20 years, which brings us to 2025, which brings us to increased costs for creating housing. And while I wasn't on the council 20 years ago, I guess I was just starting college then, I do feel a responsibility to be a part of a solution. Now, everyone loves a pointed finger in politics. Everyone loves to blame someone else, or the money should be coming from somewhere else, or this one, this person has more responsibility, or we did everything we could do. But I really, as I said the last time that this was an item, really want to lean into solution and wayfinding and how we move forward with making it work. I would consider it a massive loss for our community for the past 5 to 6 years of work to be all for naught, to have a hope and a dream that maybe the other 2 projects that were mentioned in tonight's conversation, that maybe they will fill in the gap in maybe 2 to 4 years in the future. We have a project tonight that is shovel-ready tonight. So I'm very interested in leaning into making that happen. It might not happen tonight because we might not have all of the clear pathways, but I am very motivated to making that happen because we are a part, the city, and when I say we, I say the city has a rich history in being exclusionary and not welcoming neighbors, so we have a rich responsibility to undo those previous harms and to welcome more neighbors, and I'm very clear about our moral obligation to do so. So I am open if we don't have consensus or we need more details to have a path come forward for us in the next 2 weeks. I am open to that. I really would encourage us all to lean in the spirit of being solution-focused and finding a pathway forward, and if there needs to be clauses and conditions written so that everyone is still exploring more opportunities from other sources, other government levels, other philanthropic sources, I'm totally open and, amenable to that. And I'm also very unwilling to let all of these years of work and potential homes for working families to go away, knowing that we don't have any really viable alternatives. So I feel very strongly about finding a path forward. Again, that is consistent with prior comments that I've made on this matter. So where do we need to go at this point? Would it be a motion to continue? I don't know if additional, folks had already given comments and asked questions. So I don't know if we are considering the request tonight or carrying the request, but I would be very motivated to consider the request. If we need to carry it again for the next 2 weeks, I'm open to that. But it would be a deep loss to our community, to the diversity that we are already losing in this community, class diversity, race diversity, because the cost of housing continues to rise. And if we do nothing, it will continue to be more and more exclusionary. And that is a choice that we have in our hands this evening, tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Puza.
Thank you. Thank you to staff and to Community Corporation of Santa Monica and to all the public comment. This is a very valuable project. I hear the concerns of the public. Our city's been behind in production of affordable housing for many years. That's another conversation for another time. We often say that our budget is a statement of our collective shared values. And it's safe to say that a majority of people in Culver City care about affordable housing. What that looks like and who that's for is often debatable, but everyone does care about affordable housing. I'm particularly sold on the moral argument. I think a lot of people are. It hits so many of our goals. It's a shovel-ready project, the 93 units. It'll further fair housing, increase socioeconomic diversity. We haven't had a 100% affordable housing project in many, many years. So it makes sense to invest in a project like this that aligns with two of our strategic goals, to improve housing and homeless services and to promote diversity and inclusion. And so much work has been put into it. At the same time, we just got a glimpse of our financial health of the city. We're in very uncertain political times with a very uncertain federal leadership. They just cut HUD, which we just discussed. So it's going to take a 4/5 vote tonight. I would really think that we should move it to the next meeting, in my opinion.
Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Fish, do you want to give comments?
Yeah, I'll give my brief comments. Thank you, Community Corp Santa Monica. Thank you, city staff. Like other commenters uplifted, it'll be the first affordable housing project in Culver City in more than 10 years. I believe it would be only the second 100% affordable housing development in the city. Just really important, I think, to also just keep in mind how expensive Culver City has become over the past several decades. We're now $3,200 to $3,500 a month median rent. And if you look, anyone that pays more than 30% of their income on rent is considered rent burdened. So if you make less than $130,000 in your household, you are rent burdened in Culver City. And what that means, what that comes out to is that almost half of Culver City residents spend more than 50% of their income on housing. So we are certainly in a housing crisis. Really only, Santa Monica and Beverly Hills really hold a candle to where we are here in Culver City. And like other commenters uplifted, we have a wonderful continuum of care when it comes to homelessness services, but we really do have a huge gap when it comes to actual affordable housing, and we have been really slow to build housing. I mean, we've had a population that basically flatlined in the late 70s, early 80s, and has not really gone up, and it's because we haven't built. So I'm really motivated to make sure that this project moves forward. However we can, we will run out the clock. I will make myself available. I don't have the solution right now because, like we all saw, the budget is it's not looking good. But I do want to make sure that we move forward however we can. So if giving us 2 more weeks can give us time to at least make a plan and see the projections of what it would be if we provided this loan, so that we can visually see the impact and also see where it could come from, I'm open to doing that. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. It sounds like we have the votes to push it for 2 weeks. So I'll just make my comments, based on everything we've learned. I really want this. And for anyone to say otherwise, everyone behind the scenes knows how hard I've been trying. When I was in Santa Barbara, I ran into Oni Williams, who's from LASA, and asked him to, where can we get our help? He kind of, shrugged his shoulders. And then I reached out to some of the folks on La Casa and got in touch with the CEO, Ryan Johnson, and immediately got him in contact with Community Corps of Santa Monica. So and these are new contacts that I've reached out to outside of what's in the staff report here. It's been nonstop. We need this. I agree 100%. Staff didn't speak to this, so I'm going to. There's accusations that we made a promise that we didn't keep. City manager, can any employee guarantee any distribution of funds without city council approval?
Mayor, no.
Okay. There's no authority for that, and it's known. That's not a top secret fact. Our staff, specifically Director Barnes, has been trying her best to make this happen, and there was a strong request for a letter of support, and with caveats written into it, and with conversations via email and such, and with the combined institutional history in the industry from the team that's trying to bring this forward, everyone knows that we couldn't promise those vouchers without conditions that are out of our control. So that's the facts in that, and we all really want this to happen, and that's also a fact. So that's the story with that. And I'm going to say it again. I'm going to beat this drum. I'm going to go to the press. This city has given $35 or $40 million since Measure H was passed to the county. And from that pool of funds, we've received like $300,000. So $40 million, we've received $300,000, whatever that number, under a very small amount. And going forward, now we're going to be doing $10, $11 million a year with Measure A because we doubled the commitment. Every city in LA County has done that. So we're going to be contributing $11 million a year, I think in perpetuity, to this, to the Measure A fund, which equals countywide $1.1 billion per year. $1.1 billion per year. And we need 16 million. And the county's like, I don't know where it's going to come from. It's absurd. It's completely absurd. Our county has failed us. This is the only 100% affordable housing project that's shovel-ready on the entire west side. And we're in a high opportunity, high resource zone. Is that what we call it? High resource. So that we are a place where there's grocery stores. We are a place where there's jobs. We are a place where there's healthcare. We are all those things. This is where affordable housing is wanted to be built by everyone who supports affordable housing. And yet the county won't give us money. That's who we should blame. That's the only villain in this. in this whole thing, it's the county. They've got the money and they won't give it to us. Bottom line. So, yeah, let's, moonshot it for another 2 weeks. We'll come back. Hopefully we can, throw a Hail Mary and we find that money. But the city doesn't have it.
And it's not just for financing.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's not just financing of the 60 million. It's other sources of funding as well, right? And possibly the state could come through, the county could come through, or any other kind of options. It's not just solely the $16 million loan.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you for the clarification. So I guess we're going to revisit this in 2 weeks, hopefully with a condensed staff report, so that, we're going to have a lot. It's going to be another long agenda. We're going to be here till 1, 2 in the morning again. But I appreciate all the comments that we got. Thank you. And all the work our staff has done. I know you guys have been grinding, so thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, A4.
Council ready?
Ready.
Due to the sake of the hour, I'm going to give a condensed version. Staff was given direction by council to look at potential other projects to submit an application under the California Department of Housing and Community Development Home Key Plus Notice of Funding Availability. The city is already gearing up to submit an application under Home Key Plus with Community Corps of Santa Monica to help support the Jubilo Village project. But council also wanted staff to explore potential other projects that we could submit an application. In the report, staff outlines several projects that could be potentially submitted. The key things that staff looked at are, do we have site control? For a new construction project, HCD, or for the sake of the public, the California Department of Housing and Community Development, you must be able to finish the project in 24 months, and that includes occupancy. So we looked at site control so that we could meet the deadline of being able to complete the project in the 24-month period. We also have to take into consideration, to receive funds, there are matching requirements. So for new construction and rehabilitation, you are expected to provide at least $100,000 per unit. And then for the operations, because do take in mind that the population served under this grant are households with developmental challenges. So there needs to be supportive services provided either on-site or off-site. HCD will provide, if you provide 1 year of operational funding, they will provide the other year. If you provide 2 years, they will provide the other 2 years. So you must be able to come in with some level of funds for operations. For non-new construction projects, they expect some of those projects to be done within a 12-month period. That is a very truncated timeline to complete a project. So we looked at programs that we already have in place, where it'd be easier for us to start a rehabilitation project. Please keep in mind these are permanent supportive housing. So if council wants to entertain another hotel conversion, such as Project Home Key, all of those units would need to have kitchenettes or full kitchens installed. In a permanent supportive housing project, the occupant needs to have the means to store and prepare food, meaning they need a sink, they need not a maximum full-size refrigerator, but at least an apartment-size refrigerator and a stovetop. We cannot and we did verify this with HCD, we cannot just have a microwave and like a dorm-size refrigerator. There needs to be a kitchenette. So if we've learned anything from our Project Home Key site in installing those kitchenettes, it is an extensive process and it is also a costly process. We estimate it could be $175 to $200 per unit to install kitchenettes. So again, before you are some potential projects, which include new construction and also conversion of some motels that we currently have relationships with. Staff does highlight the pros and cons in the staff report of those potential projects. And I believe I just highlighted the potential of additional financial obligations depending on which projects the council would want to pursue. So that concludes staff's report, and of course we're here to answer any questions.
Thank you. Do we have any comments?
Yes, I had 3 speakers signed up. Ron Ostrin, Nancy Barba, and Denise Neal. I believe Ms. Neal is the only speaker still here.
Okay. Where'd you go? All right, let's do quick questions from council members.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Director Barnes. Are there specific criteria? Well, first of all, how many applications, Home Key Plus applications, can be submitted? I know we have a number of, I think, 4 sites that are being considered here. Do we decide, like, is the intent of this item to decide on which of these 4 sites we want to apply for?
Mike.
I went the wrong way. Councilmember, which, if any, all of these have significant financial implications and challenges. So, I mean, that's also, council needs to take that into consideration.
I'm sorry, Councilmember. It has to be, the project needs to be completed within 24 months, right?
If it is a new construction, so the things that council need to consider, do we have a competitive application? And to be a competitive application, one, we need to make sure that we can complete the project within defined timelines defined by HCD. So in the staff report, for a new construction project, it needs to be completed, meaning occupied, within 24 months. So please take into consideration, we would need to design a project, bring on a developer, go through the approval process and construction to get to that 24-month period. Plus, also take into consideration that these are permanent supportive housing projects, so we would have to make sure that there are full kitchens or kitchenettes included if we pursue a conversion project. And if we've learned anything from our Home Key project, for those conversion projects, it's my understanding they need to be completed within a 12-month period. That would be a very quick turnaround. I do highlight in the report that if we're looking at the current motels that we have a relationship with, those are occupied. So we will have to relocate those folks. That will delay the project.
Thank you.
I'll be honest, I don't see how we pull it off. I'll just cut to the chase. I mean, we presented this information to show you what we have, what our options are, but in my opinion, I don't know how we pull it off. I just have to.
With the, I'm sorry, Councilmember.
That's okay.
Just to be clear, I mean, we don't have a motel that has said that they would sell either.
Correct.
We have to have site control.
Right.
Okay.
Yes.
So the roadway and, you're saying the roadway and Paradise Inn have not indicated that they would sell? Or you're saying that in order to relocate our existing?
So in the staff report for Paradise Inn, where we already have a relationship, the owner is not a willing seller. The owner is not also interested in a long-term lease agreement. So that's not a viable option. I did revisit conversations with the Roadway Inn. They are interested in a long-term lease. The issue with that project is adjacent to a very sensitive receptor of single-family homes. There is no buffer. When we look at our current project Home Key, we have an alleyway, and there's some fencing there. With this one, there is no buffer between the motel and the single-family homes. Plus, we would need to convert all of those units to permanent supportive, which means we would need to install kitchenettes or kitchens. That would be a very lengthy process. We have not gone through extensive review, so when you do a rehab project, once you start pulling out walls, because of the age of these buildings, it would probably be very costly, a potential up to $200,000 per unit. The Roadway Inn is 37 units, so you can do the math on that. That would be an extreme financial obligation for the city to rehab those units. Plus, also keep in mind, the owner's only interested in a long-term lease. We would not own that asset. So at the conclusion of that lease, we wouldn't continue to hold the asset. We would basically be improving somebody else's property.
And then let's assume that we went ahead and put one of these projects together, then we'd have the ongoing operating costs.
Yes.
Which would be?
Currently for our Home Key project, is $5 million a year for 73 units. And remember, to be a competitive application, you have to bring in additional, not only just capital dollars, but operational dollars. So if you bring in 1 year of operating dollars, Home Key will give you another year. If you bring in 2 years, they'll give you another year. If you bring in 3 years, they'll give you 3 years. These are long-term leases of a minimum of 30 years. So you would have to, or the city would have to, provide operational costs for a minimum of 30 years on top of the capital improvement cost. And finish in 12 months if you do a conversion. So those are some things to consider. The costs, can we achieve occupancy in the time frame defined by HCD so that we can be a competitive project? And then lastly, we're already submitting a Home Key Plus project with Community Core Santa Monica, so we are submitting a Home Key Plus application.
Thank you. Yeah, I think it's difficult to compare the site options. I mean, I understand there are different fiscal, the different costs of operations for them, like the motel conversion shows a $1.8 million annual operating cost, and an initial cost of 2.7, but then the new construction is between 21 million of initial costs and then a 2.4 million annual operating cost. So there seems to be a lot of variables here, and I can understand you bringing this decision to us, but I'm finding it hard to kind of determine which of these is the most viable, if any. I know if any, John, for us. I'm going to pass it to my colleagues.
Councilmember Moore.
Thanks for the presentation and the work that went into it. So we already heard a lot about some of the barriers to the process with securing funds and some of the investments, given that we do not own some of these proposals. And I know for our own Homekey site, we were a little delayed in terms of completion, so we were unable to secure or meet the deadline to access additional funds when we went through the first Homekey round. So do we have examples from cities or other areas in California that have successfully met these timelines? And do we have examples of how they were able to go about it? I don't know if there's anybody on the west side, but do we have some of those examples to look to? Because it doesn't seem, it seems like based on the tone of the discussion so far that this is kind of pie in the sky, not really a viable opportunity for us. And I'm wondering, is HCD just putting this out for fun, or are there cities that actually meet this? And so where the gap or opportunity that that we're I don't want to say missing out on, but I'm just curious how other cities are making it work. So I don't know if you can speak to that, but that's what's lifting up for me based on the conversation in the staff report.
I think the biggest difference between this and previous Homekey applications, allowed for interim housing, as we know because we participated in that and we have an interim housing, where you do not have to add the kitchenette or the kitchen. This particular Homekey round is only for permanent supportive housing. You cannot do an interim housing project. So if you do a permanent supportive housing project, as it states, this is a person's permanent home, and they need to have a way to store and prepare food. So if you do a motel conversion, you have to convert that motel room to have that kitchenette. And that's the difference. So it's hard for me to compare it to what other cities have done, because previously, under other Homekeys, those were interim housing projects where you can get away with just a microwave and a dorm-sized refrigerator, such as what we have as our interim housing site, because the person is not intended to stay there for a long period of time. And that is the biggest difference between this and other Homekey projects. This is specifically only for permanent supportive housing.
And I want to add, we've talked to a lot of other cities our size. I'm not sure there are that many cities our size that have even done one Homekey project. I think many of the Homekey projects that are completed are done by larger governmental entities, counties, city of LA. Cities our size, it's uncommon for them to be taking on projects like this. I mean, at any rate.
And many of their motel conversions were interim housing. They just paint them, fix up, they paint the place. Some of them don't even buy any furniture, and that's it.
Right. Thank you so much for sharing that. And I would just imagine that a part of the reason they're focusing so much on permanent housing is that seems to be like the biggest gap in need for folks. There's a lot of, well, I wouldn't say a lot, but at the county level, there's a lot of interim housing and not much, especially affordable permanent housing. So I would assume that that's what they're trying to address here with these stipulations. So I wonder with some of the conversations or information sessions, like are folks biting at this, or I don't know. I guess we'll learn as things shake out as the process progresses. So if I'm not mistaken, I think the vice mayor moved this forward, if I'm not mistaken. So I am grateful to see it back. I'm disappointed that based on it doesn't seem like there's much of a path for us for additional sites. So I don't know if you have a read on how successful or how strong our application with CPSM is. curious if you could speak at all to that, like if we could do more to make that application stronger or more attractive, to aid in our, quest to receive additional funding after your review of how some of the other sites might not fit. I don't know if you could speak to
The
that.
project with Community Core actually would be a strong contender under the Home Key Plus project. Mainly being they have site control. And they're shovel ready. They're ready to go July of this year. The issue with that project, they're not prohibited in applying, but HCD prioritizes projects. And because they have some reservations for tax credits, HCD doesn't place this as a high priority project in comparison to the other ones that don't have tax credits lined up. So what we have been doing, and I believe staff has reported this to council, is we have reached out to Smallwood Cuevas office and asked HCD to revisit how they rank projects, especially projects that are in areas impacted by the wildfires. That if there's a shovel-ready project that is in the impacted zone, that those projects should get priority. And we will continue to say that to HCD and all the other electeds. So projects such as the Jubilo Village project should get priority under Home Key Plus. We've also asked that the state divert more funds to Southern California in the wildfire areas under Home Key Plus as well, especially for shovel-ready projects. Because if that project can be built in the 24-month period that HCD is requiring, then folks displaced by the fire would only have to wait 24 months to get into an affordable, secure place.
For sure. Okay, well, thank you for lifting up those conversations with our senator and her team and HCD. I hope those are positive yields. I know that the Home Key, last piece, I know that the Home Key funds are tentative and subject to state revenues and what is available. So do they announce it at the conclusion of each year, whether they're doing it again, or how? What, I'm curious.
They do.
Okay.
So Home Key Plus, we know it's been appropriated, so we know the money's there. So at the local level, we don't know. For this one, they just probably gave us 60 days and said, we're getting ready to release this note for the application will be due in January.
Right.
And it's due in May. They don't give you a whole lot of time to prep because they do want shovel-ready projects to apply.
Thank you. Well, let's keep our fingers crossed for our project. And is there I'm sorry, I did say last thing. Is there a ranking that you personally have on the projects that are here? Because they're not, it just says they're reviewed. Is there a ranking that you would have just based on, if you had to decide tonight, not holding you to anything, just curious as to what your assessment is on.
I don't
just
know if I
wanted to
want
say
to
that.
opine on that.
Okay, well, no pressure.
I'm going to leave. I'm going to wait for my directions from council.
Fair enough, fair enough. Thank you for considering it. Okay, thank you.
Well, if I could add to that, I think that's what made it difficult to evaluate is just, it would be great to be able to see, like, even if it were a table of like number of units, estimated cost to develop, what are the, like I saw on the Paradise Inn, that there's that, and you mentioned that it would take more than 12 months to add the kitchens. So that is, isn't that disqualifying in and of itself if that's a requirement of the Home Key grant? So just being able to like clearly see like what are the disqualifiers and what and how do we easily compare these different options?
So it was my hope in my staff
Yeah.
report was to define out what are the timelines, what are the financial commitments, and then to do the pros and cons on each one of the ones we were presenting to you. We do in the report state what the yield of units would be.
Yeah.
That we project. So we do have an idea what the unit count is, and from that we can extrapolate what we think our construction or rehabilitation costs will be, and then what our operating costs will be.
Thank you, I appreciate it. I'm really just trying to figure out, like kind of what Councilmember McMorrin said, does staff have an opinion on what would be the more viable? And if the feeling is that none of these sites are viable, that's an answer too, but that's really what I'm trying to get at is
But I
an
would
understanding of the
give
most
you an
viable.
opinion on, I think they would all be a challenge, and I don't know if they would all yield a competitive application.
And when Tevis says it will be a challenge, she's understating the case. It'll be
Not viable.
incredible.
Well, we certainly appreciate all of your work, Director Barnes. Thank you, and yeah, thank you for answering my questions.
Thank you, Councilmember Rivera.
Thank you, Tevis. I'll try not to keep you any longer than need be.
We might as well just stay.
And we might as well.
We might as well just stay.
Like you were saying
We can go to
earlier.
Denny's after this.
Yeah, no worries. Take it. There's things that we learned through Project Homekey. It's never, there's never a timeline that stays that specific. I mean, we were waiting for how long? Just for Edison to come out and run power?
We're waiting for them to still run power for
And
Wellness Village.
Yeah, and then like you said, opening walls, you never know what you find behind Pandora's box. You touch one thing and 15 other things fall apart, especially in older hotels. So all answered for you. I don't think any of these are viable. It's great that you brought this forward, but it's just not possible at this point. Thank you so much, Tevis.
Thank you. Thanks for the report. And when I saw this notice, I didn't realize there'd be so many conditions and that'd be so difficult. I think at this time, there's no viable options at this time. We should wait and see what happens with Jubilo, with all of the other projects that we have going on, reevaluate our budget, see how that shakes out, and then we can, see where we're at that point. But I really appreciate all the work that went into this. Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, thank you. I do have a question. So are all, excuse me, the funding commitments from the city for a Home Key Plus project that is Jubilo, do those hold as well? Like if they win the grant, so 100,000 per unit for capital costs. Well, that's 93 units. That's $9.3 million. Is that what we would be on the hook for?
No, but for that project, we already have our $5 million. We're looking at the funds they're bringing in from the tax credits to meet the match.
So what about operating? They're taking care of the operating, right?
They are. In fact, Jubilo Village has worked with the county through the Department of Health Services, very similar to our current Project Homekey, and secured funds under the ICMS, or the Intensive Case Management Services.
Okay.
And they will be providing the funds for the operation costs. So they have secured their operation costs, and they have a service provider, and that's another thing we do not have. We don't have a service provider identified. And we would have to do an RFP or something of that nature so that we could identify a service provider as well. So the Jubilo Village College, they have their capital dollars lined up with the funds that the city's bringing, plus their reservations for tax credits, and then they have secured supportive dollars from the Department of Health Services through the ICMS program.
Fund it. It's like, come on.
So it's a very competitive project,
Yeah.
but because how HCD ranks them,
Yeah.
the tax credits kind of hurt them in that. So we're asking them to revisit that because it is shovel ready, and it is in a high resource area.
Yeah, I understand, and I don't understand why it seems like a no-brainer. Okay. So I think that we're all in agreement that it's not feasible to move forward on other HomeKey Plus application projects. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Neal has comments on this.
Really?
Can you hear me? Oh, okay. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, council members, and community at large. About the funding for shovel-ready projects, I'm wondering if this would include all the arts corridor properties that we could possibly refurbish or build for mixed use, because the Arts Commission was asking for foot traffic, and the only way to really get it and provide for low-income artists and other creatives would be to do the mixed-use shop space and probably go 4 floors up for the airspace, I guess, what do you call it, airspace building for units for housing. I wanted to know if that's possible for Ivy Station and if that funding can be used for that. And I'm trying to find out how the homeless incentive program's working and how that incorporates the fire victims, because they're not on the waiting list for vouchers. And I was told today that there aren't any Culver homeowners or property owners that are participating. I need information.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Do we have any comments for items on the agenda? Okay. Ms. Neal? Wait.
Okay, one last time. Good evening again. And I'd like to know if there's a way that I can find out what type of private funding is available, what the city's willing to sit down and talk to the hedge fund about, the hedge fund that I've been working with, that would like to help on infrastructure, construction, entertainment, and technology projects. But I'm not sure of the proper protocol to connect everything to make everything happen. I'm just tired, and I need to know the right people and how to make things happen, and I need appointments. Who do I talk to? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Any closing comments from council members?
Is it all right if I go last? I feel like sometimes I always do mine first and
Sure.
steal other people's thunder
Sure.
if they have ideas. Yeah.
Councilmember Barrett? Okay. Councilmember Barrett? Anything? Okay, now you're last.
All right. Well, I'd like to ask, and Director Barnes, I'm not going to keep you, I promise. This is the last thing I wanted to bring up, and then we're done. But I just wanted to bring up, Mayor Karen Bass introduced Executive Directive 1 in LA City. It increased affordable housing across LA. Some reports stating an 85% increase in proposed units. Considering all of the discussion we've had around Jubilo and the 6 years that it took to get here, I wanted to ask if we might be able to get a report back perhaps to our upcoming Housing and Homelessness Committee meeting that I know we're starting up. Can we get a report back from the Planning Department on ways Culver City can fast track approvals for 100% affordable housing projects in our city, and in general become a more attractive city for 100% affordable housing projects? So in short, how can the city's processes have expedited the past several years so that the next Jubilo Village project doesn't take 6 years to get to this dais? So I'm thinking about things like revising community meeting requirements, waiving impact fees, removing discretionary approvals, things that have been proven to work in LA City and beyond. Could I get 3 nodding heads just to explore that in our Housing and Homelessness Committee?
I'm sorry, it's late. I've got,
Yes.
thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
And thank you, Director Barnes. That's
One other thing
Let's
we
go,
could
yeah.
also consider, we're going to be coming forward to you to update our plan, our homelessness plan. And we need to revisit with some new goals we would want to incorporate in that. And I think some of what you just broached would be goals that we would want to consider, once we go through the process of reaching out to the community to input on the new homeless plan. But I think those are something we may want to consider to incorporate in that new plan.
Thank you. And when you do want to schedule a date, I believe it's me and Councilmember Warren.
Yes.
I'd be very excited about that committee. So thank you for all of your work in doing that. Thanks.
I'm gonna leave
Appreciate it,
now.
colleagues.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. May I have a motion to adjourn? Okay. Motion from Councilmember Farah?
Second by Councilmember Fish. Please vote. All members have voted. That motion passes unanimously.
Okay,
The time is 1:28. We are adjourned.
thank you.